PKA 653, guest BlameTruth Taylor.
This episode of PKA brought to you by Lock and Load and RealDBG.com. Anthony, thank you so much for joining us.
Mm-hmm.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. It looks like you've lost weight. I haven't seen you in a while. Have you lost weight or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm dying.
It's not the good kind of weight loss. It's like when you see a fat chick and you're not sure if she's pregnant or not. It's the same thing when a guy gets skinny. You're like, is this it or?
Yeah. From now on, when people come on the show and they mention that, let's get really uncomfortable. And I'll say that I have bone cancer or something.
No, let's make up a cancer that doesn't exist.
Can we make it HIV from a blood transfusion? And for religious reasons, you're refusing the antivirals or whatever, and you're just wasting away. You've got 1982 AIDS.
I'm gonna have to get the king to shake hands with me in a big public affair.
You've been eating virgin penises for 3 weeks. Nothing.
I think every time I come on the show, people will say after that I'm on drugs, which is interesting.
On steroids or just regular drugs?
Like I think crack is usually the big one. Crack.
How is crack?
Yeah.
I've never tried it. I don't know.
Tell us, just between us.
Okay.
How's crack?
Just coke one time. That was a party, so it was okay.
I've heard coke is just like caffeine.
No,
it's more than that.
It's got some
like caffeine if you're really cool.
Yeah. It's got some euphoric properties. It'll just kind of make you happy.
Yeah.
I've only done cocaine like twice, and to me it's always just been like, man, this is kind of taking the edge off all that weed. But it's expensive, isn't it? Why is my throat numb? I don't want to do this anymore.
It tastes like chemicals. I don't like.
Tastes like chemicals.
I want to see.
I got a bad post-nasal drip, and my throat tastes bad. And no matter how many fucking frescas I'm slamming, it won't go away.
You guys are making me feel like a square. I never tried.
Dude, let me tell you the coolest thing I ever saw. All right, that's how I knew I was cool people. We were in this club in New York, and he leans over, my buddy. He leans over to the waitress. Doesn't know her. He doesn't know her. We just walked in this place and got the table. And he says something to her. She comes back in a little while with a wax paper folded up in a square full of cocaine. She comes back with a goddamn gram of cocaine and palms it to him and like kisses him on the ear or some shit. And he's like, oh, you want to do some cocaine? I'm like, where did you get cocaine?
Was this a very good-looking guy with an accent?
Yes.
It's like Eastern European.
Yes.
He has hair, but he's shaved his head.
He's like, yeah, put your hand like this. And I'm like, oh, okay. And he's like fucking rolling me out some. And but I couldn't fathom being able to just. I mean, we were at that paintball thing. We were like, hey, man, you look like you know where the weed is. But this guy was like, madam, I bet you have some cocaine somewhere. Go fetch it. And she did. I was so shocked. I'm still not sure what happened. But I didn't like
the coolest guy I've ever met.
He's a real cool guy.
He's a real cool guy.
That was kind of like when I did it, people would just bring it out. People would be like, hey, you got cocaine? And they're like, yes. And it would be different people at the party. And I knew these people, and I'm like, why have you guys been keeping this from me? What's going on? So it was a New Year's thing, though. I want to see Scarface remade, but like instead of cocaine, it's just like modern day remakes. Like, I don't know, like Bang Energy or something.
Black.
Yeah, that too.
Oh,
yeah.
Tony Montana played by like a woman, you know.
I have lost some weight, not fat anymore.
Good.
I follow you on Twitter, so I see you're always pushing heavy in the weightlifting and fitness stuff.
Oh yeah.
Zach, can you find Anthony's most recent picture, the shirtless one? I think it's the shirtless. You are in way better shape than I thought. I guess it must have been like a year since I'd seen any of your progress pics.
Is that
still pretty current?
Which I don't remember posting a shirtless picture. Was it the
top or something?
I think it was me with the weight belt. Was it the weight belt picture or
I think
the video?
Might have been that one. Yeah.
There's a video. That's also. I don't want to give me too much credit. That's just my shape as well. Like I have that V taper. I lucked out there. So I know it's people are like, man, what do you do with your triceps? And I don't fucking do shit. I mean, I do bench press and shit, but
you know, I just realized you're a shorter guy. That is a quality that almost all of the YouTube fitness guys have in common, because you look so tremendous on camera, like and there's guys who are like 6'4" looking at this guy who's 5'2", and he doesn't know he's 5'2". He's like, why can't I get that shape?
There's a guy on YouTube. What's his name? Jeff Nippert, I think it is. If you guys have seen him. He's like
a lot of him.
He's like 5'4", and the amount of weight he lifts is insane.
His genetics are outrageous. I think both his parents are Olympic athletes. I'm not joking. I know his mom is, and I'm pretty sure his dad is.
I saw him deadlift.
Show us a pic of him, Zach. He's so fit.
Yeah,
he looks like an Olympic gymnast, like those guys who just hold themselves up totally still, static.
He's got those really round arm muscles. Yeah, like he looks like he does isometric holds for hours at a time or something. Yeah. Some people just have that genetic. But you know, he's worked at it and made it his life and career to look like that. How many times have we seen a random guy walking down the street who just looks like this though? Like for no goddamn reason.
Wow,
that's crazy genetics. Look at his calves. To be fair, he's making them pop. Look at he's on his toes.
Yeah, he's doing a little tippy. Imagine like critiquing this, like like sitting here and being like, dude, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do a more plates, more date style channel, but I have no idea what I'm talking about. It's just jealousy. It's just this guy. That's way everybody bigger than me is on steroids. Everybody smaller than me is a baby. This is how my channel works.
This guy is this guy natty? I don't remember.
Yeah. I think so. Yeah.
Does he claim natty?
Natty is part of his whole identity. It's like a big deal. Yeah. And like I said, his father was a bodybuilder, I guess. And his mom, it just says that she's a fitness instructor, but I'm pretty sure she was an Olympian. I can't find that.
The shoulders are what gets me. Like this dude's, I sound really gay right now. This dude's shoulders are fucking popping though. Like,
they're crazy. There's just so much mass in them. His delts are bigger than his pecs, or like maybe the same size. It's real. If you like rotate the pec and stick it on the delt on his chest, he's got a real interesting. I mean, look, his straps aren't.
Dude, you can spend hours looking at him.
Look, he deserves this. God damn it, he worked hard for this.
I have a poster of Jeff Nippard.
If he chiseled it out of clay, we'd look a little.
I have posters of him on my ceiling,
above
my bed. I'm his biggest fan.
He's my wallpaper, and I close my browser to masturbate.
Yeah. Dude, you're so right with like.
Yeah.
Like when you're like, like if you're like 5'5" has got to be like the ultimate online fitness guy height because you just look like an absolute brick shit house. Like no 6'5" guy can look like that.
There's a guy I watch wrestling, and there's a guy who's what's his name, John Silver. He doesn't look like Jeff Nippard. He's got more body fat, but he's also that same like really short height, but like super fucking strong. I think he was a former power lifter or whatever. And it's very interesting once you get so far short. I guess like you become like a power lifter. If you get so tall, you become an NBA player or something. But and everybody in the middle is just like, whatever. But like that's the meat man. That's the guy. Yep.
The meat man.
Taylor,
yeah, they call him the meat man.
How are your abs right now? This is the thinnest you've been for a while. You got abs?
Me, I've actually put on weight since the last time I've been on here. I put on like, I'd say about 5-10 pounds, something like that. So
what percentage of human beings will ever have abs?
I do not have abs. Right. I mean, I have them under there, and like if I like really flex in the mirror, I'm like, oh, like there's signs there's something there, but it's like in the first 5 minutes of Tremors, we're not sure. We're not sure what's under there, but there's something under there.
Never heard somebody compare their abs to Tremors with Kevin Bacon.
Like the biggest thing I've noticed is like I did that perma-bulk, just eating whatever I wanted, but still lifting weights all the time for years. And I always told myself, like, you're building muscle, like, but even in my, like, I know that's true, but in my head, I convinced myself that was like cope. And so as I've been cutting, I've been like genuinely surprised, like, God damn, like I did build a lot of back muscle when I was, feasting on pizza and like being like, I only had 4,000 calories today and I didn't hit my protein goals because it was all carbs. I need 2 protein shakes at the end of the day. But I look better naked now than I have in a long time, which is
my top 4 abs are there. They're undeniable. I've got them.
I've seen my your
bottom
abs
2 are drowning. They're just blah blah blah, like, not getting to the surface.
Yeah, like the bottom 2 are way tougher than the other ones, right?
Very hard. Yeah,
they're hard.
But no, I was
like
genetics. I was like not lifting as much when I was cutting. I mean, obviously, you get like not strong, and I'm like, you know what? Like, it's still fucking cold out. I'm just gonna eat a bunch of meat and work out.
I think if you're trying to build core strength, then do a bunch of ab exercises. If you're a fireman or an army man, or you're a fucking athlete of some kind who needs that core strength, but if you just want a six pack, stop doing fucking sit ups. What are you?
Yeah.
I like planks more than sit-ups.
Are the things
anything. I get anything that's building your abs. I don't do any ab exercises. When the fat goes away, there's just a real nice six pack there, though. Oh, look at that! You were just there.
So I've got two things to say to that. One, I just have to believe that bigger abs are more tolerant of a little body fat. And two, sometimes I do core work just because I'm old and my back hurts a lot. So
you need that core strength.
Yeah.
To stay erect.
True.
That's true. You need to have good posture. So you got to do your planks and your Russian twists and the
planks.
What are the ones that you do backwards? Where you've got your feet locked in and you're facing the mat and you're coming up and doing like backwards sit-ups,
reverse
almost
glute ham raise or something.
Just reverse sit-ups.
Glute ham raise.
Yeah.
I don't have that, and I don't do that.
I like to do my shit hanging. I grab the pull-up bar and pull my knees up, or sit to an L.
Do you have lower back pain, Woody?
Yeah.
Whenever you're on the pull-up bar, grab it and just kind of like let your use your arms to support and let your body hang. You'll decompress your spine.
I do that. I do something similar, like on a counter. I can do this thing where I kind of support myself by my palms and relax, and I can feel my lower back stretch out. Sometimes
my mom has one of those. Both our moms have it. Oh, I called it the dangler. I'd walk in there and mom would be upside down. I'm like, what is this supposed to be doing to you? like getting the oxygen to your brain so you know this doesn't work? Like, what's the plan here?
It looks like there should be an American soldier in Afghanistan, like smiling, pointing at her.
Tell us where he is!
Abu Dhabi. Or Abu Ghraib. Abu
Yeah.
Ghraib, my mistake.
Abu Dhabi's a much nicer place.
I fucked that joke up.
That fucking dangler.
Did you ever do it?
Yeah, I'd get in there. As a kid, it's like, this thing looks like a toy. I want to get dangled.
You're talking about the thing where you lock your feet, where you like...
It's called an inversion table.
Yeah. You
put your feet in like ski boots maybe and then hang upside down?
Less secure.
Yeah, less secure than that. It's basically the kind of thing you'd... Just like two rollers with foam, and then you put your ankle in between it and then try not to flip back too fast. But I think the reason I didn't benefit from it is because I was 10 and probably breaking it.
That was me too. Also didn't have any need for any back adjustments at 10. I'm sure
I remember like
fine
realizing how hopeless you were in that thing, like being like laying back and being like, damn, if my brother comes in right now, he could just not let me get back up. And so then it was like, all right, we gotta rectify this. We can't allow that to happen.
Not a strong position to fight from. No, not at all.
No, you don't want to be like having your head, all the blood pooling in it. Speaking of death, potentially.
I was going to say
speaking of fighting. What's yours, Kyle?
I bought that elliptical. It got here a couple days ago. I got the finest elliptical money can buy.
What'd you choose?
Honestly, don't know. I just fucking gave him the money. I used that guy on YouTube, Coop from Coop's Garage
Coop.
Gym Reviews. Whatever he said was the best elliptical in the world. That's the one I bought. It was like $1,700 or something like that. I love the elliptical, and I've been using Kitty's for a long time, but she finally made me give hers back to her, so I did, and so it was time to buy one. But I haven't put it together yet. It's going to be a process, but I'm about to start on that.
I remember getting like a fucking, what was it, a Bowflex one time, and putting that thing together by yourself is like a workout in itself. So
Bowflex makes Bowflex has one I've seen that's almost like a stair stepper as its elliptical function. I considered that one. That one's neat.
Coop does good videos, but his preference in barbells is not mine at all.
No.
Dude's always like looking for the most aggressive knurling you can find. His hands must be calloused and ruined, and like this one's got little razor blades on it. I love it. I fucking hate it. I'm looking for a barbell that doesn't tear me up.
Do you
have the gloves? I mean, I use like little weightlifting gloves.
I'd wear gloves, but I'm a boy.
I wear my Pokemon trainer gloves, and like I've never had anybody say anything to my face about them. I'll say that.
Actually, don't bully that retard.
I actually have a couple different gloves because my mind's open to them, but I've never liked one. I guess I don't like any bulk in the palm at all.
That's what my preference. Mine is like nothing but palm, right? It goes there and like between your fingers because I want to catch this like pad and this pad and like support them. I like the aggressive knurling because I do use those. But if I were not using gloves, I'd be on your team 100%. I remember in high school we had some where the knurling had almost been polished off, and I kind of like that because it's not like I'm lifting 400 fucking pounds. I'm not gonna drop it, so I never minded that. And I'm not doing Olympic lifts, like power cleans and such, so I don't care.
Well,
I had a good pull day today.
Disappointed.
Felt like I wasn't a loser.
I thought I thought this story I wrote down about a family whose grandma died, and so they encased her in a resin coffee table.
That was real.
That has been busted. That is
you know what's
not
real?
True.
I want my topic. Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg have agreed to fight in the UFC, and Dana White is going to host it.
Really?
Bullshit.
Yeah. Dana White says he's spoken to both of them and that they're both down. Mark Zuckerberg, if you don't know, will just butt fuck Elon Musk.
Yep.
He's been training for years. He won a jiu-jitsu competition and got like a bronze. In the
I've seen him strike. It's not bad. I mean, it's not all
really.
I mean, look, he's been training with professionals for years now. He's not bad.
Yeah,
he wouldn't compete with anyone else who competes. But I don't want to fight Zuckerberg. Actually,
I've done a little martial arts. He can't like list or name any of it. And people don't think of me this way, but I got into a lot of street fights growing up in South Africa. Oh, horse shit! Who'd you fight? You're like the son of
sometimes sometimes they did not work hard enough in the mines, and so
sometimes the chauffeur would hold a little gym boy down who'd been caught with a ruby up his anus.
I mean,
beat him thoroughly with father's cane.
When you look like Zuckerberg, I think you have to learn to fight a little bit. Or no.
I think Zuckerberg just
that
got
guy's so
fitness.
into fighting, he doesn't have time for haircuts. he's
tanning.
I was gonna say, that haircut.
Yeah, see, that's just not gonna happen. That's just not.
Isn't
gonna
Elon
happen.
Musk in his 50s?
I don't think it's gonna happen.
Yeah,
he's in his 50s. He's a lot bigger. I think
he's fat.
Yeah.
He's very doughy.
Someone said he had 60 pounds on him.
If he lost 60, he'd look lean as fuck. You know, like he wouldn't die though. Like you've seen him all pale, getting hosed down by that fellow on his yacht that time.
I've seen his worst pictures. He looks better than that right now. He's on that Ozempic.
Oh, okay. That's like free fat loss.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It causes cancer. We'll find out in 8 years.
But yeah, he's on. I didn't make that up. He tweets about it a little bit, so it's like a thing. Oh yeah, Andrew Tate wants to train Elon Musk.
Wow, that's probably like the best fighter that Elon Musk has access to. That's insane. That's probably like Elon Musk is like, can I maybe, maybe to train, I'll buy every fighting arena on Earth and close them. Fighting as a sport is over, gentlemen, because I'm petty. And
I'm no Tate lover. I've been reveling in his hardships lately. But let's all agree he's very good at fighting. If Tate were here, I'd be very polite. I don't want
to be like an armchair critic. I don't want to be like an armchair critic, but every time I've seen Andrew Tate fight, he fights with like his chin straight up in the air, and it's not the best. Yeah, it's not the best.
I don't think I could take advantage.
Well, he has a big chin, which helps.
Good. Run. His
so you don't
in
think
the air,
Elon
Kyle?
Musk...
You got this. I don't know. He looks fast.
you don't think Elon Musk can take Mark Zuckerberg?
No, not in a million years.
I don't think so. No, I think Zuckerberg
again, because Zuckerberg has made it his hobby the last few years to learn to beat people up, and the other guy has.
And Elon just has the confidence of someone who usually succeeds.
So, what was the impetus of this? Like, what? Like, did Elon Musk like make fun of his sparring or something?
I don't remember the impetus, where it started. But like
Zuckerberg wants to fight. Like he probably is like, I want to do something. Like I've been practicing.
I'm sure he wants to fight because he's not in any danger. He is a clear winner. This is me and obviously Jesus from 15 years ago.
I remember that.
He should just
Not
challenge
even nervous.
the billionaires. Like, just challenge like the CEO of Twitter, Elon. He needs to challenge the CEO of fucking LinkedIn.
I'd like to see Bezos versus Zuckerberg because Bezos is pretty jacked now.
Bezos has got
that would be more fair.
But fighting
saw a picture of
Zuckerberg's
Bezos 10 years ago where he had arms, and now he's like, come on.
That is true. And the opposite happened to Elon. We saw a picture of Elon 18 months ago where he looked terrible.
Yeah.
And now we're frozen on that.
Let's pick on a woman instead. We've been tearing down men the whole show. Let's look at Bezos' lady. Look at the Bezos' girlfriend. Because
you don't like her?
Are you insane? That man,
I've never seen him.
He's like the second or third richest man on the earth who's not a sheik, and he's with what's essentially like a retired porn bimbo. That's her look. Right? That's her look. I don't know what her background is. She could. All right, not at the fucking award show. Show her down on the goddamn street.
I think he's a boobs man. You're going out on a limb here. He likes jugs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like this is her best look ever. Or like every time I see her, she like I can see she's got like loose skin on her stomach because it's all been lipoed out.
She can blow.
Yeah, this is like come on.
Oh yeah, looks a bit like Steven Tyler from.
I do see that. I can't tell what's going on with that belly.
I can find you a dude that's hotter than her in half an hour. Like she has
him on the show from time to time.
Yes. Finster is. I'd much rather have sex with Finster than this lady right here. Come on.
I don't know.
Finster buy dinner.
She could have a good personality. I don't know. Yeah, she doesn't look that bad here. I mean, she looks fine here. Maybe it's just the botox, rich botox.
Yeah, it's the
question is almost how hot do you want her to be, right? Because he's only so hot. He's like, would you want a 23-year-old drop dead gorgeous chick straight out of college?
If you do the Leo thing, then it's
a bad look. It's a bad look. She looks like someone who's worth $700,000 wife.
I love that. This is like the Wings of Redemption, like grading men by their trucks.
She really does. Like if Bezos had a cool million in his bank account, he'd have the exact same girlfriend. Is all I'm saying. Like the other 100 billion are wasted if we're just talking about his girlfriend getting potential, because you can get that at $1 million. Looking like him is what I mean. Looking like him, looking like a little ghoul man.
Who should he be with?
If I were Bezos, I would like publicly. You'd find someone who is presentable and
he's presenting her. This is his type.
Mm-hmm.
It's embarrassing, and he gets mocked about it constantly because he's with like a retired porn bimbo looking lady. Stormy Daniels is way classier looking than this.
I feel like you'd get mocked no matter what, though, because like Leo's with the young, pretty women,
Yeah,
they mock him too.
Who's doing the laughing though? If we're being honest, though, it's not us.
That's true.
No,
not us. It's not anybody that we know.
No, he's always leasing.
There's some random people on the internet who seem to think it's silly, but everybody else is like,
yeah, and he's just crying into his Revenant money.
Yeah,
on his fifth yacht.
I don't know why I'm defending this. I think I just like trashier women than Kyle. That might be what's up. I see her, and I think I bet she rocks the bedroom.
Maybe that's what's.
You could
is that a Steven Tyler joke again?
Fucking gymnast every night of the week. You could buy a gymnast, a team of gymnasts in an Eastern European country where they all look like Margot Robbie, and you could just bang a different one every night. There's no reason to be running around town with all that plastic.
So fact checking that is true, but is that what he wants?
Yeah,
or does he prefer
that's what I want.
Someone with a little life experience that he can talk to?
What's that, Anthony?
What's that?
You were trying to get in?
Oh, I just said maybe he just likes her personality. I don't know. Maybe she's like really into the things he's into.
She's so funny.
Yeah, maybe she is. Who knows?
She's the one who's been writing all those Amazon comedy hits.
What if that's the reason all the shows suck now? It's just Jeff Bezos not telling his wife no, that she can't write every show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know.
His last wife divorced him for what? Like a lot of money. I don't remember the amount.
Bill Gates, same thing. He was Melinda Gates. I only know her name because she's got some huge charitable foundation where she spent half his goddamn money, and then she took the other half when he tried to get a little pussy. Was he the one who was fucking the Russian like agent? Oh, so many of them turned out to be
Bill Gates.
Yeah, was it a Chinese? Who was it? They've got pictures.
I'm thinking of like
no.
Eric
She's
Swalwell
like it's a stupid game. It's like bridge. She's like a bridge player. And he competes in bridge. And that's how they met. And he fucked and cheated on his wife with her and lost like $50 billion.
Are you sure that Gates did that?
I'm like, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Nobody else.
Yeah.
Nah,
I'm not gonna.
Might have been somebody else. No, it was him for sure. The.
Oh yeah, it's true.
Yeah. Fact check, true.
Hilarious.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, I mean, he's got the money to blow. That's like $50 for us, you know. So
I don't know. I think that's like half his worth, twice over.
It could be. Yeah.
Does he care? I don't even know what money's for once you've got 50 billion.
I think it's just for say I have 50 billion.
I think she's cuter. I think she's better looking in the left picture than the one with a gun. I don't like seeing chicks with guns.
Really?
No. Too masculine?
Is it just they're flexing on you?
No, it's just that you'll never get this. No, it just never. It rarely looks good. And then occasionally you'll see a chick who's like way too good, and it's embarrassing. I can't remember the chick I met one time. Oh, it's Jerry Mikulik's daughter. Jerry Mikulik is like a world championship shooter and has been for so long that like our grandfathers probably watched him shoot. He's like 100 now. And I think he's the guy you probably saw on the internet shooting a revolver like crazy fast.
Yeah, I've seen that guy.
And he came down here one time and we were filming a thing with me and him and Eric, Rack Veteran 8888888. And I think his daughter was there, and I hadn't shot a handgun in probably 6 months. And I was just there to like make a thing pop, but I missed the target, and I felt bad because I missed the target. And then his daughter got up there, and she's like Annie fucking Oakley. It was absurd. She was way better than me at shooting, just so good, like an Olympic fucking athlete. Like it was, but I mostly just don't like when people put guns in the hands of dirty whores because it seems like they don't need firearms.
More of a principle.
So I'm not into girls with guns either, but I can see how guys are. Because here's the thing: every so often I'll see a girl with like a dirt bike, and I'm like, the dirt bike is an off-road motorcycle. I don't know if everyone calls them that, but a girl on a dirt bike, and I'm like, oh yeah, that does add like 3 points to her 1 to 10 score in like between my ears. So I could see how someone else might like chicks with guns.
What hobby makes a girl more attractive, Taylor?
More attractive. I mean, like the easiest, simplest one would be being very into cooking, like being able to make really good, high quality food regularly and liking doing it.
But I'm going to put this on 2 chromosomes. See what the ladies over there think that like, oh, he thinks cooking's a hobby. He wants a slave.
Cooking can be a hobby.
Do people not think cooking's absolutely a hobby?
Yeah,
like some people are.
I think cleaning should be a hobby too. Like I want a chick who loves that.
I'm good. I like cleaning.
It's the same. I like cleaning's a hobby.
Oh, I'm so bad at cleaning. I tried to hire my.
No, that's not a hobby.
It is a hobby. I want a chick whose hobby is picking up after me.
I was gonna say, I'm so bad at it. I hired someone to come clean like bi-weekly for a while, and they got a full-time job, so they couldn't anymore. And I'm like looking on like Facebook and stuff for recommendations, and it's all women. And I'm like, I'll hire men. I'm not trying to bang these women. I don't want to do that. But
you just need to find the best cleaning man.
Yeah, I'll take a man. I don't care. Like, I just want to.
I usually hire a prostitute to do the cleaning because when she gets there and finds out she's just cleaning up windows and stuff, she's always really relieved. And the pricing is good, competitive.
Yeah. I do the same thing. You just don't pay the hour, and when it only takes me 6.5 minutes, the joke's on them because there's dishes to do.
Yeah. Now you are going to snake my drain. Get it on my hair.
So those people obviously went down exploring for the Titanic this week and died. And what I was most surprised by, like the internet's always a dark place. There's always going to be like some people who make some mean jokes about it. But everybody seems to think it's real funny that some billionaires like died this week, and it's like, haha, the billionaires suffered and died.
Why didn't you pull yourself up out of the water with your bootstraps?
Yeah.
I have
And it's
seen
like,
some of that. Yeah.
I don't get it. Like, why do people actually hate billionaires? Like maybe there's one billionaire in particular you don't like. Like, oh, I don't like Elon Musk. I don't like what he does, or I don't like fucking Donald Trump, whatever. But anyone with money, we hate.
Mr. Beast could like cure cancer, but if he had a hot dog earlier, someone would point out he has mustard on his shirt and he's a piece of shit. Probably.
Yeah, he gets so much hate. They're like, Mr. Beast is a bastard. Look at him sadistically curing deafness in children for views.
It's like, all ego.
It is for views. You're brilliant. You mean he was making YouTube content to reach the widest audience possible? You really cracked the case here. What a piece of shit. What a scumbag. Like,
it's all ego that like it's if you're doing too well or if you're doing really bad, people will either kick you. People will kick you on both ends of the spectrum, you know?
Yeah.
I try to just stay in the middle. So this is why I'll never be a billionaire.
Yeah,
the reason that like people
that's why I've avoided that trap as well.
Like,
that's like when people are like, I'll go to the gym, but I don't want to get too big. It's like, I'll work hard, but I don't want to be a billionaire.
I don't want to be too good looking or too rich. People will hate on me.
Yeah, I'm gonna wake up one morning and these abs are gonna be offensively large. It's gonna be out of nowhere, and I'm gonna have to eat pizzas to correct it.
I saw the bathroom in the submarine was 2 bottles and
That's
some
generous.
Ziploc bags.
Ooh.
Yeah, by that logic, I have a bathroom right under my utensil drawer in my kitchen. There's bags and all sorts of things.
I have a bathroom right next to me, if that's the case, yeah.
I saw that the American subs only go 1,500 feet down. It was like 1,550. And that surprised me because this thing was like 12,000 feet down. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Damn, it's really deep.
Did you see
there's only like all subs only go like that comparatively short distance down. The only other vessel that can go down that deep apparently is owned by Gabe, like Newell, who invented steam. He has it's got a cool name also, and it's like the Deep Sea Explorer, and he has the world record for deepest descents in all 5 oceans.
Yeah, it's called like the Triton or something.
I was lost. Owned by Gabe, and then you said his last name, which I didn't gather, and then you said he invented steam.
Yeah,
I'm like, wasn't that invented like a really long time
you mean Archimedes?
No, he was the first to harness it.
I'm like, how does a man invent steam?
You know what's fun? Like the Gabe Newell like sub, I saw exactly what you're talking about, Kyle.
Yeah.
And when you see a picture of Gabe Newell's sub, Triton or whatever it's called, you can tell it's a real submarine. Like it's like, oh, none of that was from Home Depot. That was from like wemakesubs.org. Like all the pieces were special ordered. Like you can see the picture here. Yeah.
Oh,
like,
wow.
Looks real and secure. There's a million cameras and things. When I watched a 20-minute video of course on YouTube, there's everything. There's a guy with like 150,000 subs who's like, I'm the sub man. He's a sub expert. And I watched a 20-minute video of him from like 3 days ago. And literally he was like, these people are dead. Like there is a lot of discussion about air being left and how that would work, but they are dead. Like the window was rated for 1,500 meters and they are 12,000 feet down. They were crushed instantly. The idea they're rationing air is silly. Like, and at the end of that video, I was kind of like, yeah, but this guy, he is the submarine man. And it does make sense that like, what was it just hanging out down there thousands of feet?
Sounds like he was right about everything.
Yeah. It seems
they found the wreckage, right? Like you're up to speed. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Are they sure it's the wreckage?
Yeah, they're pieces of it. Like it's like the standing gear and stuff.
Yeah, apparently it imploded and the people died instantly. They're just done. Then they said they died instantly.
They would.
A while ago.
Yeah,
it's sad to see all the backlash because it's like for one, it takes a certain amount of bravery to do that. I think like I wouldn't fucking do it. You know?
No, not that.
So I don't know. It's just armchair people. Like Twitter's just fucking cancer.
Yeah, it's so analogous to the action. And I mean, this is not a novel take. I've seen so many people talking about it. Like it's so similar to the Titanic itself. Like the guy in charge of it was told, like, this is not safe. like, this is going to kill you. And they fired that guy and settled outside of court. And like, he knew, like, apparently the first test they did, they just lost communication at like 3,000 feet or whatever, 3,000 meters, whatever it was. Like, that's like, and then just getting back in and going and doing again. Like, I couldn't wrap my mind around the video I watched where he's like, and it's a Bluetooth controller. And I'm like, I know nothing about subs, but this is a bad idea, sir. And the CEO, he was like, we know it's a Logitech dog shit 2-star on Amazon device. And the guy's like, this is something that's made to be beaten around by 16-year-olds. And he like lightly throws it to show how durable it is. And he's like, we got multiple other controllers here just in case. And it's like, oh, okay.
I got mad
that's where you want to have a Bluetooth pairing issue, is at the bottom of the sea. Like,
I had no problem with the controller. I don't get why people have an issue with it. I have seen Xbox controllers in multi-billion-dollar pieces of United States military equipment.
It's wired.
It's what we use.
Everything. They don't do wireless shit for like submarines. They don't like things.
Well, look, I don't know about if it's wireless. That seems like an oversight. Insane. I'd want to let's plug that bitch in and make sure. Yeah, let's come on. But all the same,
bring batteries.
Oh my god! If you batteries low, we'll be fine. We're gonna be down there for 2 hours. Don't worry, it's on red, but we're fine. I'll lick them.
Does anybody have a Walkman? Perhaps I could borrow your Duracell.
I need 18 AAA batteries.
Yes.
So the official statement, like, did they at a certain point did they know they were dying, or did they just fucking implode randomly?
If it implodes, you're just dead.
Mike, I'm just guessing here, but that's how they make movies. That on its way down, it was just sinking. They all knew they were in trouble, and then implode, dead.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's not
that. Like if it implodes and it's carbon fiber, like they said, that makes it just absolutely instant because it shatters, and so it's just powderized.
Well, if the window broke, it just immediately threw them under. If at 12,000 feet, it's probably 6,000 psi. So I mean, that an oxygen cylinder that we play paintball with, like the scary carbon fiber wrap ones, are 3,000 psi. They're like double that at that depth. And so they just, I don't know what happens to a human body, but we have seen that. I think there's a video. There's definitely images of those. There's 2 or 3 of those submersion divers. The ones who do like they live at that deep depth where they're doing the welding and stuff. And someone operated the airlock improperly. Like they would have had to have ignored like 2 or 3 warnings, but they opened the pressure seal and everybody was pressured to, I don't know, a couple thousand psi, and they just explode. They just like
apparently what happens like this far down
chunks.
I was reading, and who knows if this is true or not, but because I'd never considered it. Apparently, like, it's so much psi that it like compresses the air so violently that it like is an explosion down there, and so like your body would just be gooified, like just it's just like an explosion. You're just not.
Think of all the little critters on the bottom of the ocean eating them. Probably
it's still better than like 95% of the deaths that people get. Like, I think dying in general sucks.
Yeah,
these guys got an instant one like that.
And it's cool. I mean, they did something like very brave.
It is cool. Yeah. I think that people are overlooking that.
People are just shitty. Like,
yeah, you're 100% right about that.
I'd rather go to space.
Like, why would people want to go down? It's like, yeah, that's not my area of interest. But if you're an explorer, it makes 100% sense.
People climb Mount Everest.
People climb. Why do people climb mountains? Why do you go to the bottom of the? Because they're adventurers.
I saw this fucking. It was really cool. This video of it was Everest, and it's this woman kind of freaking out, and some guys like telling her to like stop freaking out. But then, they're climbing Everest, and like someone's sliding down because they've like passed out, and they're sliding down the mountain. Like I saw that video a couple months ago, I think, on Twitter. But people die climbing. Oh yeah. There was one guy up there that I think they just called him like green boots or something because he froze to death, and he's just they can't get him off. He's frozen to the mountain.
I mean, nobody wants him either.
Yeah,
apparently green boots is an important landmark.
Yeah.
Like,
so like people want to challenge themselves. People want to explore. I mean, if they die, they die. So.
That seems like
I don't buy that you can't get the bodies or clean if you wanted to. Like I feel like people are always like, I got other things to do. I'm trying to climb Everest.
Sherpas. Like you don't even have to do it. You just have to show up there with enough money to pay Sherpas to, instead of hauling 200 pounds of gear, take a trash can with you and come back with it full.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, there are people who do that for a living and
or burn that shit.
Don't care very much.
Take 20 gallons of fuel up there, pile that shit up and melt it. I don't think there's going to be an environmental impact. Let's just melt it down right up there. Go up it's close to you're on Mount Everest. It's going to make stars instantly.
All right, that's a solid point.
Why do we want the bodies removed? Like, it's kind of a good reminder of what you're doing.
It's a good, skulls everywhere as you get up the
It makes Everest. It's not even skulls, just like frozen, dead-eyed, glassy faces. Just like some guy like in mid-screen.
Oh yeah, I guess there wouldn't be skulls.
I just passed the screaming child. We're almost to the top.
I wonder what their bodies look like up there. I bet they're pretty well
they're very
preserved.
Yeah, I think there wouldn't even be skulls. I don't think.
Well, freezer burned, but
they get that thing where it's like the skin's still there, but it's like like the lips are like black and like burned and like freezer burned.
It probably looked like wax, I'd imagine, but I've never seen a frozen dead body. So
yeah, I've only seen frozen dead bodies. I went on a big like
looking at one right now.
YouTube rabbit hole where I just was like reading lists and like reading everyone who's died on Everest and like the pictures of them, and then some of them are like, that's Orange Belt. We don't know who Orange Belt is, and no one's ever turned him over. So we're never going to know who Orange Belt is.
These bodies are not as attractive as I expected.
No, not sexy at all, huh?
Dad.
Well, I mean, I'd do them, but it's hard.
Gross.
It'd be tough.
Freezing.
It'd be one of my tougher ejaculates.
Dude, that sub. I've been thinking so much about that sub thing of like, I know me that I wouldn't have got on that craft to go 50 feet down. Like I'm not saying that I'm terrified of like the idea of it. If it was Gabe Newell's one and I saw that, I'd be like, I'm comfortable with this. Oh, there's YouTube videos I can find of this thing doing what we're about to do successfully. Like, okay, let's do that. This
That's
other
all it
thing,
takes.
Yeah, like I'd go down a little bit and I don't want to go all the way down.
What if this guy had a YouTube video? Like he probably did, right? But this wasn't the maiden voyage, was it?
They had never had a successful voyage this far.
I thought they'd been going up and down for years.
Not that far.
Some guy on Reddit said he had done it a few times and they lost communication every time he did it. But I mean, it's the guy on Reddit. I don't know.
Yeah, it's also it's a guy on Reddit. They don't know. It's the guy who found the Boston bomber.
Well, I would much rather go to like space than although $250,000 to go down the Titanic is a lot different than what was it to fly up on the Soyuz back in the day. The Russians were charging 20 million, I think. 20 million, something like that. Yeah, to go up in to the International Space Station.
In space, like at least going down in the ocean, you're gonna see like all the cool, or hopefully you'll see cool deep fish and stuff you don't see otherwise.
I'm on the other team, Taylor. I think in the ocean your visibility is like 6 feet, even with good light.
I was gonna say, I think space has aliens too, man. Like
and in space, your visibility is like a million miles.
But what else can you look at up there?
Aliens.
The Earth.
Look at the other
stars,
planets,
the moon,
the Earth, and then you go, man, that's nice. What else you got up here? And you're like, shit. 3 minutes in, and he's asking what else we have. You know,
I saw this from my parents.
He already clogged the shitter.
Yeah. Honestly, the photoshopped pictures NASA posts on Twitter are way better. This looks like shit. Like getting mad that it's not as good as the Photoshop NASA pictures.
You brought your binoculars, Woody. Now you can see 35 times larger than before. So now it's only 1 trillion miles away. Okay, great.
Yeah, you stare into the blackness of space. Wow, neat.
I wouldn't say I've almost died exploring, but I did go on a really remote like wilderness hike to this big waterfall, and brought my camera with me, like a professional deal, and nearly dropped it. And in my haste to grab the camera, because it's fucking expensive, I slipped. The camera's fine, but I slipped and fell on a rock, like just feet went out from under me, back hit the rock, and I was like this close from hitting my head. Pretty close. Slipped, fell into the waterfall, like ravine or whatever, and started like floating down the river. And I'm like, oh shit, this is not good. But I could have, I'm out there alone, nothing out there, nobody for miles. So
you would have been on really first bad. 48.
Yeah, And after that, I'm like, well,
I shouldn't be alive.
Yeah, it's not good.
Be alive.
I was that close that if I knocked myself out, could have drowned. That
would have been such a terrible way to die.
Yeah.
What?
Like, I just mean, I don't mean like the experience of dying that way. I mean like falling down and dying in such a meaningless way.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think a lot of us get to have some go out with a bang Marvel movie ending. I think. I mean, you could arrange that. You could head over to Ukraine. Like you make that happen now.
I'm gonna build a wildly unsafe submarine when I'm like 80. That's how I'm gonna go.
It's just
what are you going to be exploring though? Like what's the gimmick? What are you going down there to look for?
I'm going to explore the wreckage of the Titan.
It's just a chain of people dying over and over. I'm going to explore the wreckage that explored the Titan.
It's like
but you're not a billionaire, so one rowboat.
We can't find the sub. We sit in to find the sub. We sit in to find the sub.
I've got a hefty bag over the windows, like it's like someone's car without insurance.
Taylor just goes, "No, it's okay. I'm the sub guy. Just turn into the sub guy. I'm the sub guy."
I watched a YouTube video, and this is the strongest PVC they sell in the for sale aisle at Lowe's.
How strong does PVC hold up against?
I mean, strong, a couple hundred pounds.
Not enough for a sub.
I did some plumbing.
I mean, water's regularly like 150 psi in places, like so way beyond that. All right, I'm gonna guess 800 psi for like 1 inch PVC.
600 is my guess. Ooh, 300 to 600.
Yeah, there you go.
Facts.
Facts. Now I know.
What about CPVC?
What about it? No, don't look it up.
It's the same thing, but for heat. I don't know if it's stronger or not. That's what CPVC is, right?
Well, we'll get to the bottom of it.
All right. I have a question for the group. NickMercs lost his skins. Do I have his name right? What is the story? He did a sort of little bit anti.
Let me read the tweet.
Oh God.
The tweet was, "They need to leave the little kids alone. That's the problem."
That caused you could infer so much just from the lack of what was said. That, like,
he was talking. There's something about gay people, right? And he was like,
it was a riot. Some kind of school board riot thing where I could be wrong here. I didn't look.
He was talking about some trans issue for sure.
It was like they didn't want Pride Month being forced on elementary school kids in school.
Was it Pride Month or was it the story time from the trans men?
Or like the sex books.
No, it's not trans people. I forgot. I'm sure they'd like to read to the kids. It's the drag queens. That's right. That's the group that wants to read to the children so desperately.
I'm not sure the exact issue. I just know that he said that.
Well, we got to fight the power until we can read to them. That's all I know.
People lost their minds. They lost their minds.
The school voted to recognize Pride Month, and he said they should leave the children alone. That's the real issue.
Yeah. And he lost his Call of Duty skins for that.
Yeah. Well, to explain, he had in-game skins. Like you would get the NickMercs skin,
and they got rid of the ability to like sell. Yeah, that's bullshit.
And then it's such a fucking mess because Call of Duty is such a shit show. But they did that. He says that on Twitter, gets his skin taken out, and then TimTheTatMan is a skin with them. And he's just like, you know what? I'm standing with my boy NickMercs. Take my skin out too. Like after a day or two. So within 3 days, this creator skin bundle, both are gone, and it's like this huge fucking backlash. If you go to Call of Duty's Twitter post right now, you'll just see tons of people just saying "leave kids alone, leave children alone" underneath their posts on Twitter. It's pretty funny. They've gotten so much backlash lately. Activision have in general, and this is just another thing to pile on. But
you're always keeping up on the COD, the Activision.
I don't understand the far right. Like, let us have those children. Give them to us.
Demand access to others' children.
We will take them by force.
Matt Gaetz and Jim.
None of NickMercs has anything to say about it.
Keeping the children to themselves.
Right-wing terrorists. Don't make us take your children.
I was going to ask you. So, how's the beef with Hutch? Have you guys gotten to a safe space with skill-based matchmaking?
We had a little. We had a cordial debate, cordial as it can be on my channel. It was one of the. It was pretty funny. This is at the time. It was one of the worst performing videos I've made in the past like 5 years. Nobody seemed to like anything he said on my channel. Nobody seemed to agree with anything he said on my channel. And then that was that pretty much. And then
worst performing in views or
it was it just didn't do well.
Nobody cared about his take or your argument.
I had a lot of a few other people on my channel. And yeah, he just didn't get a good response.
Would you box Hutch to settle things once and for all?
Yeah.
I mean, $10,000 probably be enough, right? Like travel.
Nah, I'd need $100K.
Yeah. Oh, come on, man! You're gonna break the bank. We're not gonna.
I'm worth more than Wings and Boogie.
I agree, and I really like that. This is like a tall guy versus shorter guy fight because he's like,
he's like 6'4" or something, isn't he?
He's a lot taller than me.
He's
6'4", 6'3", something like that.
He's a taller guy, but I think he's a little fitter than he once
super
was.
Skinny, but I don't know if he is anymore. I remember he started lifting weights a while ago. Don't know if he does that anymore.
Yeah, I would steal that fight on the internet and watch it.
I'd watch the highlights in a GIF.
It's pretty funny. Yeah, I think we're in the same weight class though. So
yes. If he's still very skinny, maybe that could be a good fight. A COD, the skill-based matchmaking, the ultimate skill-based matchmaking.
I'm 5'8", 160. Yeah, I've been boxing on and off since I was a kid. Funny story, actually.
Well, you're gonna fucking ruin him.
Yeah. Never say that again.
Me? You call me Mr. Boxer.
I'm Mr. Gloves.
They call me Don Punch.
No, I took up boxing as a kid because this is a true story. I'm not trying to say this to sound badass because I was like 6, but I broke a kid's nose because he just pissed me off.
He wouldn't trade you back your Alakazam.
It was something like we were playing and he pushed me down too hard, and then I skinned up my hand and I saw red and I broke his nose. I punched him in the nose until I broke it, and then his brother had to take the fall. My parents would have got sued, but after that my parents were like, let's enroll you in boxing so you can punch people without getting sued. And I'm like, okay, cool. And then ever since then I've just followed it, trained it. I trained it when I was younger. I had a little league boxing thing I was in.
Okay, so you really know what you're doing.
I know enough to know that Hutch it wouldn't be fair.
Right, that's it. Like, let's make it not fighting, right? Because people have a misconceptions about fighting. They think if they get really mad or if they're, let's make it playing the guitar. And here's you, who first picked it up at 6 and has been fucking around with guitar for most of his life. And like, I entered a competition here and there. My father had, I'm a competitive guitarist. How well do you think you do against someone who's never played?
Yeah.
It lopsided.
Very well. Yeah.
It would be one of those things too where like I don't know, man. It's just he's not a very athletic guy. And I don't
have a good vibe for that. Like does he not do sports? Has he never been into athletics?
I've seen him.
I don't think
he's very athletic. I mean I'm not trying to even throw shade. It's just he doesn't strike me as athletic. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he's maybe he plays basketball on the side or something. I don't know.
Maybe this will inspire him to get boxing.
I'm such a retard because I evaluate people by their in-game character, and I'm like, I don't know. Like, I've seen him jump out of windows, throw back Marty Doms. Like the guy's got skills. Are you sure you want this?
Yeah.
But there's no real beef. I mean, we had that thing, and then I saw him say something dumb on Twitter. And I'm just like, it's like oil and water. There's just something like I don't have any beef with like anybody anymore. Like any kind of issues, like I squashed them. But him, it's like maybe he's just the world's best troll or something. But I can't stand reading what he says. So I just blocked him. I did have a bad take because he was having some channel issues, and I'm like, is this motherfucker like view botting? And did they ban him because he got demonetized because Google said he was like view botting his YouTube channel or something.
I heard something.
Yeah, and I'm like, is he view botting? I didn't know what was going on, and then people were like, no, he's not view botting. It's like bullshit. And I'm like, oh, well, my bad. And I personally apologized to him in a DM.
I'm just asking questions.
But
I'm just asking questions.
I don't have any beef. Like, it's just oil and water. It's like some people you just get along with, some people you don't.
Well, you know what they say. You just got to keep interacting with them.
Yeah,
and it'll get better
until done.
The sensible thing is just like to say, "Hey, that was a bad take. Sorry," and then just block him because I don't want to see what he has to say. I don't know.
You reply to him and then you block him.
No, I waited for him to reply and he didn't. So I'm like, well, he's probably still pissed that I said that. So,
have you guys followed the Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Joe Rogan Twitter beef stuff?
I've seen Joe Rogan roasting the guy.
So, not exactly. So he had Rogan had RFK Jr. on his show. The guy's got a terrible voice. He is a Democratic candidate for the presidency.
Unlistenable voice.
And I've done a little research. He's a bit of a whack job. He's also, interestingly enough, married to the actress who plays Cheryl on Curb Your Enthusiasm, who is like Larry David's wife, the blonde character.
Is she hot?
Yeah.
Yeah, Larry David's wife.
Yeah. And they got to talking about vaccines and all this other stuff. And he's like blowing Rogan's mind when Rogan's like, we got to tell the people about this. He gets into that mode. And then they're on Twitter, like calling out this virologist. They're like, and Rogan's like, $100,000. You need to come on my show.
The virologist started it.
Someone did. Like there's this $100,000 throwdown for.
Yeah, I did see the virologist.
And the virologist is like $100,000 is way too little. I think he said maybe like 50 million or something like that. And then everybody got mad because remember the guy who caught Eat That Pussy, EDP, being a pedophile, and literally that guy also showed up at the virologist's house, and that
was the guy who showed up at his house.
The same guy.
Yes.
Okay.
That guy shows up and he's like, "Hey, you got beef with Rogan," or whatever he said. He was actually very polite about the whole thing. Everybody made it seem like they stalked him down. It's like, I don't know. I've seen the nightly news do this a million times. Show up at somebody's yard. Yeah. What do you think about the sewing committee?
I saw you liked a Facebook page about Trump. And it's like, I'm a 52-year-old woman living in a trailer park. It's like,
but it's pretty interesting. And I had to find out, like, who is this RFK guy? Like, what does he believe? Who's your daddy and what does he do? And I went down this little rabbit hole on him, and I don't want to call someone an AIDS denier sounds hilarious, but that's what he is. He is iffy on the connection between HIV and AIDS. Like, I don't know what he thinks it comes from. And he's one of those people. I think he was saying something. He wasn't saying the water was making the frogs gay, but I think he literally said that there was some water somewhere making children trans. Like something so close to that it's not splitting hairs to say literally that.
He said that 5G gives you brain cancer.
Yes.
My mom said that.
It disrupts the blood-brain barrier.
Yes.
And Joe's like, Wi-Fi. He said this about Wi-Fi. He's probably got 5G beef too. But he was like, Joe, Wi-Fi. You don't even know, Joe. Everything in my house is wired, Joe. I plug right in. It breaks down the blood-brain barrier, Joe, and it lets that cancer get into your brain. And Joe's like, how does it break down the blood-brain barrier? He goes, well, now you're just out of my expertise, Joe. I'm sorry. I don't have any.
Is that really what he said?
Yes, that's exactly right.
The blood-brain barrier. And Joe's like, that's interesting. How's it happen? And he's like, I don't know. Actually, I'm lying right now. I don't know.
That's the problem. So, like, if you don't know what you're talking about, like I don't, and like Joe Rogan doesn't, it's easy to get baffled by this guy who's done some research, who's quoting other quacks, stuff like that.
Famous guy.
But
he's a historical figure.
Really?
Yeah. He was there at the inauguration for JFK. Like he was 6. Like this guy was there throughout major moments of history. Yeah. Like moments of history that are in movies that like he was there. And it's like, yeah, that's my dad and my uncle. Those are the guys in that Forrest Gump movie you like.
How on earth did you watch anything about that guy? I watched part of one clip on Twitter. I got maybe 40 seconds into when he's like,
Kyle, if he talked like that, it would be, I could deal with it.
Wouldn't it? It's worse.
It's not just his froggy voice. It's the fact that he is 80% filler words. Everything is but it's all this gargly like and it's like, bro, spit it out. You're running for president of the United States. You need to be a professional communicator. You're going from podcast to podcast to talk show on the news. You're doing interviews with breaking points, and you can't express yourself without filler words yet. Goodness gracious!
Yeah. And
even the thing I learned about commentary, like several years ago, is like try to get the uhs and the knows out. Like still don't do that.
Yeah, it takes 2.5 months to get that sorted out. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? Fetterman
I was baffled by the voice. The voice. I wonder if it's disease that he had.
Probably a vocal cord surgery.
Emphysema.
Maybe.
What the fuck?
So
because
there's a medical condition with the voice, but it doesn't explain why he can't speak without filler words
eloquently. Yeah,
I think that his voice just does not work. Like I think he's like having to use more breaks because his voice always sounds like it's gonna like gurgle over or like turn over. Like terrible. It's like he has to like tamp it down with filler words to keep from like vomiting. He sounds like he's about to vomit the whole time he's talking.
There's reporting that Steve Bannon convinced him to run. And he speaks at all these Republican conferences, and he pals around with Roger Stone. And
he's a false flag Democrat. This is great.
People say that. I don't know. I mean, I just read on the internet. What the fuck do I know? But
Trump's winning again. Look, what people don't understand is there's this big organization. They're like when Roe versus Wade got overturned. That wasn't just look, this kind of happened. They'd been working on that for years, coordinating. There was a big party in a room full of people like, we did it. We did it. That was us. Those same people are trying to get Trump back in there. They're sending in the false flag Kennedy. This is great. This is great. Now it can work. DeSantis is not going anywhere. It seems like I really need to see a debate, but I don't know if Trump's going to allow very many debates. It seems like he can control everything. He's almost like the incumbent.
DeSantis sucks.
I was wrong the last time we bet. So with that in mind, I have equaled my false confidence from the last election cycle, and I think Trump is going to get whooped up on. Now, definitely in the general, I'm totally confident. In the primary, I can't explain why. I just think that his baggage is going to weigh him down.
I don't know, man. I don't think so. I think it's like I think it's going to fuel him, if anything, and fuel his campaign. I think he's gonna like not clean sweep, but like.
Did you see his interview with Brett Baer? Did you guys follow that?
Bad.
Not at all.
All right, it was super duper bad. One, he admitted to all the felonies he's being accused of by Jack Smith. Like he just flat out said, like, "Listen, I needed more time to go through the boxes, so we told the DOJ that I returned them and that I didn't have them anymore." And like he just
Brett, I've talked to a lot of people, and it's only the homosexuals who even care. Why do you ask?
He admitted to all his felonies that he's being charged with now. Not a good look. But the bigger picture is he reminded me how Biden beat him. When Biden won that, all he did is stay in his basement, make Zoom calls with donors, and let Trump do the talking. And everyone voted against Trump. Well, not everyone, of course. You got a lot of votes too. Yeah. But now let Trump go on. Even Fox News. He can't handle a fucking Fox News interview at this point.
Well, Fox News interviews aren't what they once were. Everything's getting shifted around. It's really interesting to see what's going on with the mainstream media. Trump's about to do a town hall on MSNBC.
Mm-hmm.
The guy at CNN who had the Trump's last town hall, not the last one because Fox News has done one since, but the CNN town hall guy got fired. They got rid of him.
Really?
Yeah.
And I don't know what that means for CNN's direction. The CNN was trying to make a direction. They were like the news of the left, right? Like I would argue before Trump, they weren't as biased as people said they were. But then during Trump, they earned every bit of criticism that people leveled at them. They became I forget that guy's name who would go to the White House press conferences and it started with an A, I think, and always snipe at him and shit.
Jim Acosta. Yeah, it was just
Acosta. Yeah. Thank you.
Agency.
You're a disgrace.
So they're trying to move away and fix their reputation. And part of it was the town hall. But the town hall was kind of bad news. Stocking it with Trump-friendly people, I thought was a step too far. And that guy got fired. So is CNN going to abandon its move to the middle and go back to where they came from on the left? Or are they going to continue to do that? Maybe better this time? We'll see.
Yeah, I don't know. I saw the Hunter Biden thing came to some weird sort of ending where he pled to like possession of a firearm by a drug user, which is an interesting charge. And What was the other
just
stuff?
do
There's
not
some
care
tax
about Hunter
evasion.
Biden.
Tax.
Yeah.
Man, it's
His DMs were funny that leaked. The messages were funny that
he's
leaked.
such a wild man. He doesn't give a fuck.
He's
Dude's
Charlie.
running around banging.
He is Charlie.
He's
Wild
that
card.
dude is a 100-millionaire son of the president who travels the world fucking whores, doing wild drugs, crack cocaine, and
He loves
methamphetamine.
crack.
He loves it, and
He
and
makes
what am I
no bones
missing?
about it. It is his favorite thing to do.
Again, I feel so square.
Yeah.
That guy
Dude,
is
what
so
would,
fucking
John
cool.
McAfee would have a lot of respect for Hunter Biden.
Like
be like,
Hunter
yeah, that
Biden
guy's
knows how to have
pussy.
fun. I bet Hunter Biden is a blast to hang out with. I bet he knows all the good spots. I bet he
Would you
can
do
lean
meth
toward
with
a
him?
waitress and what I would do any drug he's doing.
Crack. Yeah, he's
I
not
wouldn't.
crazy.
Crack,
I wouldn't do
meth,
meth.
whatever.
I wouldn't do meth or crack. I do like.
Yeah.
I do a little coke
I
probably.
bet he does like crocodile.
What's
those
the
scary
help?
Eastern European drugs.
What is the health or like concern issues that of crack cocaine over powdered cocaine? Like I've done powdered cocaine, no big deal. I'm not going to get addicted and do it every day for the next 30 years, so I think I'll be okay. So like, what's the problem with crack? Why can't I just bang out a couple rocks of crack cocaine?
It's frowned
If
upon.
there's one thing I learned in school, it's crack cocaine once is fine.
Or two or
that
three times. You can do crack once a month for the rest.
As long
of your
as you're not
life.
addicted
No
to
issues.
anything, it's probably not that bad.
If you treat crack like ice cream, you'll be fine. Oh, should I?
A once a month treat.
Should I treat myself this? I've been good.
All right, one spoonful. I
one
won't
rock.
use a bowl. I'll just use a spoon.
Well, I
and walk
overindulged
away.
in ice cream, and so I'm now going to fix it with crack.
But I'm telling you right now, if I'm hanging out with Hunter Biden and he offers me a crack rock, I'm 100% gonna smoke it
When in
every
Rome,
single time because we're not getting in any fucking trouble. There's no way I go down and he doesn't, and there's no way he goes down. So we're good.
You're a natural fall guy if something did happen. Actually.
I was right. I'm recording everything we do. I'm like on camera with Hunter.
Oh, that'll help.
Lighting my rock.
That's genius, Kyle.
They are
Man,
going
you should-
to. You will be melting in a Ukrainian barrel by the end of the fucking evening when they show up and they're like, "Hunter, you've been smoking crack," and he's like, "I haven't been smoking crack. It's fucking that guy. It's that guy." And they're like, "Sir, have you been smoking crack?" And you're scratching yourself in the corner.
I'm on
'cause
Facebook Live doing all this.
recording.
They're not taking me down. No, I would
a
absolutely.
large deep fake video that you are no longer allowed to talk about surfaced on the internet.
I would absolutely hit the crack rock, especially because I would assume that he's an aficionado. That this isn't some street crack. That Hunter Biden, billionaire / 100 millionaire / son of the president, went out to his like connect and was like, "Give me that good stuff." And they got him like a real good crack rock with that. It doesn't taste all chemically. It probably tastes like strawberry shortcake. You don't
I
know.
have this idea there are a few life experiences that'd be really cool to get, right? Wouldn't you want to smoke a J with Snoop Dogg, right? Like he's the guy to pass the blunt with. I think I'm using these terms right. And if I'm with Hunter, we're gonna snort coke off a hooker's ass. That's what he does.
Whatever he wants to do. I mean, we can hide some documents. We can take some bribes from Ukrainians. Whatever he wants to get up to, we can head down to Georgia, maybe hide a few ballots.
I would like to
Whatever
do
Hunter
steroids.
Biden wants to do.
I would like to do
He'd let you get one,
steroids
too.
with. I'd like to do steroids with like, Arnold
Rock.
or something. The Rock.
Rock.
Yeah.
The Rock.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, The Rock knows the good steroids. He's never got acne.
I would have gone Chris Bumstead. That's his name, right?
I don't know who that is.
Oh, really? He's
Bumstead?
he's a Mr. Olympia in the classic competition.
Why would you
Greg
go to the guy who
Doucette
abuses them
worships
for a
this
living?
guy. What's that?
Why would you go to the guy who abuses them for a living? I want an
He's
actor. Who just,
outstanding at it. His physique's better than The Rock's.
yeah, but we're not. You don't want the Rock. I don't want to be gigantic either way.
The
I don't
Rock
think you know
works
this.
out a
So
shit
there's, it's just, there we go.
Oh,
Look
yeah.
at that. See, this isn't the open competition. This is classic physique,
Kinda looks
and
like
these
poop.
people actually look pretty aesthetic. Maybe a little too big still, but it's not like the size freaks in open.
He looks delicious somehow.
He looks like he
Turkey.
fell into Willy Wonka's chocolate river.
I think he tastes
looks
like
he's-
caramel.
He looks like well smoked. Like you could pull off some of that
Oh,
bicep
like-
and it would have like a hickory
suckling
flavor.
pig.
Yeah.
Dude,
Suckling pig look.
Can you
This
imagine the
guy's-
macros eating this guy?
Put an
This
apple
guy's
in his
physique
mouth.
looks so much like Schwarzenegger's to me. So that
No,
you don't see it?
Arnold's got a bigger chest. Arnold's got a
chest is
huge
so
chest.
insane.
Yeah.
I I've seen them compared, and I think people consider them to be roughly equal. It's hard to know who's wins.
This guy looks wider. Like this guy's wider, maybe, but Arnold's got the better chest, I think.
Look, the quads are just absurd. Yeah, man, we're doing a lot of male body looking.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm all about it.
To be fair, it's Woody and Zach.
I'll own it.
I'll own it. Dude, sometimes you just need to look at Jeff Nippard for 40 minutes. Sometimes that's just what you need.
I want to talk about fucking. Did you see Elon Musk tweeting that cis and cisgender is going to be treated as a slur?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I love that. I saw someone tweeting that.
He's memeing.
Probably, yeah, he's memeing. I saw him. Someone tweet that at Finster. That's gonna complicate things explaining who you are now, I guess. No, that Elon Musk is awesome. I don't understand why everyone hates Elon Musk. He's here entertaining us, and every week it's something fun and funny. And he's not afraid to take an L. He takes plenty of them. He doesn't care though, because he's like the richest human being alive. So he just keeps like making rockets and cars, and some people died, and he doesn't talk about
that. People who can't take an L are a pain in the ass. Guys who are wrong and just can't admit it and say, yeah,
oh, he won't admit it. He'll just keep moving on. like
he'll ignore it.
He won't
deny it.
But I feel like he's taken some L's. He's admitted it and gone back.
Yeah, I like Elon Musk. I love that he owns Twitter.
That is fun.
The whole thing. I wish he would enforce the cisgender thing. I that would be fun. Just to start banning people. I don't care.
There should be a random ban of the day, and no one knows what word it is. And it's not even necessarily an offensive word. Like it's just
you should ban anyone who uses the LGBTQ acronym, but they haven't gotten the newest prefix on the end, or they haven't gotten the newest.
I would put the plus on there.
I would ban vibes. The word vibes. Yeah,
the whole church. Anyone who said good vibes,
I'm just vibing, or
I would lose ick. I don't want to hear that. Like, oh, this is giving me the ick. I don't want to hear anything about that. I'm okay with drip at this point. I've come around on drip. It's kind of like
drip's kind of old now, isn't it?
Drip's come so far around that it's kind of corny now, and I think it's funny because of that. So I like talking about my Diablo character's drip, but.
Yeah, I use drip exclusively in the context of how I dress a Tarkov character.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. I don't mind that a bit, but I don't know. I think we need a good culling. I wish the pandemic had been much worse.
I mean, who knows? There might be another one in 50
That's
years,
one of my many
5
scenarios in which Donald Trump does become the next president. If COVID comes back this fall. And it's bad, and they wheel Fauci back out, and they mask us all up. Everybody get back out of those offices. Economy goes to shit. Gas prices will go down, but everything else is starting to look crazy. We're all looking for Tiger King Part 2 or Act 3. We're losing our minds again. And Donald's like,
former President Trump's ratings soaring after the news that homosexuality has gone airborne.
and Donald's promising to let you out of your house. He's like, put me in, coach.
Go outside your house. Outside? It doesn't matter if the gay guy sneezes on you. It won't work.
I think if they ever do a lockdown, like a traditional lockdown again, people are just gonna be like, no, I don't think so.
That's what it was like in Missouri for most of the time.
Yeah, I do it. Yeah. I remember the last lockdown. It was like, I've been locking down for 4 weeks already, to be honest with you.
You were getting practice in?
Yeah, I had discovered Tarkov, and I pre-gamed the lockdown.
I was back on the Rogan thing. Like, it made me think, because if I were like the expert on something and I got invited to come argue with someone that I was confident arguing against on Joe Rogan, I would do that. And it got me thinking, like, what little thing would I be supremely confident debating against anyone? And it is so pedantic, but I would be ready and confident to debate anyone on the topic of fighting in hockey. Anyone who's of the opinion that fighting has to be removed from the sport, I can thrash them in a debate. Dominate them. If Joe Rogan invited me and he said, hey, we've got ones of people, it's you asking for this topic, come on the show, I'd be like, yes, absolutely. You don't have to donate to charity because I'm gonna butt fuck this idiot.
I would find an old enforcer who has CTE and can barely speak, and you would have to debate him.
Yeah, look at this idiot. He doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm like, Mom, I'm like, today, Junior, today.
He's crying in the middle of it.
Oh, wait.
Taylor, he can't.
Just everyone takes the other side because I'm so unlike him. I didn't have an opinion, but this guy's a prick.
You could do Lord of the Rings.
Yeah,
I don't know what I would debate that on. I was thinking like a pro and
somebody, yes, maybe somebody that doesn't like it. You can be like, no, you're wrong.
Yeah. Just like a subjective debate.
Somebody
that wrong. It's good.
With a superior trilogy.
I could
saw
do
they
that.
sold the right. So
what would you guys? What would each of your topic be that you would be confident going on Rogan in a debate? It can be as pedantic as my stupid hockey fighting thing. It doesn't have to be like fucking abortion or some shit.
I would. Either
I think yours is obvious.
Mine's obvious. I would do boxing and like pro boxing and just discussing, I guess, who the best fighter is, or like techniques or something, or Call of Duty.
Not skill-based matchmaking.
There's more to Call of Duty than that, but yeah, like I'd do that too. Yeah, it's just bad in Call of Duty. I don't actually mind.
You versus Hutch on Joe Rogan.
We already did it, and I think it would put the viewers to sleep. Truthfully, it would be a bomb.
Well, I have confidence you could win those debates.
Yeah.
And for Kyle, I'm trying to think something.
I know a tremendous amount about working out. How to make that happen? Yeah, I just consume.
You want to lift it
hundreds
up.
of hours.
Don't push it down. That's too easy.
Yeah, I could do that because I don't think it's as I don't know. I think I'm pretty good at simplifying that thing down to just a few things. Or steroids. I'm a big fan of steroids in all sports. I could probably argue that point.
I got a question for you.
That's
Kyle.
a good one.
I saw an undefeated female to male boxer. Now he had only had 3 fights, and he had a full beard, but he was born a woman.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, all right, this guy's clearly on steroids because women don't grow that kind of beard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Who's advantaged here? Is it the person who went through a male puberty who's like a natural guy, or the steroid ridden chick with the beard who's a guy now?
The man,
the biological man.
I mean, an equal skill, the man's going to win every time.
Yeah,
for sure, and be stronger every time.
He is way higher than his.
That won't matter.
Okay.
She doesn't have like just biologically, men are better at fighting, throwing hands, like just the mechanics.
Yeah, my best friend's a girl. I wouldn't call her like, I won't call her like mannish, but she's more like tomboy or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
She punches like a windsock. Like it's terrible.
I mean, this is a professional athlete. Like this chick can throw despite the vagina, but I just think like starting out and like it's going to be a case by case basis. There's some dudes I went to school with. I remember fucking Robbie Copas, dude. There's plenty of chicks could have beat up Robbie. You know, those chicks on the basketball team,
Robbie,
those stout young ladies could have stomped his ass out for sure. Like there's plenty of weak ass dudes. It's just by and large, you know, men are just always stronger
on average.
Question for Taylor: if a girl took steroids, right now that she's on it for a while, at this point she's not even recognizable as female anymore. She vibes male, she looks male, etc. Is she funny yet?
I'll listen to her Tide 5 and be like, God damn it. You know, that'd be so funny. It's like watching a woman stand up and then she like before, after stand-ups of like female comedians going on T to be funny. Like
performance enhancing drugs.
They come out.
I've been getting a whole bunch of shit. People claiming I'm on some sort of performance enhancing drug, testosterone. Yeah, right. I'm just a funny bitch. Like,
oh man. Speaking of that, did you guys see Renfield? I think it was with Nicolas Cage and.
I watched Renfield? 3/4 of it.
I hated it.
A movie.
I hated it.
I hated it too.
I turned it off.
I liked the parts with just Nicolas Cage when he's doing his thing and hamming it up and being Dracula. But everything else.
The women in that movie are so unfunny. It made me think of that.
That Asian lady was the worst actress I've seen in a real movie ever.
Yeah. No.
I don't know what that was.
Painfully. The jokes overall were bad. But the women actors especially were terrible.
Yeah, I don't know what that was.
So,
I watched it because it was free on Peacock, I think.
But I paid for it, and me and my girlfriend both turned it off. We were just like, these women aren't funny, and Nicolas Cage is not on the screen enough. Let's turn this off and watch fucking Friday the 13th, whatever.
Yeah.
This
yeah, sucks. I didn't like it. Like I said, I turned it off as well. I don't know. The special effects were corny too. Yeah. I don't like those blood effects. There was a little bit of gore, like real gore, like in camera stuff that was good too. I like that. But as soon as I see like the CGI blood sprays and like characters flying around looking all wonky, I'm not into that.
It made me think. It made me think too of the all-female. I just call it the all-female Ghostbusters that came out.
I didn't watch that.
I didn't watch it either, but I've heard nothing but bad things. So.
Let's talk about it in depth. None of us have seen it.
It's so bad. It's so bad. If you watch the trailer, you're like, no, I don't want to watch that. Like it's bad. It's bad. It looks bad.
Yeah. This is my favorite CrossFit athlete, by the way, Woody. I finally remembered her name. Wow. This is a subreddit called CrossFit Girls. All you gentlemen out there listening, another just
Danny Spiegel
chef kiss Reddit.
She is an absolute unit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
those legs, man.
I saw her wearing this shirt.
Can you show this,
like,
Zach?
Girls who eat or something like that. Like she's putting some calories down. She is thick as fuck.
She's legs, dude.
But she has defined abs also. But you're right. You can't do that without calories. Goodness.
Yeah. I've seen lots of clips of her on YouTube Shorts of just her set to like, montage music, pounding out weights and stuff. Mm-hmm. The CrossFit game seems silly though. It's like lots of like, I don't know. The whole thing seems a little silly, but it's fun to watch.
It is. No, I'm super impressed. Like, I feel like I'm just straight up the evolution of a fucking branch swinging monkey because I can't get my legs to grow like super. Like I can squat pretty good weight, but they don't look like her legs. You know what I mean? Like I
how many reps do you do?
I can do about, let's see. I think I can squat about 200 pounds for about, I'd say 8 to 10 reps.
Yeah.
Currently, I'll probably do more.
For growth, you just want to do hypertrophy is what I was getting at. 8 to 12 reps and 3 to 4 sets.
Yeah.
Twice a week.
It's just, I can't ever, I don't think I can ever get a butt like that. Like my girlfriend would even comment on my lack of butt. And I'm like,
that's genetics
out,
a lot too. Yeah. Like Woody's got crazy calves, and it's not because he does heel raises every day, all night, or anything. He didn't grow up like grinding that skill. He just got those points on his creative class.
Yeah,
but there's steroids work.
Yeah, butt.
Do they work on calves?
Not in. You could get butt injections, I guess. And as a dude, you could probably get some fat sucked away from a trouble area and put into your ass for a little bit better balance. I wouldn't go as far as getting an ass implant, though. Although when you think about it like this, think about ass implants, like you bring a cushion everywhere you go. Like you just got a nice gel, like silicone gel cushion back there everywhere. That
the purple grid or whatever, like in your butt.
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be good.
I wonder if it's got to be more comfortable. Like if you're sitting on
I have trouble. Chair. Yeah, I have trouble with any kind of chair that's not like this chair. If I sit too long, like I can't fucking do it. I don't have the butt, man. So I would love to have a good butt one day. But
you kind of sit on the back of your thighs. I'm sitting now and kind of paying attention to it.
Me right now?
Yeah. Well, I'm sitting down. Like, where's my weight? It's kind of on the back of my thighs, my hamstrings.
Mine's a pretty evenly distributed against the back and then the thighs and the butt. This chair is amazing. So,
what kind of chair is it?
This is a steel case Leap. Very expensive, very worth it though. If you want to sit in comfort for like 12-hour gaming sessions, this is the fucking chair. I swear by it. I'll never get another chair. If this one breaks, I'll buy another one.
This is the only chair I've ever had, and I like it a lot. And
That's the only chair you've ever had?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah. It's never had an issue. Like the leather's good, the stitching's all good. It was everybody back then was getting those DX racer chairs or something. They were like $300, and this one was like $600. I just got it because I think it was the same time I bought this desk. I went and bought like $8,000 worth of PC shit. I think it was after I got arrested. I needed to kill some time. And but yeah, I like this chair a lot.
If you sit like for a living, or I did like a 12-hour gaming session yesterday. Fucking never even thought like my butt hurts, my back hurts. Like I'm fucking just on cloud 9 here.
Yeah, so. I've definitely like played Rust for 16 hours straight or something before, and it would just be my feet would start to swell and my neck would get like all jimmy jammed up. I've got to start like cracking it to like get it to pop and get loose again.
Yeah,
but we've been playing Diablo IV. I've never played a Diablo game or even a game that's, I don't know what acronym is this. Is a
action RPG?
MMORPG.
I think it's an action RPG, Diablo. Yeah.
Never played anything with the top-down look quite like this has, and the movement system like this has. But I'm liking it, I guess. I think I'll like it more as I rank up and I'm able to unlock more things and create more synergies and kind of understand how everything works. There's a lot to do. There's so much to do.
So Diablo is one of those games where there's a population out there that's tremendously skilled, right? They just live and breathe this game. Have you bumped into them? Does that turn you off? It's a downside of a game to me. Like,
well, there's no PvP.
To start CS:GO. Wait, there's no PvP?
No, we're fighting the forces of evil.
Yeah.
We're fighting hell.
Shit, then. Okay.
Yeah. We're and you can go and like play by yourself. You're just exploring those. It's kind of like Skyrim or a game like that, where everywhere in the world there's goblins and ghouls and caves to explore and shit. And you're always looking for a better sword and a better magical wand and a better helmet. And this helmet's got rubies in it. Those give you more health. And but did you enchant the rubies? No. Fuck. It's one of those games.
Doesn't enchant his rubies.
Man, you can play by yourself, or you can play with like a 4-man party, all kind of running together, and you end up in this scenario where you have 4 heroes surrounded by, I don't know, like 30 demons that look like the Satan himself. But we're like shooting electricity and snowballs and turning things into ice. And Taylor has his character's a necromancer, so he runs around with like 8 or 9 skeletons following him everywhere, who just beat the shit out of anybody who gives Taylor any guff.
Yeah. You can see where my character is because I have like a platoon with me. Like it was like Scum was telling me, he's like, all right, you want to upgrade your bone splinters and your bone spear. That's the best attacks. And I'm like, okay, I've done that a bit. Should I also upgrade all my skeletons and so I can summon more and make them stronger? He's like, well, no, you don't need to. And I'm like, I'm going to devote myself to this now. And I did. And my skeletons are all the way upgraded as much as I can for now. And so they have like 50% more HP, 50% more damage. They do,
and they're just always with him.
They're always with. They heal themselves. All I have to do is like, if I kill someone, I can raise their skeleton, and now it's part of my army. And so like, anytime my guy's a glass cannon though, and so like if I get hit, he like takes a shit ton of damage, and so you just have to like pull back through your skeleton force, almost like it's a total war, like pulling back through different units to protect yourself. It was fun. I like my character. It makes you feel a lot safer to have the skeletons around.
Diablo looks good. I played Path of Exile, which was by the original team that did Diablo 2, I want to say. If you get bored of Diablo, Kyle, check out Path of Exile, because Path of Exile 2 is coming out, I think, soon. And it's I mean, I've never played Diablo, but Path of Exile is fucking amazing. Great game.
I've been I know my buddy Scum's been playing Grounded. That's the Honey, I Shrunk the Kid game. I played a bit of it on console, and playing by myself plus the controller made it not a fun experience, but I bet it would be more fun. No, it came out last year, and it seems juvenile at first because you're like, which child do you want to be? But then the spiders show up, and it's legitimately frightening. They're scary. There's
a mini game, or is it like you're leveling up and
there's a lot to do. You're shrunk down in a backyard because of an experiment gone wrong. You can do 4-player co-op.
I've seen the film,
and
I'm very familiar. I haven't seen Terminator or Titanic, but I'm very familiar with the Honey, I Shrunk the Kid.
But it's just it becomes a survival game essentially, where you're crafting spears and bows and arrows and exploring the entire backyard and opening up every part of it. But there's lots of insects that'll fight against you and try to kill you, and you build bases and weapons and all sorts of shit.
Sounds cool.
It looks pretty fun. I like I said, I just played a little bit of it on console, didn't like it, but I know they've been playing a bunch on PC and have.
It's a cool concept of a game.
I love that movie.
I haven't seen it since I was a kid, but I really enjoyed Honey, I
Was
Shrunk
that Dana Carvey? Was he in that? Who
no,
was
it? It was Rick Moranis.
Rick Moranis.
Rick Moranis.
I get them confused. Those guys.
That's what I'll go on Rogan and debate.
Okay.
That's Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
As a kid, there was a part where
third film where the baby's terrorizing Las Vegas.
That's true.
Because the experiment had gone amok and it was large that time. Honey, I blew up the kids. Of course, we know.
They're shrunk down to an inch tall, and they come upon an oatmeal cream pie, and they haven't eaten anything for a couple days or something like that, and they're all in there just getting these big double handfuls of the cream. And as a kid, I was like, oh my God, this is the best thing ever. It'd be worth fighting the scorpion.
Yeah.
It'd be worth competing with the ant for the cream.
Dude, I cried when that ant died. I think its name was Auntie.
Yeah. That ant would have fucking bisected all of them.
Yeah.
Oh.
That ant would have body bench pressed all of them above his head, then ate them. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, it didn't. It let him climb aboard its body.
And ants can lift hundreds of pounds. Did you know that?
It carried them through the yard, and it battled with a scorpion just to save them.
Yeah.
That's a good movie.
It is.
True story.
There's a lot of lessons in it too.
Yeah.
The only thing
based on a true story.
Based on a true story. Yeah.
Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. You can.
I remember
that
like even watching that movie as a kid, like being like, dude, Professor Moranis, have a little more confidence in yourself, because like he's like they got no confidence going around like, oh, I'm just a bumbling scientist. It's like, dude, you are at the final steps of a shrink ray. Have a little ego. Like, be like, you are. Oh, that's just something I tinker with in the garage. No, you're the greatest living scientist. Clearly, like, have some gumption. Feel good about yourself. He had a confidence issue, man.
Oh, that reminds me. Have you seen? There's a movie where you can pay to be shrunk down, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids style, and they put you in a tiny world where you get everything you could ever want, because it's obviously much cheaper to give someone a tiny paradise. Like, you can make a tiny resort with tiny little tequilas and tiny little hookers for way cheaper than you could experience them in the real world. We could build a resort in our house, like one of those model trains.
Yeah, but then I guess they have the technology worked out.
Everybody is
unshrinking.
No, I don't think you can come back. I think you pay like a one-time fee. It's called downsizing. That's the name of the movie. Everybody's paying to get. Might be Matt Damon, but everyone's shrunk down in this little like resort world.
That's bad news. It just takes like one ornery 10-year-old wandering into that room to murder you.
It's secure
for now. But then when all of shit comes crumbling down, you're in the fucking teacup society, and you're gonna be.
It enslaved. Does feel like you're giving up your power.
Yeah.
Everyone pays into this though. Like it's like a billionaire sort of like thing.
It's like a submarine thing.
What if you decide to just disrespect the billionaires?
Well, then they'll call the big people and they'll come and grab you out of the resort, and they'll be like, "You can't disrespect people here. You go into a different."
In this situation,
world.
I am.
You live in a snow globe now.
See, this is a terrible system.
I didn't watch the movie, to be fair.
You said it was Matt. You said it was Matt Damon in there?
Yeah,
I think it is.
I get Rick Moranis and I forgot his name, Dana Carvey mixed up.
Yeah.
I get Mark Wahlberg and Matt Damon mixed up constantly. I get Lawrence Fishburne and Forrest Whitaker mixed up. I don't know what it is.
Forrest Whitaker has the lazy eye.
Well, you can tell the difference because Forrest Whitaker is always whispering. He's always talking way down like this.
Who do you get mixed up?
Mark Wahlberg, Matt Damon, Forrest Whitaker, Lawrence Fishburne, Dana Carvey, Rick Moranis.
For some reason, I thought you messed up Forrest Whitaker and Matt Damon.
Oh, no.
And I'm like, yeah, that happens to all
Dude,
of us.
Never mix up Forrest Whitaker and Matt Damon again with this one simple trick.
I just remember that Mark Wahlberg was the one who hate crimed that Vietnamese man.
He's getting memed. I don't know what he's doing. He's like 50 something, and he's doing these weird like teenager. Have you seen him doing these weird like almost like teen videos where he's just like, "Yo, I'm here, at the Taco Bell wearing my gear." And it's some like sponsored gear, and he's like, "Bless up." And he does like that. And he's like 55. And then people will just make the hate crime jokes in the comments. Just that over and over. I don't know what he's doing, but it is
really hard to be in your 50s. Let me break this down because, like, first of all, you're not really in touch with what's cool. I don't have any high school friends. Like I got nothing going on. So I'm just very removed from this. My idea of what's cool is cemented in
you
the
gotta
Saved by
keep
the
high
Bell
school
area.
friends.
Yeah. All right. So that's part of the challenge. The other part, even if you do know what's cool, even if every so often, like you see, I see all the kids are wearing fucking Yeezys now. Nope, not you. You're not allowed. You are trying to be somebody you're not if you're too cool. And you somehow have to thread this needle of not wearing New Balances while mowing the yard, while simultaneously not wearing Yeezys while grocery shopping or something.
That's
wrong too.
That's a good.
It's hard to get it right.
You need to find the middle ground because, like, I think the most important thing, especially as you get older, is you never want to try too hard. You know what I mean? I think when you're trying too hard, that's the death knell. If you're trying too hard in either direction,
I used to be with it. But then they changed what it was.
Yes. And now what it is weird.
Now
and
what I'm
strange to me.
Now what I'm with isn't it anymore. And what is it seems weird and scary.
It'll happen to you.
How are
here
Crocs?
I am still tied with an onion on my belt because that was the style at the time.
Yeah, that was the style at the time. You couldn't get white onions, so you had to get big yellow ones. The Kaiser stole our word for 20, so it was 19 dickety 2. We used dickety.
How are Crocs presented? Are they? Because I wear them because they're fucking comfortable. Some people pick on them. Some people think they're cool. Ironically,
I don't own Crocs. I
bought some. They were too small, and I never returned them.
That's a great story.
Where are they now?
I went to go put them on. I'm like, oh, my heels are hanging out. They're in my closet.
Oh,
what size shoe do you wear?
13.
What?
Send those my way. Those will fit just right.
I think that Crocs must run a little small because they are not big enough. Though. Well, then you know what? Next time I see you, I'll bring you those Crocs.
Awesome.
Taylor, you're always telling us how Midwesterners drive. Get on it.
Yeah, I'll just
deliver
pop
the
down
Crocs.
Just drive a quick 11 hours to Georgia.
Each way.
I wear flip flops a lot. Like where am I going? I don't need to run. If I'm gonna run, I'll wear running shoes. But like most of the time, I'm wearing flip flops. If I go out and like super casual shit, like I wear sweats a lot. Basically, what I wore in prison. I still have those same Nike flip flops from prison. I wear those a good bit. I like those a lot. They've got the little nubs under your feet. It's just nothing but the little nubs.
Yeah,
like those a lot. But I don't own any Crocs. I think I'd have to draw the line there. I do think every time I see someone put them in sport mode, though, I laugh.
Yeah, I always wear them in sport mode, dude. Like,
Wait, what have a sport mode?
Dave, is that when you put the strap around the back?
Yeah,
that's when you wear sunglasses while you're walking
I saw this
around.
Black guy. He's like, he sees something going down in the hood. He's like, oh shit, let me put him in sport mode real quick.
Sport mode. That's hilarious.
Sport mode's this when it's down, right? I never wear them like that actually because I like to just slip them on, so they're always like.
It's a fine Croc you have there.
Doing that. Thanks.
It's a fine Croc.
Wow.
I would imagine that your feet sweat and it gets slippery in there.
My feet are an anomaly, so I don't. See, that's another thing too. No, they do sweat like a lot. I think I've talked about this. I have such wide feet. I can't. I had to get special made like shoes. It's
you have to get special shoes.
Yeah, it's like triple E. I think it is triple E, quadruple E.
Triple E.
Yeah, Crocs fit out of the box, so they're very wide, so it works. Yeah,
we use Crocs or like a Croc-like shoe in prison as shower shoes.
Yeah, you can use them in the shower.
Yeah.
Truck stop showers. A lot of truckers will wear Crocs because you're not going to get any funk on your feet.
They're probably the ultimate shower shoe. They don't they're made of rubber.
Yeah.
Have any of you guys used a truck stop shower before?
No.
I've seen it up close though. I didn't shower though.
I heard it's a good.
Is this a story?
No, nothing like weird or anything.
I was curious.
I just remember every now and then I've been in a scenario where I've got to make like an 8-hour drive and I'm all sweaty and it's like, fuck, I wish I could have it. And I've considered going in one of those places or even getting a motel room just to take a shower real quick. But I've heard they're really nice in there. I don't think there's like crazy stuff going on in there. They got cameras and shit. Like I've always heard they're really nice.
Like, these truck stops are competing for truckers' dollars. So they're trying to keep it nice. If you have a shitty reputation with moldy showers, people won't go there.
Explain Holiday Inn.
Right. And explain American bathrooms in general. I have this friend, he's Dutch, and he's like, this is like a third world country in bathrooms. If you go to the bathroom at like Huddle House or IHOP or something, like there's urine on the ground and like single squares of toilet paper soaking in it. And like this isn't you've seen this scene before.
Yeah.
The faucet.
My bathroom's right there. Yeah.
The faucet, I don't know what the dial is that turns the sink hot water on the faucet, but the handle part, they're like worn and not clean and shiny and dirty and you know, the whole fucking thing is unsanitary. You can't put your shorts down by your ankles. I have to like hook them on my calf.
Tie your shoes before you go in there.
Yeah, right.
I get totally naked.
We third world bathrooms.
You can't do that legally in American male bathrooms.
We have disgusting bathrooms. It's because it's the same thing that makes people awful on the internet. It's the anonymity. If you had to,
I think it's wokeness run amok.
Nobody's gonna know who left that giant turd.
I've done it. I've ruined a bathroom before, but it was I couldn't help it. It was coming out and it went everywhere. And it's like, what am I, a janitor? I'm not cleaning that up. I would have to ask for supplies to get this properly cleaned, and that's not happening. So I just ran for it. But that can't be what happens every day. Now I've seen the people on Reddit who just take shits in line at the dollar store and try to play it off. You haven't seen these videos? Oh my God. I saw this dude. Imagine like 2 shopping carts at a dollar store in line. And the dude who's second in line steps to the side a little and starts kind of having awkward body language and then pulls his sweatpants down just below his ass cheeks and drops a couple turds right there in line and takes a side step away from it. And immediately you see the person next to him go, and like spot the shit. I saw another one. I did a lot of shit videos.
What's happening at Dollar Tree?
I don't normally kink shame, but
this guy is passing by an outdoor restaurant. Everyone's on the patio. It looks fancy. I see wine glasses, well-dressed couples, white people. This guy is passing by in the foreground, and he sort of starts jogging a little, and each stride he is shitting liquid diarrhea and splatters onto the ground. Waiter goes, ugh, and starts directing people away from it. And everybody just starts staring at the mess he's made.
Man,
that's in Western countries. Don't even get me started on what I see in the Far East.
In India, yeah.
These people, India, it's considered rude not to shit on the floor in someone's house. It's like, what, he didn't have to go? He said, well, what happened?
I'm not sure if you can show this picture, but I have proof of this. So a buddy of mine worked at Walmart before. He was not a janitor. He was not a cleaner of any sort. He was an employee. They had to call everyone in after the store closed because someone took a shit so big in the toilet. They had to have like a meeting on what to do with it. Some genius.
We gotta get corporate on the line.
This is 100%. I have the picture of the fucking turd if you want to see it. But,
I would like to see it. I guess.
I actually went and while Kyle was telling that story, I got it. But no, this is a true story. Like, so they're having a meeting. Like, what should we do? We can't flush this thing. It's huge. What do we do? The first, like, some guy just immediately just says, "Let's pour some bleach in there. Let's bleach it." And then they're like, okay, they didn't question it. So they do it, and all it does is it just makes the turd a lighter color. So I don't know what that was about. Makes it a light brown, like an auburn. And then they're like, well, maybe we should just like take a picture of it and send it to a plumber or something. So this is the picture. We call it, we dubbed it the saxophone turd because it's shaped sort of like a brass instrument. Where can I send it at? Where's a good place?
There's a chat on the right.
Okay.
Just tweet it.
Private chat.
Tweet it? If I tweet it, I may get banned.
Just tweet it.
Not anymore.
Tweet it at Hillary Clinton. You'll be fine.
Tweet it at Elon Musk.
You know what? I am going to tweet it because I can't get the chat to work.
You're going to just tweet it. All right. Zach, be Hardscope and BlameTruth's Twitter. So it's
just going to be tweeted, and I'm not going to.
We probably won't be able to see it on this. Can you just look at big pieces of shit?
Just right. The text should just be burrito night. Damn.
Burrito night.
Or you should claim that shit.
All right, here it is. I'll link it. I can't. I'm gonna have to delete this probably after, but I'll link it right here.
You just tweeted it.
I did tweet it. Yeah, there it is.
Oh,
Wow. Oh, something about poop is hard to look at.
That is hard to look at.
I gave it a glance.
We're going to delete it now.
And I did notice that there's a significant amount of it under the water as well.
The most
it's like the Loch Ness monster coming up. Like
the most upsetting thing about it is the water is no longer translucent. It has turned into
foggy.
It's just it's chocolate milk. Like it's
soupy.
I think that's part of the bleach. Yeah.
When your Cocoa Puffs you stir them around a little bit and the milk turns chocolate. Yeah. That's what's happens there.
Dude, this giant shit reminds me of. I remember in grade school, probably like 5th grade or so, I went in to go poop during school, and there was a shit in the toilet that at 10 years old, I did not know shit could be that size. Like it was the girth of it. It was like a soda can and like twice as long. And I was blown away at the size of the shit. So, but at the time I was like, who the hell is that? I just went over to a different stall and pooped. Yeah. And I remembered that. And the next year, I went over to a friend's house, and I went into his bathroom, and there was like a doppelganger shit of the one I had seen at school. And I knew immediately, I'm like, this guy is
you
the
had like that
pooper.
Eureka, that detective
I had a Eureka
hunch
moment. I was like, oh my God, it's you. You're the one dropping these absolute baby arms in the toilet. These disgusting, ludicrous sea serpents.
You walk out of the bathroom like Phoenix Wright and you point at the guy and you're like,
it was you. Yeah, no, it was like I don't know how it would even, you'd have to like have a stick to break it up. Is that big of a
ever poop in the woods, Taylor?
I have. I
love it. I love it.
Yeah, I was shocked at how big my poops were. And I realized that I had a misconception about the size of my poop in general because it's in the hole of the bowl. Yeah. I really only evaluated the tip of the iceberg. When it was just out there in the flats or in a hole I dug myself, like I really got to see the impressive magnitude of what I can do.
You don't appreciate the scale until you shit in like a bunch of leaves, you know? And
I shit in the non-woods. I was it was in the
mall.
It was
in a Dollar General.
Dollar General. Yeah, and I'm tired of Kyle fucking promoting these videos of mine. It's getting more. I was out shooting just in a giant wilderness area of Idaho many years ago, and I was with my ex and her dad, and we were shooting, and Idaho does not have trees the way like the Midwest and the South. Like there's no big giant forests. And I remember finishing some shooting and just having that urge of like, I have to poop right fucking now. Like right now I have to go. And there's nowhere for me to go because we just have a pickup truck and we're in the middle of this giant field. But there was a slight kind of hill, just kind of a hill. And so I was like thinking like, where do I shit? And so I was like, you guys stay here and do not gain the 4 feet of elevation needed to see on the other side of this hill. And so I like ran over there and like got to like a lower part on the other side of this a very gentle, gradual slope, by the way. Like I was like looking like to see if there are any other hunters that were going to be looking at me through their scope while I'm shitting. And I like fired out a shit fast as I could, took off my sock, put my sock on my hand and wiped my ass with my sock. God. And it actually
white sock?
It was a black sock.
Thank God, at least.
I mean, I threw it in the field. It didn't come back with me.
Oh, I thought you took it back and washed it.
No. Okay, I thought it might be a 2-sock job. It was a 1-sock job. Socks are really good at wiping your ass. So yeah, I've done a little. I'm a bit of a woodsman.
A bit of a Daniel Boone.
Yeah,
you know?
I'm a bit of a survivalist.
I had a similar thing happen. I was on a hike. This was back when I was pretty fat. I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but like, I was hiking something I was not equipped to hike at the time because I was too fat. I was not in shape. So I was hiking like this straight up fucking incline, you know, with a friend of mine. Mm-hmm. We got to the top. I don't know what it was, like the constant just steps up, you know, because there were stairs too leading up to it, like wood stairs on the trail, cobblestone stairs, whatever. But right when we got to the top, he's just like, whoa, man, that's pretty tough. And I'm like sucking wind. I'm like, it was pretty tough. You need to go over there because I got a shit. And I just told him to go over there, you know, 20-some feet away. And it was a pretty public trail. I could have gotten arrested, but I mean, So you got to go when you got to go sometimes. So
sometimes you just have to go. And at least it's out in the wilderness. A bunch of flies are going to eat it.
Yeah.
You know,
around here. So if you go to altitude, that shit lasts forever.
I guess that makes sense.
That's the problem.
Have you ever shit from altitude, Woody? Just,
yeah.
Like you have one of those those pajama with the buttons, and you just open the hatch. You're dropping little man.
So I have never pooped from a paramotor. I don't think I've even peed from one. But I have hiked at like 12,000 feet and such. And if you do that, shit doesn't turn over like it does here. Dude, I could drop a 1 foot diameter log. This is an actual log made of wood, not a log. in the South, and the bugs and the whatever will make it go away in a couple of years. Yeah, you'll be able to smush it with your hands.
Yeah,
but I could poop at 13,000 feet, and 5 years later come back and visit it.
I wonder how that works on Everest. Like, there's no way you can shit.
I bet someone's taking a shit. I bet someone's taking a shit next to the green boots guy. Yeah.
I bet people pack it out.
I think on Everest they're more concerned about dying than packing up their shit, right?
I bet there's a culture around it. Like 1,000 people go a year or something. You can't have them all pooping up there. Poops last forever.
I don't know. There's dead bodies.
Yeah, I mean, no.
But also, like, there has to be a elevation where you can no longer safely shit. Where it's like, hey, you can't just take your pants off for 2 minutes and shit because your thighs will be frozen.
Yeah, you go frost, your asshole will freeze shut or something.
Yeah, you're gonna get like half of your shit out, and you're gonna be like trying to get it to fall, and it's gonna freeze to your asshole. Now you're gonna be breaking off a shit sickle.
Shit sickle. I would be mortified if I climbed Everest, not at the dead bodies, but if I saw like a saxophone shit like that one I just sent you guys. If I saw that climbing Mount Everest, I'd be like, "This is the omen. Like I'm dying."
It'd be a landmark. A saxophone poop.
Yeah, we're passing big shit.
It's only 3 more hours from here.
My buddy's gonna get such a kick that I shared this. We've been like, we'll randomly send this fucking photo like once a year. This is like a 10-year-old turd, by the way.
Dude, I bet people commenting on it are like, "Dude, what the fuck? Why'd you?"
Yeah, no. I deleted it. It was only up for like 30 seconds. But if you saw it, you saw it. If you didn't, sorry.
It's disgusting.
But, yeah, he's gonna get a kick out of this story being shared. I just think it's funny that the first thought is not like, plunge it out or like call a plumber. It's bleach it, like pour some bleach on it. That'll dissolve it or whatever.
I can't imagine like any solution but, hey, whoever the pooper is, be honest, go in there with a stick, go to the bathroom department, get a plunger, then just throw it away afterward.
I think they did have to chop it up, like break it up with some
Probably.
sort of
go to the
stick.
kitchen section, get a Ginsu knife, get in there, chop that up.
Isn't that basically what a plunger does? Just it breaks it into smaller pieces so it can flush.
I think
the plunger is creating the
force.
suction.
Yeah,
it pulls it out and lets it get another try. But when it goes back through the second time, it's all busted.
No,
up.
the plunger I think actually pushes. I think it's.
I actually use a tuning fork to break.
Plunger is about the pull. Yeah, if you're trying to push with the plunger, you're doing it wrong.
Oh, either way, he's gonna be ecstatic that I shared this story. I think they did have to break apart the. I think he got in trouble because they broke apart. If I remember the story right. They broke apart the turd with like a broom handle. And then they threw away the broom, and like somebody got mad at, like the manager got mad, like don't throw away the broom.
That's the doo-doo broom.
Yeah,
that's the designated shit broom now.
I was gonna say that same thing, Taylor. We were racing to that one.
Only at Walmart.
Yeah,
not really. Just like
live money, save better. Walmart.
Just everywhere.
Great.
We were talking about that transgender boxer earlier.
Yeah,
it made me wonder, why are men better at everything? Like boxing, you can see it's puberty or whatever.
Size.
Oh yeah, I was looking up the best female chess player to have ever lived. Once in the 90s, a girl cracked the top 10. What is it about chess that women can't do as well? Why did we invent 99% of everything that is? Why did we build everything?
That part of like it's just like women and men have different IQ distributions. Like, there are way more genius level men than there are genius level women. And there's also way more genuinely retarded, stupid men than there are stupid women. Women tend to cluster more around the middle. So like there are very few like really dumbass women. But when you meet like a chess prodigy, like it's going to be a guy. Like that big outlier, generally it's a male.
And also, you know, patriarchy aside, it has been for a long time a lot more acceptable for a woman to not go become an engineer and grind her 20s away doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, you don't understand, Dad. I'm making a titanium gaskets for the Air Force. It's very important.
No, sweetheart, your path to wealth and success is the Stairmaster.
Yeah.
Hit that, baby. Go find
an awesome male invention.
Yeah, there's an expectation, I think, and even in streaming and YouTube and stuff, I noticed that there are a lot of women that will get popular, but are they as popular? Will they ever be as popular as a Dr. Disrespect or as even like a NickMercs? You know what I mean? Like, rarely will you ever see a woman on that level.
Popularity, profitability can be different, though. I bet Amouranth is just really raking it up per viewer. You know, Dr. Disrespect gets, I don't know, 20 cents a viewer every 5 years. Amouranth gets $5 a viewer every week.
Could be, yeah.
I bet she makes a bananas amount of money.
Did you just get $100 million kick deal?
Yeah, no, I think so.
No, that's that streamer.
She got one too.
She got one too. Yeah.
Yeah.
What is that guy's name who got the 100 million one?
That was who was it?
Wasn't it like XQX?
Skinny guy.
XQC.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's wild. He's making more money than LeBron.
They'll probably get the Kai. I can't say his last. I can't pronounce his last name. Kai, whatever from Twitch as well. They'll probably get him over on Kick, I imagine.
Yeah. You just want to. I don't understand how Amouranth makes that money though, because you can just head over to any number of websites and all that content is free.
There's a weird like. There's the hot tub streams. I think it's like something to do with. It's more to do with like
personal connection.
Yeah,
bit of a parasocial relationship.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, because you can go to streamersgonewild.com. You're welcome. And like all that stuff's on there for free.
I'm on there. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hot shit.
Yeah. What's it called? So I can put that on my do not go.
Yeah.
You want to blacklist this one. Streamers Gone Wild.
Streamers Gone Wild.
Yeah. And you can just search for your favorite influencer, or you can like hot for today, top rising, that sort of thing.
Jared Fogel.
Streamchat.com.
Not Jared Fogel, my favorite streamer.
I Googled Streamers Gone Wild, and you probably find the right one. But yeah, Amouranth. I saw her. She had this quick little video on Twitter or something. She's like, "Oh, y'all giving $100 million deals? Let me get ready." And she's got like a pool, a stripper pole, and like I don't know, a headset or something. She's like, "All right, I'm ready. Let's go."
Yeah.
Right. Give me my 10 mil, my 100 mil.
Yeah.
It's interesting to see that too, because like. I can't imagine
at all. I'm on the wrong site. I got a pop-up window for Jerkmate.
Goddamn Jerkmate! I'm just trying to Google some women.
Well, okay, so sign up for Jerkmate. They're going to send you a code. Scan that QR code. You have an authenticator.
What's interesting about
scan the QR code? You're going to get a text immediately from XY12345 capital Z.RU. And you're gonna click that. And
are you the youngest one here, Taylor? You're how
I'm
old?
32. 32.
You're the youngest one. So what's interesting about the male and the men and women online thing is that like since I started at 18 or whatever, I think my stuff's gotten better. I think I've consistently grown, as a content creator. And what's interesting about that is like there's a different. I think I don't know. After a certain point, the women content creators will not grow, and we know why. You know what I mean? It's very interesting to know that, like theoretically, I can keep doing this until I'm fucking like 60, 70, whatever, as long as I'm still entertaining. But a woman content creator, people are there for different reasons. So after like 35,
don't you prefer older women, like 40s?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Or who? Me? I don't really have
that's right. You got a fucking old lady fetish, and you're acting like these ladies are gonna age out of the game. Meanwhile, you're the guy. Oh.
My last, I dated a girl just recently.
I like my women infertile.
I dated a girl a couple of years ago.
61-year-old woman playing Among Us. This is hot as fuck.
She was sus. She was 1 year younger than me, so she was at the time 31. I was like 32. And then most recent girlfriend's 23. I don't really. I mean, as long as they're not like,
it's more fun if I imagined you with like some.
Yeah,
I'm a cougar hunter.
Yeah. I think some old ladies. I'm
not
down.
a cougar though. Like an
what's after
cougar?
Cougar.
Death.
It was a term.
The Grim Reaper.
Yeah, the Grim Reaper. What's after cougar? Just a dead cat.
Puma. Puma comes after cougar.
No.
How old's a
some
puma?
old ugly bitch made that up. I'm a puma, and it's like, you're disgusting. You're 91. It's over. You don't see any 91-year-old guys calling themselves silverest foxes.
Silverest foxes.
Oh shit! There's a whole scale, and they say.
Oh, by the way, I was wrong. It's not streamers gone wrong. It's gone wild. It's influencers gone wild. That's what it is. There's a link over there for you. Just.
Oh, thank you.
Jaguar, Panther. Why do they have? Why are they 8-year spurts or like 9-year spurts?
0 to 12. The house cats is a 12-year.
Whose job was making this list?
I think the FBI needs to keep an eye on them.
Age 100 plus is a lion.
No, it's not. It's dead. Those are dead women. You fuck 102-year-old woman, she will die.
Yeah, a 102-year-old woman is called Japanese. That's who makes it to 102. Japanese people.
Every now and then you see like a black person that's that age. They look like an oil painting at that part. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Every once in a while you'll see like a 112-year-old like World War I or II veteran. That kind of thing.
There's that black guy with a cigar
who was like lived to be like 109 or some shit.
Yeah, he died like last year.
Oh yeah, 109.
God,
that's a good run.
I feel like if I was 109, I'd be like, dude, don't talk loud. I think God forgot about me. I might live forever.
Fingers crossed. You're like deleting your YouTube channel, everything.
Don't draw any attention. He does. It's like bedtime when I was 8. Like just being super quiet.
Don't move on the couch.
Called up.
Jackie, shut up. It's gonna find us both. Yeah, not being 109, like any age where like your child could die from old age. That always strikes me as so weird because there's that French woman, Jean Calment or whatever, the oldest recorded living person at like 122. And I think like she like outlived her kids who died of old age in like the 90s. Like having a daughter die at 93 from old age and you're alive.
I've always thought the Queen lived too long. Like how old is King Charles? Is he like 70 something?
75, I'd say at least.
I thought he was older than that, but
I don't.
Yeah,
probably.
Yeah, he's been waiting around this whole fucking time to be king.
Yeah, maybe he got it lucky. Maybe Prince is a better job.
74.
Yeah, I mean neither of them are real jobs. Like you just have to like go to fucking public appearances and shake hands with like the Prime Minister of India.
But you're also supposed to like resolve disputes amongst this pain in the ass family, and everyone looks at you as the leader of this thing. Wouldn't you rather be Prince, the guy who just like exists off to the side, get all the benefits and none of the bullshit?
They don't pay taxes. They're enormously wealthy. At least the king doesn't pay taxes. Perhaps the rest of the royal family does. I don't know.
Prince Andrew's going wild being a prince.
Wait, is he the rapey one?
Oh, the rapey one. Yes, living his best life.
Who did he rape?
Children.
He was on Epstein's plane and such.
Yeah, he was in Epstein's bedroom. He was banging. There's pictures of him. There's like an arm wrapped around a 14-year-old girl, or maybe she's 16. Who's to say?
Who's to say?
I believe what the prince says.
You trust the prince. He's a prince after all. What's another? No princes are bad.
It's he said, she
Lucifer.
said. You got the prince's word against that little girl.
Who's
going to believe a child over a prince? I believe she was. Wait. Yeah.
Even Prince might be too high ranking. If you could top out at like a duke, where no one's really paying attention, you still have a lot of land, you have horses, you're in a polo, like that is a good place. You still like you're the Duke of Edinburgh or whatever, which I don't know what that guy's responsible for. I imagine it's just a great title because his family used to be the dukes, right?
Yeah.
Like
I
he
don't
just
understand. The royalty rankings and the countries that make up England don't make any sense to me and never will.
We looked it up. We did we know that dukes, that's the highest because we looked up stuff like barons and the other shit. And so like that's all like kind of nobility, but like a baron was like way lower tier than a duke or a duchess. And so if you want to be a Duke.
Going back to that though,
I want some diplomatic immunity. I want like free transportation with a guard all the time. And I want one of those like never-ending bank accounts where even if you did kill it, somebody you just get a stern talking to and they fill it back up. You know what I mean?
You want your own Jeffrey Epstein money man.
Succession.
Yeah.
You want that Succession type lifestyle. I was thinking with the whole Titanic thing, that's totally the kind of shit that one of those kids would be doing. Like they would have started a whole like, $250,000 a pop, Dad. The whole fucking submarine only cost me $8,000. Like it'd be some sort of nonsense they'd be into. They'd be sweeping it under the rug when everybody got vaporized or imploded or whatever.
If someone asked me if I like going back to that though, the whole like you don't want to get all the fucking glory, not glory, but all the shit that comes along with like being a king or whatever. Like if somebody offered me $1 million and I could just stay under the fucking radar versus 100 million, but I'm in the public eye, like, you know, Elon Musk or whatever, I would probably take the 1 million. And then just be like, yeah,
not enough. You got to make it more. You got to make it like 5 or 10.
Maybe like 10. Yeah.
I'd take the 100 million and then just build a giant like wall around my compound. Just like I think that's what Zuckerberg did. He has a giant wall around like one of his compounds.
Yeah, you buy the neighbor's house. Yeah, you know, like I think 100 million buys you a whole bunch of enforced privacy.
That's what I forget which
private military.
Who's the automotive show that Taylor likes?
I want those coffin dancers from that video. That's my boys. Sunglasses and everything.
You're gonna get them. Yeah, that won't get old immediately.
That's security.
Just bang. Stop stomping around my goddamn house. That's just ruining the hardwood.
Coffee table down.
I don't know.
Put the coffee table down. There's grandma's in there.
I realized in the past like 2 months, especially, I got a new gaming PC, and I got Walmart Plus, so I get my groceries delivered. And like
Walmart Plus, what shows do they have?
Deliver fucking liquid death to my door. That's a good show. But
the show on Walmart Plus is Moonshiners.
I was like, man, I haven't been to, you know, I quit like grocery shop and just got my stuff delivered just because I don't know why not. And I actually went to the grocery store recently and like there's screaming children and I just don't like being around people. So I'd rather have the privacy, I think, and less money.
That's why the pandemic was cool. I was saying this yesterday. I did not mind the pandemic in the slightest. I enjoyed, like, I had my sleep schedule flipped around, so I'd go out and work out at 2, 3 a.m. It'd be so dead when I drove through town. I would go to the grocery store as soon as the sun came up, like as soon as they were open, because I'd be up. I'd roll right into there. Don't even need a mask. No one's here but the cashier and the greeter or whatever. Like there'd be 3 people in a big grocery store. It was so nice. Everybody was staying home. Kids were getting dumber. It was perfect. And like online dating was wild because everybody's sitting at home horny. It was great.
It's weird to me because man, I get out of the house, but you know, like on my own terms and like alone. So this shouldn't have bothered me. But man, the fucking lockdowns. It's more like the option. I don't have the option, and I feel like I'm in a cage, and I kind of go loopy. You know what I mean? Like I can't. They closed down hiking trails near me, which I thought was fucking weird.
Yeah, that's retarded.
That feels like it's already iisolation.
Yeah, it is. And then like I don't know, it was something I did not like, and I would not like.
Dude, you can't hike. You're gonna kill grandma.
Yeah.
Can't hike. What are you, selfish? Trying to hike? What are you? Sick until proven healthy, my friend. Get your ass off of that dangerous trail. You're going to sneeze on a squirrel and cause a problem.
Did you get the vaccine, BlameTruth?
No, actually, I did not.
That's right. Yeah, you're one of those guys. Taylor is too.
I just figured, you know, I don't interact with people. I don't interact with enough people to warrant it. I feel like it's just...
No, I don't.
I never got it. I never got COVID. So
I've never gotten COVID either.
Me too.
I did get the shot because I'm just around so many immune deprived people.
Yeah.
And you know, if it kills me, then it kills me. It'd be all right. But I was never afraid of the virus after they like started explaining what it did and stuff. I don't know. Every now and then, and it almost feels like they're making it up. They'd be like, oh, but some people get brain damage forever. Oh, some people never breathe again. Oh, and you hear sometimes
that is true. Some people did never breathe again.
Well, I mean, like the same again. Like some people are just have like 5% nerf on their character for life.
There's a big fear mongering thing in the news in general. I think because if you not just with that, but like even with the weather, I can't tell you how many times it's like there's a hurricane on the coast, and I'm you're
there.
I'm far
He's
west.
inland
I'm
quite
far
a bit,
west
yeah.
in sea, so I'm like, there's nothing ever fucking happens, you know. But you'll see people freaking the fuck out at like grocery
and it's
stores
bullshit too, because when it does come, you've got that classic boy who cried wolf thing going on. They're like, yeah, that's what you said last year. And they're like, no, for real. This is Hurricane Demonica. It's
Hurricane buttfuck is coming up the coast.
An oil tanker halfway to your house. It's on fire and spinning.
I'd forgotten a hurricane was coming through one day. I'm out walking my dog, and there's like a breeze, a little bit of drizzle, you know, and I'm like, oh shit, this is that fucking hurricane people were freaking out about. I'm out walking my dog. I could grill in it, you know.
Dude, I took there's a hurricane coming. So I'm, being a genius, was like, well, I better fly my paramotor now because I won't be able to fly for a couple of days.
Yeah.
And while I was up there, I saw the edge of the hurricane. Like you could see the big wall of clouds and everything from the sky. I was doing tricks on the edge of it. And I put it on my Facebook page and posted like this is the radar. Look at this arm. You know, they have like that one long sweeping arm. Sometimes they come out. It like goes to my house. I was flying. It's pretty neat. I flew.
Did you ever? I feel like this is something you would do, or maybe it's not as common. Maybe it's a movie thing. You know, where you would like people would surf in like the eye of a hurricane, like they'd live close enough that they could be like, all right, we got to go now, and they have like half an hour, whatever it is. Did you ever do that?
Oh, yeah, lots of times. I never miss a hurricane.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
So what is it? What is it like in the middle of it? Like can you eat? Like the water calms down again, or the water's still absolutely.
The water stays energetic for even through the eye. The eye's like 15 minutes long or something. They were never that big, but in the eye of the hurricane, the wind sort of dies down, and then it comes back from the other direction. Was there ever a time where like you almost were out there too long, and it was like you had trouble getting back in or anything? Oh no! I'm trying. If I surfed the hurricane, it wasn't hurricane force winds at the time. That's a blown out bad wave that's not particularly good for surfing. You want to surf them before and after the hurricane.
Have you seen that news clip where the interviewer's like, it's just pandemonium here with Hurricane Teresa. The waves over 80 feet. Wait, what is that? And there's a surfer out there on him, and the wave collapses on him. He's like, oh no. And there's da-na-na-na, and he comes out. Like the music, it's so well edited. Yeah. It's amazing. That is a Powerade commercial, but it's a Powerade commercial. I assumed it probably was. Don't you ruin our fun. I've seen it.
There was a guy I knew, a friend of mine knew him. He is in Florida, and he lives on. It's fucking cool. He lives on like a docked boat, like a small docked boat. A hurricane was coming through Florida, and the news people are out there like, are you just gonna stay here? And he's like, yeah, I'm just gonna throw an anchor down and stay. And he did. He's fine. I mean, it's maybe not the smartest thing, but. Like if that guy could do it on the fucking coast, like where the hurricane goddamn hits, I'll be fine inland. Like
it's depend on the hurricane, right? Like sometimes a bad one comes and it wipes out the whole fucking coast.
I don't even know if I believe in hurricanes. I've never seen
hurricanes. It's a liberal lie. 50 miles away, and a lot of times they don't really know when it's going to make land. Like that. Yeah. Especially, they're better now than they were 20 years ago, but. They'd be like, all right, it's gonna hit the coast of North Carolina. Maybe Delaware. Don't know. Here it looks like New Jersey. Hit Long Island again.
Like hurricanes are pussies. They're always like projecting where they're gonna go. The Sigma tornado of just touchdown anywhere. Surprise, bitch! No house. Surprise! I'm touching down right now, and now you don't have a trailer anymore.
I'm in the foothills of NC, so we don't get a lot of tornadoes. Like it's just the land doesn't allow it. But one touchdown, you get a ton of them. Fucking like out of nowhere, a couple years ago. My Alexa's going off, freaking the fuck out, saying, "Get in the basement, you goddamn idiot!" And I'm like, "Okay, sure." And it was like maybe a mile up the road, so it only stayed for like 10 minutes. But
same thing. Tornadoes are super rare here. But before we bought this house, one destroyed the stable, and Chiz and I rebuilt it.
Oh, cool.
I remember my grandmother had a storm shelter, and she was very afraid. This is it's my great grandmother. This is my father's grandmother. She was really afraid of tornadoes. She had like a phobia, and so they had like a bunker out behind her place. And anytime there was any sort of watch or warning, she's in there with the candles and the radio, and she'll start opening a can of soup. It's like, how long are you gonna be in here?
I'm already hungry.
At least like twice a year in grade school, we'd all have to like go into the basement or like sit under the cubbies when like tornadoes came.
Yeah, tornado drill.
At school?
We went to the hallway and
they test the tornado siren. I think it's all across the Midwest. Like every Monday morning, like you can hear like the tornado siren being tested throughout the summer.
We would go to the hallway and sit against the wall and put our heads between our knees and cover the back of our head. And I always remember looking straight up at the huge glass windows above us, thinking, I hope it's not today.
Ours would be near lockers.
Looking up at the particle board, like cubby shelf where lunch boxes are, like I'll be protected.
Ours would be near the lockers, and I'm thinking, I'd look up and be like, if this locker falls on us, we're fucking dead. Like, what are we doing here?
We did fire drills, but when I was a kid, the Cold War was still on. And I don't think I ever did a nuclear bomb drill, but people did. Like in my area, like at my age group, people would just like get under the desks in case there was a nuclear attack.
Yeah, at some point they gave up on that. They just admitted it was silliness.
Have you seen those old propaganda videos of the duck and cover with like the cartoon turtle and all that they showed to kids in the 50s? It's literally like, nuclear weapons are a part of life. There's no avoiding them, but there are ways to keep yourself safe. What you need to do is listen to your teacher or a police officer and go into the side, get away from the windows. You'll see a bright light, but don't fear. The light can't get you here. And then like you go down and it's like telling them to hide under their desks. And it's like hiding under your desk as like a wall of energy is like heading to vaporize you.
I was gonna say, how do you actually? There's no drill with a.
Dude, as you're like watching all the
on your head, you'll be fine.
You're watching all the houses like on the way, just like.
I mean, there's just nothing you can do.
But how far does a nuclear bomb actually? Just a couple kilometers, right?
So what are we talking about, right? Out to like a kilometer or a kilometer and a half or whatever. It's just vaporizing everything. But in the further you go out, there's waves of pressure that kill everything, and then there's waves of radiation that kill everything, and then it goes out, and then the wind blows it, right? But I think the ones now are like 1,000 times stronger than Hiroshima.
Yeah,
those hydrogen bombs just destroy the whole goddamn city. I think 15 miles across, I guess. It's just everything.
I just saw some guy on the news be like, don't even use nukes because people think they just wreck whole cities and they're really just big bombs. The fear will be gone if we actually use them and people realize nukes aren't as big a deal as we say they are.
It's the fear mongering thing. I think that's why.
I don't think anyone should be downplaying the power of
I'd be
our nuclear weapons.
But I think older people, that's why they
thing we've ever created.
I think that's why older people.
Who's the guy who came on our show and said he could choke out a Clydesdale?
I could choke out. No, I don't.
If that guy can choke out a Clydesdale, I can survive a nuclear.
That sounds like a Sam Hyde thing to say. I don't
know.
No,
he was skinny and he did jits. He wanted to fight another one of our guests.
Brandon Buckingham, right?
No, it was the other one.
Or Danny Mullen?
Danny Mullen, that's who it was.
Danny Mullen cannot choke out a fucking Clydesdale.
Yes, he can.
No, he can't.
I take him at his word.
Well, he's him and you're you, and he's making a claim about himself.
Danny, I got a Clydesdale says you can't. If you beat him, you can have him.
You can have him. Can you imagine how badly a Clydesdale would fuck you up if it wanted to?
Yeah, they're
those. Have you ever seen them next to like a regular horse? Regular horses, like when they walk next to a Clydesdale, are like, "Hey, you got to get me out of here, boss. I look terrible."
Googling it.
They look like elk or something. How
this thing's neck
size of creature.
You'd have to anaconda your whole body around its fucking neck.
Their hooves are gigantic. They have like all that, like they have bigger legs than regular horses. They're probably not that busy downtown anymore pulling Bud Light trucks.
Yeah. No. That'd be a funny story, like for the
they have to put down the Clydesdales.
They're putting down the Clydesdales with like just a pistol, just walking past them, and the dog's there crying. Remember the dog?
And it's Dylan Mulvaney. They have do it.
Yeah, Dylan Mulvaney. With the new Bud Light can has the official bolt gun.
The official bolt gun of Bud Light.
Of Bud Light.
Yeah. Well, the advertising campaign wasn't working, and so we're going to play hardball. For every Bud Light you don't buy, A Clydesdale gets taken to the glue factory.
That thing,
Damn,
that whole
these Bud Light people
funny.
are serious. We better buy their beer.
That's all. I know the Dodgers. I'd say they went back and forth and back again. I think with having those trans nuns honored on the field for some reason.
Nuns.
Trans nuns. Trans nuns. The ladies of something silly.
Wait, they want to be nuns? They are nuns?
No, they dress as nuns to mock nuns. I believe. But
they identify as nuns.
They're trans nuns who aren't real nuns because they like put on silly face paint and stuff and make fun of. So some Catholics were mad for some reason about that. And so they had them. They announced they were going to honor them at Dodger Stadium on. There they are. There the gals are.
Oh, that's horrifying. I mean, that's like a horror movie, like serial killer.
I pictured him hotter.
That is scary. That's like very much.
The right one looks like John Wayne Gacy. Like,
there they are.
Jesus.
Yeah, this is very much horror movie look.
Well, they ended up sticking with the
horror movie. Yeah.
The ladies of perpetual whatever the fuck. They had them and honored them.
Like the people in charge of the Hunger Games world.
I'm just left wondering, what does this have to do with baseball? I'm here to hit balls, catch balls. Oh wait, the balls. That's it. Damn it.
Yeah.
I'm here to.
That stadium was empty.
Nuns.
That's because they wheeled out the ladies an hour before first pitch. That was a sold out game, like 47,000 attendance.
Oh wow!
Wait, 46,000 people left because of the nuns?
No. They that's before the game even began. They got the ladies out there. Here are the weirdos. How do you guys like them? All of you who came here early for them. All right, good. No one's offended. And then they filled the stadium up with 47,000 people. It was sold out.
I see.
Why was it such a big game?
I don't know. I know that the Catholics were outside protesting, but the Dodgers are just a very good team, popular team. I bet they sell out all the time. I know the Phillies sell out whenever they do that free hot dog night. I almost want to travel up there and go to the goddamn game for the show. Like Phillies Brave. Actually, I'd just wear Phillies gear. I'd just wait till they play somebody else.
I'm not even into sports, but
just wear Brave stuff.
It'd be really cool to go to one of
I'm not going to Philly wearing Braves gear.
Just the scale of that. Just the scale of that stadium is like, I don't know. It'd be cool to see. I'm not really into baseball or sports, but that'd be fucking sweet. I went to a wrestling show one time, like a WWE Raw show, and that was like, I don't know, like 5,000 people. That was probably the biggest thing I've been to.
Really?
Yeah, I'd say so.
I haven't been
never watched
to
wrestling.
The new Brave Stadium. It's bigger and better, but I went to Turner Field and it was very nice. It's huge, and I've never been to a pro football game actually. Never done that. I went to
a Rams game or 3 back in the day and hated them. I fucking was so bored by it. The only like sport I had fun going as a kid to watch was the Blues. Other than that, it was like, oh, we have to go to watch the Cardinals. Going to watch the Cards was literally like, how many hot dogs can I get my mom to buy me? Like if I had a hot dog every 2 innings, I was fine. But like as soon as I didn't have snacks, it's like, this sucks. And my soda's empty, and you won't buy me another one because the Dr. Pepper's $9.
If we had a hockey team, I'd be going. I really enjoyed.
The best
I had fun back in the day going to a couple Thrashers games, but going with you, we had those amazing tickets. Mm-hmm. That was really fun. Being down there with the players, essentially, like right there on the ice. That was. You could get a sense for how fast they were moving and how big they were, and how much of an impact was going on because it's just right there. So I like that a lot, and I feel like we could have started a fight with the players if we wanted to. We could have poured our drinks on them or something. Gotten kicked out.
You could, we could bang on the glass and then just hope that the glass doesn't break and we fall in like that one retard,
like that Harambe.
We watched that clip, didn't we? Where like there was that dumb cunt in like the 80s. Who was like banging on the penalty box glass and he knocked the glass out of the moorings.
Was it Philadelphia against Ty Domi?
I think it was Philadelphia. And this idiot fell into the penalty box and the player starts like beating him up. Jeez. Like just starts fighting him.
Awesome. Yeah. That's like a wild animal, like a zoo thing, like a Harambe.
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. It's like,
I've been seeing a lot of videos on Twitter of people fucking with bulls and just getting like fucked up.
That's another subreddit I love. It's called The Bull Wins.
Yeah, just don't fuck with bulls, man.
Like, all people fucking with bulls and the bull wins.
Natural selection.
Some of them,
bulls are so much stronger than us.
Dude, the matadors down in Mexico. sometimes they'll get gored so badly that I have to I don't like gore, like actual gore, and I don't like suffering. I don't watch videos that are about that. Some of these are gore and suffering. It will
like they're getting impaled by the horns,
impaled through their faces, and and then thrown, and then impaled again, and like a really not through up their calf and like into their buttocks, like some sort of
brutal
up the asshole. I've seen that. I've seen the dude take one right up the ass, like 14 inches of bullhorn.
Like just don't fuck with
He never shitting on him. He never
don't fuck with them. And you know what's wild is sometimes you'll see those running with the bulls videos, and you'll be like, "That's a fat guy. What are you doing? This is not a fat guy activity. This is not this is not a normal athleticism activity. This is a fast, agile guy activity. Unless you are way faster than most people, this is not something that you go, I bet I could do it. I bet.
Doesn't everyone run with the bulls? Like the whole town gets it. It's not all fast, agile.
Some of them are like almost like more traditional, where like they have like some like gentle bulls, like almost like walking around. And then other ones you'll see, it's like clearly a squared off area for mayhem, where it's like the bulls aren't even all running the same direction. It's like they're going back and forth, and people are hopping off like the walls just to get in there and do dodging between bulls. And of course, people get fucked up because it's the giant, strong animal that's in a bad mood.
Growing up with cattle, like we would have them in the catch pen, and when they get in a confined space, they turn from this domesticated, friendly animal to almost wild and dangerous. And they'll hold a grudge. I've seen them clearly be mad at someone and try to attack that person. And they're a 1,000-pound angry animal. But those bulls down there are a whole other thing. They've been pissing these things off all day. They're there to kill. Sometimes they're on fire.
They'll do that kind of celebration thing, and obviously the bull is going to fucking freak out if you set its horn on fire, and it's going to try to kill something and put its horn out at the same time. Like
it's like
I don't know,
because my grandpa was a cattle farmer, like so he would have bulls in like the bullpen, and so like when we were up there by that pen area, it wasn't common, but like every once in a while the bull would just be in a really shitty, bad mood, and like it wouldn't like that you were paying attention to it, or that you were and it would like do a faux almost like run at you, like it would run at you, but like there's an electric fence, and so like it wasn't like like it's gonna leap over or charge through it. It would just like charge at you just to be like, don't
fuck off,
fuck off, don't stop looking at me, I'm not in a good mood. My whole life is like fucking and eating. And I'm in a bad mood about it. So
I've seen two of them go completely rogue and have to be either killed or darted before.
A bull?
One was a bull. We darted that one after it had gored the horses and fucked up the dogs. And then...
Oh, shit. What does darting do to them?
Tranquilizer dart?
Yeah.
So they're just chill?
Puts them out. It incapacitates it, so then you can drag it into a cattle trailer, and now you've got them. We couldn't capture
What's in the tranquilizer?
Animal tranquilizer stuff that you get to the vet. You go to the vet. Oh, all right. This is actually a good way for this to go. I remember thinking at the time, wow, that was easy to get. We went to the vet, our local dog vet, and hey, we need to tranquilize a bull. And he says, how much does the bull weigh? 900 pounds.
About 30 dogs.
I'd be like, my bull's like 205. Okay, I'm lying. He's 207. He's had too much cake.
He took a big brown vial and drew out however much in a syringe, put the fucking cap on the syringe, handed it to us, charged us some paltry fee, and we went home and loaded up the dart gun. And the way the dart gun works, it uses CO2, looks like a firearm, shoots a dart with that puffy, fluffy shit on the tail. But when it hits, the impact, the syringe goes into the target, and then there's this slam fire. I think it was a 209 primer, which is what 12 gauge shotgun shells use, and that's used to fire the plunger forward, and like might have even been a blank 9mm or something, but it forces that plunger and that dose of whatever you've got in it into the animal instantly. But yeah, that was the only way to get his ass. And then another one he killed with a shotgun. She was crazy.
So real quick, before we jump to the next thing, we're going to hear from a couple of wonderful, wonderful sponsors. We're going to need some parental advisory warnings for this one. RealDBG.com has got the goods, and I'm not talking about candy. I'm talking about 100 milligrams of Delta-8 infused gummies, 50 milligrams of HHC infused gummies, 1 gram HHC and Delta-8 carts, and a 650 milligram bottle of syrup that will knock your socks off. And forget about spring has finally come. RealDBG.com has all seasons covered, from the dead of winter to the heat of late August and everything in between. These gummies will have you melting like the polar ice caps. The cartridges are like a supercar the way they outclass the competition. So come on down to RealDBG.com and get as stoned as the statue in your local park. Use code PKA23 for 23% off your whole order. That's a hell of a deal, folks. Almost a quarter off. 23, almost 25, and that's a quarter off. 23% off. PKA23. That's right, people. 23% off your order, so you can indulge in premium THC products without burning a hole in your pocket. Just remember, always consume responsibly. PKA23, 23% off. Check it out. And right now, if you buy $100 or more of product from there, go ahead and just leave your size of t-shirt in the notes on your order, and you'll get a free shirt sent out with you. So that's $100 or more on your order. They will send you a shirt. Just put your size in the notes when you're ordering. And as always, be sure to start slow on the gummies. If your tolerance is not super high, you'll get more bang for your buck, and you'll have more fun. So do not do that. You'll be in hell if you do that. So do not take a gentle amount of them.
No way.
There's no fucking way he took 4 of those today.
I took 4 of them today. I had a great nap. It was
your tolerance would be fucking bananas if you did.
That is so much. That is bananas. That's Joey Diaz shit.
I mean, I'll eat bananas. 4 of them. Like, how much in a minute? Next time I get up to piss, I'll get a bottle. I don't care. That's my dose. That's what I'll have a lovely evening.
This episode also brought to you by Lock and Load, the premium ejaculation increasing serum that is going to maximize how much you're busting.
Sure.
You want to be the best version of yourself, folks. You want to be able to blow people's minds. You want when you finish with a new girl, do you want her to go, "Oh wow, too little of cum. I guess he wasn't that into it. I guess maybe we're not even compatible." You want her to be like, "When's it going to end?" That's what you want her to be thinking, and that's possible with Lock and Load. Code PKA, code JIZ. Get 10% off. It doesn't just work on this product, though. Also works on the pre-workouts, the proteins, the energy drinks, the weight loss, energy, all the supplements that he has, everything he's got over there. All the supplements, 10% off, PKA or JIZ as the code. But, of course, our personal recommendation, check out Lock and Load. There's some of you out there who have been sitting on the fence for a while.
Cool.
You're not convinced. Give it a go.
Your pre-cum will hit another level. She'll look at you and smile and say, "You gave me a preview."
You will genuinely that is. You will pre-cum a lot more. Your dick's gonna be. Your dick is your dick's gonna be leaky. That was one of the times where you could tell when we were taking this, it was like, oh, thank God it actually works, because my dick is when I get horny, it's weepy.
Yeah. Are you crying? We haven't even started yet.
We're gonna have you throwing up after 100 push-ups.
She's gonna have to get her fucking stomach pumped when I'm done. 9 pills a day that you have to muscle down. No joke. Because we are giving you efficacious dosages, brought to you by Derek. Code PKA, code JIZ. Check it out. If you've been sitting on the fence for a while, it's time to give it a go.
Yeah, they're chewables, by the way.
Do not chew them.
I was just loaded with bad advice tonight.
I just popped some Flintstone vitamins in there. And I was like, oh, chewables, huh?
Can you imagine? Oh, powder.
Kyle, I looked up the sedative you used. It's probably Xylazine, 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 and it is a problem for humans. You do not want to. I was going to say
this is like a horror. I think I saw this in a serial killer horror movie where they go and ask. I think it was Dexter, actually, the new season of Dexter, where he goes to the local vet and says he's got some goats he needs to tranquilize, and he gets the shit, to fucking sedate the human beings and kill them. But I'm like, nobody's gonna ask questions, if you got 10 goats, and you're in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. So
let me put this out there because it was interesting to me. One, it's 10 to 20 times more powerful on humans. So you'd think, what is a dose? I'm sorry, what is a bolt? 10 humans, maybe 2,000 versus 200 pounds.
It's about 5 humans.
5 humans, yeah. But with this stuff being 10 to 20 times more powerful, it's 50 to 100 times the dose that you would want on you, then you might want a chiller dose. Apparently the effect is not too far from heroin-ish in like an opioid type thing. Yeah. But Narcan doesn't work on it. So if you OD, you're just fucked. Like there's nothing they can do to help you.
Shit.
It is not one of the fun drugs. It is a problem.
Counterpoint, I think it's just all about how you use it. What I would do is I'd take a drop of it and put it on my finger and just rub it into my gum. That'd be my starter dose. Like, let's see how this feels, and work our way up from there. You know, you could dilute it down.
Yeah,
I can do basic math. We'll just keep dividing. All right, 20 times. All right, we'll divide by 20. We'll figure it out. But I probably just wouldn't want to inject anything I got from a veterinarian in general. So
seems like you could use real heroin, and at least Narcan's there for you, or fentanyl.
I want that liquid morphine that lesbian chick from From had. Like if I'm going to inject something into my body, I really need it to be pharmaceutical grade. I'm not going to
just drank it on the show.
She did, which would have been fine. But you know, I like opiates. I've always tried to stay away from them because every time I've been prescribed them, I really dug it. That codeine syrup I had that time, and that Tylenol 3 is like the weakest opiate you can get. It's part Tylenol and part I think it's part codeine. I think they use codeine. These pills that they gave me for my wisdom teeth, I loved it. I get a little bit itchy, but also just feel warm all over, like you've had one drink of alcohol, and just kind of easy going and light. I like it.
I'm not gonna lie. I've been taking my dog's antibiotics for years when they prescribe him something for like an infection, or he's got to get something done. Like if they give him like amoxicillin, I save that shit and I take it if I get like an infection, and it works.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, for sure. I know Woody probably knows better than anyone that fish tank cleaner, right, is some sort of antibiotic.
Yeah, I just used it, an antibiotic on my fish tank a week and a half ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's in there. I don't know if it has other shit in there that I wouldn't want, or if it's pure. It's not pharmaceutical grade, I would guess, but it is an antibiotic.
I bet there's instructions online for how to take what's in that bag and make it a treatment for an infection or a wound or something. I'm sure that exists. I don't know what you would do.
Erythromycin. I think I'm close on that.
Yeah, I think we give that to chickens.
We give it to fish. I gave it to my. Actually, I was growing the wrong kind of algae, and I nuked it with that shit. Worked great.
Isn't that an antibiotic?
Yeah. We're talking about fish tank antibiotics for human use because BlameTruth's using his dog's pills.
Yeah, makes it sound like I'm on drugs, but I'll keep his amoxicillin. Yeah,
he keeps beating the dog. He's taking it. He's hurt again. Another car hit him.
I need that mox.
Goddamn, Bruno has a Xanax problem.
Yeah,
I took dog antibiotics like a year and a half ago. So this is how it goes down. I've had strep throat a million times. I can self-diagnose strep throat effectively, right? I'm no doctor, but you know the deal. You probably have a malady or something that you know. So I'm like, this is strep throat. I know what strep throat is like. But our healthcare system's such a pain in the ass.
It really is.
And we've got the dogs, whatever, mithriacin or whatever it is in the pantry. So I took it and I started to feel better. And I think I made a joke about it on my Facebook page a while ago. And there's a paramotor pilot who is a doctor, a real life doctor from England. And he's like, strep throat gets misdiagnosed all the time. And by taking this, you're like creating super viruses or something like that. You shouldn't take it. You don't have strep throat. Just let it pass. And I was like, okay. So I stopped taking it. And then it came back and it was terrible. And I just happened to go to the beach where there were no doctors on the weekends because the Outer Banks is like sparsely populated. And there weren't any doctors for hours around at this beach house I rented. And I had to suffer through until Monday when the doctors finally came back to work. They gave me a shot and a pill and a test for COVID and strep. I only had strep. And I took the shot. It was bad enough that it didn't immediately make it better. I started taking pills the day or two later, and then I started turning around and beat the strep throat. Cool. So then I tell the story, and he's like, I still don't think it was strep. And I was like, what? The antibiotics fixed it. Yeah. Then I stopped taking them. It came back, and then I got tested for strep, and then I took antibiotics. Every indication is that it's strep, and you're just going off. You're not my doctor anymore. I am not going to talk to random paramotors with it.
I wouldn't fucking trust that guy.
Health advice from Facebook.
You know, when you say it, it sounds stupid.
and you say this doctor from another country that you spoke to from Facebook, who's a paramotor pilot. Like, I'm not trusting this guy. This
PhD in history.
It sounds like you got catfished by a doctor.
Yeah.
This guy's cool. He's seemingly very financially successful. Like, you know, you can just see what like people's hobbies are on Facebook. And this guy's like, you know what? I think I'd like to just like give up my day job, buy a 4-wheel drive RV and take it through Africa and cure the people. So that's like what he did for a couple of years, like that's cool. Just for the life experience.
You just drive around Africa, and they're like, he's like, "How you doing?" They're like, "We are so hungry." He's like, all right, well, that's not why I'm here.
Wait, don't like antibiotics, they don't work.
You come to us and you show us all
the amoxicillin,
mother, and you do not bring sandwiches.
The amoxicillin, throw it out. Just kidding.
Yeah. I think that's really cool. If I was a doctor,
hey, Africans, you don't need that. My friend on Facebook told me.
Yeah, I don't know. You have to see the RV. It looked like a military vehicle or something, like with the big tires and the grr. It was cool.
And it's not like
I did that, not the Africa thing, but I did the like overlanding and like camping and traveling in my car for about a month, and it is very difficult. Not for one, I smelled terrible all the time. I didn't do any truck stop showers, but for two, I was with my dog, and like when you have to account for someone else, like a wife or a child, especially, or a dog, whatever, it's like fucking so much more work than just if you're at home and they got their shit already here. It was fun, but I'd probably get a dog sitter next time and just like do it solo.
What do you think's more work, a wife or a dog? On a trip,
it depends on the wife, man. Like the dogs are gonna be pretty
on the dog
stable
as well.
Yeah, some dogs are really weenies.
There's some really well behaved and some really badly behaved dogs.
I would hate to take my dog on a trip. He's so in my face. He's got to be right fucking here. He's behind that door. He's sitting behind that door.
Does he wait there after for the whole show? That's so sweet.
If I open the door, he would be lying under this desk with his head on my foot. He's got to be in my pocket, or he gets upset.
How's training him going?
What?
Like training him, not like crazy stuff, just like sit, stay.
He already breathes and eats.
Yeah,
the training's complete.
He usually comes when I say his name enough times.
You haven't done sit or shake or stay?
No. But he really
that's good. They say the best time to start that is when they're an adult.
Yeah. I don't really need him to sit or stay anything. He's a free man. He's not one of these.
And he has his balls still, right?
He does. Probably need to get that remedied. I left him. I didn't because I wanted him to have full use of his testosterone so he could be as big of a boy as he was going to be. But he's almost a year old now. It's probably coming up on time to take care of that. And he's so fuzzy, but his balls are bald. It's really obscene. He's got these big fucking hangers back there, and they're pink and shiny, and it's just there's no hair on them, and it's just obscene. I don't even like looking at it anymore. He'll back up to me to like sit down next to me, and I'm like, whoa, all right, Jesus. They're bigger than mine. They're huge. Huge.
Yeah.
And take them away.
Giant
Poor
balls.
guy.
Great Danes have big sacks.
Fucking.
But they gotta go. But if
Chimps
nothing else,
have gigantic balls.
Do they?
Yeah, they have
little dicks, right?
Little tiny penises and gigantic balls.
I read about chimps and gorillas fighting in the wild. The chimps won.
Yeah, numbers make sense. Yeah.
Oh, you knew this. I forgot Taylor's a subject matter expert on primates, but
he's the chimp man.
Somewhat.
He's the chimp man.
Call me the monkey man.
They would just like 12v4.
Yeah.
Would you call him a proctologist?
a primatologist.
A primatologist. I like.
Well, I'm both.
But yeah, they'd like 12v4 of these like big silverback gorillas just like throwing chimps out of the way, but they just number them, and they were at war for a long time.
Like a shredder style claw on the gorilla so that he can slash. Like if he had a weapon,
like Freddy Cougar.
That is such a cool idea. I love it. I was just picturing that. I think the gorilla really has Actually, I don't know, because if it's like 12v3 or whatever you said,
armor, right?
Chimps are so effective at like going for breaking fingers, blinding you, like guaranteed within a couple seconds of those chimps like getting on the gorilla was blind. It was having its like face ripped off.
The gorillas were getting some kills. Like
I'm sure
it'd start 12v4 and it would end like 4v none.
It's like that hyena versus it's like hyenas and lions or whatever. Yeah,
it wasn't a video; it was an article, and it happened like over the course of years. Like it wasn't a one-time conflict.
It was a war. It was like
you know about this too. Yeah, there was a ongoing war between chimps and gorillas.
That's damn. I know chimps are smarter, but gorillas are not stupid in like
chimps
the world
are
of
smarter
animals.
Than gorillas.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I think chimps are the smartest animal. Like they're smarter than dolphins. They're smarter than everything but us. Mm-hmm. I believe so. Like we talked about their like short-term memory shit. It's better than like any person's.
Yeah, they do that like twist it, bop it, squeeze it game, and they're so goddamn. I can do like 6 levels in. They're going 12 deep.
The internet has chimps at third.
I'm gonna make a sub that you control the bop it.
Yeah.
Bop it. Twist it.
Sink it. No.
Bop it. Twist it. Pull it. Everybody's just freaking out.
Bop it as a summary control is my favorite joke of the night.
Captain, you're sinking too quickly. Pop it. Pull it. Twist it.
Says the 19-year-old passenger on the submersible didn't want to go and was terrified, but agreed to do it for his dad on Father's Day.
No,
dude, that is sincerely heartbreaking. That's
shitty. Yeah,
that's horrible.
Yeah. What about that one guy though, whose stepdad was down there, and he was like at Blink 182, just like, "Hey, I'm all about the Blink. That's all I know." They were like, "Dude, your father's at the bottom of the Atlantic. Why aren't you there?" You know, Blink 182 has been there for me throughout my life, through some hard times. I think the best place for me right now is with the Blink. And it's a picture of him giving the most awkward smile at the concert. Oh, it's great. He's just a chubby white guy. It's like one of those full body awkward pictures that you took in high school. It's great. But yeah, dad's at stepdad, I guess, at the bottom of the Atlantic in his submersible.
Was there ever like? Why did everybody agree to pretend these people have been alive this long? Like,
I thought
these people have obviously been dead for days.
Taylor, I wasn't pretending. I heard the tapping stories and believed it, and
I definitely
that was the kid,
the tapping thing. Like, I don't get it, but like,
turns out it was never true. There's probably some dolphin clicking.
Merman.
Yeah, it's probably something happening in the sea. Sound carries so far in water and all that. Like, who knows
how they detected it?
But like the fact that like all I had to do was watch that one video of the dude talking about it, where he's like, "So the window is rated for 1,500 meters," and it's like, and they were at 10,000. It's like, oh, they're dead. Like they're so far past dead.
See,
they were,
but you're assuming that was the problem when it's been down there many times before and that window held up. Yeah, they've made the trip before with that window and it's been fine. The prop, it could have easily been like their Bluetooth quit working and we're out of contact and they can't like pop their ballast and surface, or that they got caught in an their fans turned off and the current pulled them down and now they're at the surface 3 miles away in their watercolored boat.
The thing is, he was lying about having done that like all the way down by the Titanic before. They had never done that. Like,
are you sure? Because I've seen videos of them down there. Who is that? Who's down there?
Not in that bullshit little thing. They're in a real awesome submarine when they're down there, and it's got arms and it's Gabe Newell's in it.
Guys, just wait for the Netflix adaptation.
You're right.
Happen.
Yes. You're right.
It'll tell us everything we need to know.
Like, the Tiger King said that he would not pardon Donald Trump since Donald didn't pardon him when he had to
see that.
And I hope he stands by that.
You know what? Trump fucked himself. He has no one to blame but himself.
He should have pardoned the what was he even in trouble for? Like it was
trying to
plot against that Carol Baskins.
Yeah, he tried to hire an assassin to kill Carol Baskins.
Didn't try.
And he also like it kind of got swooped over a bit. Like he was not good to those tigers. Like he did not seem like he was treating those animals like they didn't have enough space.
They're eating old fucking expired meat all day.
I didn't mind any of that. I thought his tigers were as well, if not better treated than any of the tigers on the show. I didn't think Carol Baskin's tigers were particularly in a paradise or anything. And that one guy with the pussy cult, bad motherfucker, Doc something, okay, who's like, he's like, I turn tiger cubs into pussy and power. Oh, and I ride an elephant in the subdivision of houses I own. I'm Doc Pussy Master Ellis or whatever.
The guy is cool. They should make a show about him.
My girlfriend was like,
cooler than Hunter Biden.
Scumbag. Yeah, that scumbag. And I'm like, yeah, piece of shit.
Piece of shit. I wouldn't want to meet him.
Fucking Nazi. I'd hate to sit down with him for an hour and take notes about.
Look at him with that.
You know what they say?
If you're offered, that must suck.
If you're offered $5 million or a chance to pick that guy's brain, you have to pick. I'll
take the cash,
and you'll use that knowledge to make.
I don't think he has. I mean,
really going Sigma.
Like those retards on Twitter.
But there were some interesting things that came out later. I guess when they went to the Tiger King. This is the main guy. The Tiger King's home. There, they found these things in his attic that were essentially taxidermied lions that you could get inside of and be fucked. So he had made a furry
like
suit,
a furry suit out of
made out of an actual lion.
Switch makes those.
So he does. And it's so it would be like I think there was a Greek story where the lady got inside of the fake horse thing, so the horse would fuck her, and then her son was what's the Minotaur? Then she gave birth to the Minotaur, and the king put the Minotaur down in the what's it called?
Labyrinth.
The labyrinth. Yeah. That's the story. But in this case, the Tiger King was
minus, right?
So he was pulling a king minus essentially, and he had like these tiger fuck forms. So it's kind of weird that he's sexualizing the tigers. But I liked that guy. The worst thing that he did, if you ask me, was when he clearly burnt all those crocodilians for the insurance money, destroying a lot of what was probably evidence against him on camera.
Yeah,
and we never
there's nothing wrong with killing reptiles.
I don't know. I kind of feel bad that they died in there.
They've had their time, man. They've had their time, and they don't even have the capacity to like
that one.
Barely real.
That one boyfriend, he's like, my crocodilians, all those missing teeth.
That was my crocodiles.
I've never seen a docuseries or whatever that did such a perfect job of at the end of every episode, instead of a cliffhanger, they did like the opposite. They were like, here's an amazing new thing you can't even believe that happened then. People would die at the end of episodes. You'd be like, what? He just died in front of us. Fucking play episode 7. Go.
Yeah. Like, or you see like, it's like, oh my God, they panned down. That bitch hasn't had an arm the whole time.
That's right. Her arm got bitten off at the end of an episode. And you're like,
and
holy
she got nearly pissed off enough about it.
She didn't give a fuck, dude. No.
Way too forgiving.
Do you remember the details of that? She had an opportunity to keep the arm, but she was worried that it would bring bad press towards the Tiger King, and she was worried that she wouldn't get back to work soon enough. So she just amputated the arm so she could get back in the game.
Yep.
That's insane.
Crazy person.
I think she identifies as a man.
Oh, I didn't mean to misgender her.
Of course not.
We're talking about the arm thing.
Yeah, it was a lady arm.
But I was using all the pronouns.
It was.
Well,
the
arm.
Yeah, that's
we haven't gendered the arm yet, but the gentleman who lost. We
don't have that level of. We don't have access to that level of science.
My whole take on this thing is, I just don't want to be a dick to anybody. If she wants, if he wants to be called man, whatever you name it, I'm in.
Yeah, I don't care.
And if
I do remember her at the time being more tomboy on the show. Yeah,
I like when it's
got to be a real one though. No
Zims
or
you lose
Z's.
your career and go to jail if you don't so sign.
If it's Zims, then you're gonna have to be okay with me fucking that up because
you can't make up new pronouns that like aren't already in our language. That's a dick move.
Most people just went with they if they don't want to go by him or her.
Plural.
Nobody wants
it's not always plural.
It often is though, and it's like
it often is. So that tricks
like
me
it's
up.
not.
You're right.
It's not grammatically correct.
Okay.
And if someone's standing next to me, I'm not going to say they about them or he or she anyway. I'm going to say Steve or Susie.
That's the thing about the South is like it's ingrained into me from a young fucking age to say like sir and ma'am. You know, like if you open the door for somebody or they open the door for you, I go like thank you, ma'am. You know, like thank you, sir. Whatever.
But like if someone left their umbrella in the store, it'd be like, oh, they left their umbrella here. We should tell them. Which sounds like plural, but it's singular because sometimes people that's grammatically correct too.
Well, I'm not saying the way my brain is saying it. It's not saying them. It's saying em, like apostrophe em.
Oh, someone should tell them.
I should tell him.
Yeah.
And what I'm shortening is him. I'm not shortening him. What I mean is I'll tell him. Somebody should tell him, but we say tell him.
Tell him.
Someone should tell him.
Sort it all together.
The thing I said is right too, and when I first heard it, it kind of opened my eyes. Like, oh, they left their umbrella here. Someone should tell them, or tell them. You know,
Do you like
sometimes use singular.
What if two people leave? Where did they go?
Yeah.
Who are you talking about?
Them.
They. I'm talking about them.
Those.
You mean the group of people that just left? No,
those people.
Them.
Now it's confusing. Yeah, whatever.
The odd-looking dude over there, the one with the kids. He's reading a story.
We should all be assigned numbers, and we're all numbers.
That nun over there with the goatee, them.
I want to be 007.
The person I'm trying not to make eye contact with because they're dressed like a fucking haunted house actor.
Yeah, it's something that like here in like bumfuck North Carolina, like nobody gives a shit. But if I go to California or something, like LA, I will get canceled within a day, saying like "Thank you, ma'am," for someone opening a door for me. If they even do that.
I don't think people in real life are all that uptight about it. They're just uptight online.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Whenever I meet someone that's like that, and I'll have asked people like, "Hey, what do you want me to fucking call you?"
Yeah.
My funniest answer
is a rude way to ask someone's name. What do you want me to fucking call you? Well, my name's Adam. Thank you.
That's how I start a job interview.
What the fuck do I call you?
What do I call you?
I'm going to be working here soon, so what the fuck do I call you?
Hey, pussy.
But I have a friend who works at a... Oh, you want to go? Go ahead.
Ava identified as a faggot. That was my favorite. I was like, "Are you a they, them, she, her, me, him?" Well, like, what's up, man? I want to call you the right thing because you're wearing eyeshadow and you got like a fucking spaghetti strap top on.
Your dick's out leaking pre-cum everywhere.
You're leaking. I can tell you're a fan.
And he was just I'm a F slur. So that was beautiful. I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, people that if they go by different pronouns, I'll be like, "What do you mean to call you?" And they're like, I go by he, him, she, they, them, whatever. He, she, her, they, them, like whatever.
Shim.
I'll tell you what I wouldn't do. If I saw a dude who was trying real hard to look like a lady and failing terribly, I wouldn't say I would. Maybe I'm not gonna be like, "Yes, ma'am."
Yeah,
because he's got like a thicker beard than me.
That's like the GameStop clip of the guy in the GameStop, and he's like, "Excuse me, it's ma'am," or whatever, because the guy keeps calling.
Oh yes,
and he's like,
"You wanna fuck with me today? I'm a lady."
It looks like
I'm a lady. Watch how I behave as a woman. You know how women get mad at GameStop and start throwing all the games around.
That happens all the time.
Have you ever seen that? Who's the Jewish conservative speaker?
Ben Shapiro.
Have you ever seen Ben Shapiro get threatened by that big bitch on stage?
Yeah.
It's a trans woman, and she is very large next to him, and she doesn't like what he's saying, and she says something like, "You might not make it home tonight," or or how about I see you in the parking lot? And he's like, "It's not a very professional thing to say in a setting. Why would you say something like that?" Jesus
if
Christ.
I recall that clip, it's like she takes her hand and like grabs the back of like Ben Shapiro's neck, and he's like, "This what are you doing?" Like, this is such a wild thing to do.
She's a 6-footer. She's
ready to would have pummeled Benny Boy in a fight.
Yeah. I can't think about Ben Shapiro. Match. Anytime he comes up, I always remember what his sister looks like, and I go down a different rabbit hole. I never learn anything about his politics at all, because I always just Zero in on that sister. My God. They're obscenely large. Like they're some women
baffling.
Some women have breasts.
If she gets a reduction, oh my God. Don't.
Look at this. She's got him.
Oh, you can't see the, but the hand is on like that's the other side of his shoulder.
Yeah, she's pulling him in.
She's got a very strong jaw.
She has more mass than he does.
Yeah. Gonna headbutt him with that big brow of hers.
Gonna take him down.
That thick feminine skull.
You know, I wore a wig as a joke for for Halloween or something back in October, and she looks kind of like me when I shave. Yeah.
I bet you make a pretty lady. Yeah.
Me?
But you've got that brow too. Like
no, I got that caveman brow, dude.
Yeah,
got a big brow.
I'm seeing.
You don't have a very feminine jaw.
You have a super angular face though. Like you'd be the most handsome Frankenstein ever for Halloween. That's the move.
Mm-hmm.
I would be Gigachad.
Oh.
Yeah, dude, I can't believe Gigachad's a real guy.
You're right.
I mean, he's not real.
He's photoshopped.
He's mostly real.
But if you see pictures of him for real, it's like, yeah, it's not all Photoshop. Like that guy's
really
he's enormous.
I thought he was wildly photoshopped.
Oh,
well, whenever you see him, he looks like
in
a centipede.
the Gigachad photos. Yes, like that's.
Sometimes he has 16 abs.
Yes. Sometimes he has like 2 other torsos off of his arm that become other arms. Yeah. It's so funny.
I've seen him
and like I don't know if it's true, but I saw that this funny post online that's like Gigachad's a real man named Slavoj Zizij in Eastern Europe. And he refuses to do interviews, and he does not know what a podcast is.
Shit, he's more real than I thought. His name is Ernest Kalamov. Oh, you guys seeing him too?
Show the real
quad. His quad
show the real
to
guy.
me looks bigger than his waist.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
His arm looks close. That is he is so well developed everywhere.
That's so just.
When I saw him,
looking.
he was in a video driving like with a girl in their passenger seat or something.
I've seen that, yeah.
Oh, have you? And in that situation, he didn't look. I thought it was way more overblown than it really is. You know, but when you see him with the lighting and the pump and everything, probably a cut. He's outrageous.
Yeah,
that's probably the best meme to be.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. What could be better?
Yeah, poor fucking. Remember like 12, 14 years ago when all the memes were just like literal image macros? Like, just like fucking bad luck Brian or some shit.
I like that. Or like it was that or like the weird fucking storyboards.
I like Stalker Girlfriend.
Yeah,
that was a good one.
Stalker Girlfriend with the
Is that the one who did the Justin Bieber song with She's Kind of Pretty?
I have no idea. I don't know anything about that.
It's Rebecca.
That's Rebecca Black, right? That's the whole thing.
Yeah,
she's like a celebrity whose dad was a millionaire and spent like $5 million to make her a music video with some celebrities.
It is Stalker Girlfriend. That's who we're talking about. That she got famous by Overly Attached Girlfriend was her actual name.
Yeah,
and she did a version of a Justin Bieber parody, and he picked her as the winner, and that's how she got famous.
Oh, cool! I didn't know that.
Let's see. I saw this whole montage of women. Adult women being rapey and to young Justin Bieber, just like grab him recoiling as they grab at him and try
like young as in like
underage, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like him,
that's not good.
like just coming at him. Ellen has him on and shows the picture of him being paparazzi nude. Like she's like, look at your hair with your dick out. How'd that make you feel? And it's just like, what is your fucking problem? I wish he'd had a fucking.
That happened on Ellen.
Yeah, I wish he'd had a deep fake of her.
That's an edgier show than I thought it was. I didn't know Ellen was putting people on blast.
Ellen's it's turned into Springer. Yeah, straight up.
James Carden? Do I have his name right?
I don't know who that is.
James Carden.
He did Carpool Karaoke.
Oh, the chubby British guy.
Corden, maybe? Anyway, he also asked him about that picture. Now, for the record, Justin Bieber is like hanging dong in that picture, at least the version I saw. And James Carden asked him about it, and he's like, oh, it's embarrassing, because of the shrinkage. And he's like, get the hell out of here. There's no shrinkage in that picture because it was
That's a good line.
Dick.
Yeah. He's got to play up a joke because he's on a show and they're like, "Here's your penis."
That's funny. Yeah,
you just wish he would be like, "I'd appreciate if you didn't talk about my sexual trauma and the crimes that were committed against me, because that's what they were. I would think you wouldn't laugh about that, but here I am, and you look at you all laughing at me and how I was made into a victim by these people."
And that's why I brought a special thing. With
he pulls a Joker and just takes Corden out.
This is why I like your. This is why I like
dick's
Justin
out
Bieber.
and you're laughing. Yes,
he did something not to that effect, pulling a gun out, but these fangirls showed up. This was kind of recent. These fangirls showed up at like his house or his apartment or something.
Yeah.
And they're like, "Hey, we just want to like get an autograph and like a hug." And he just goes, No, I'm not gonna do that because you're at my house and like this is my fucking space. Can't be in my space. Sorry. And he just leaves. And I'm like, damn, like they won't fucking do that again. You know,
I saw him doing that to paparazzi too. And it was like, "Hey, did you guys get your pictures yet? How many pictures do you need?" And they have like 150 so far. Like he's like, I'm just getting into my car. Do you have your pics yet? And it just he seemed really reasonable and made the paparazzi seem unreasonable. But
he's not mean, but he's like stern. Yeah.
He didn't have to do a takedown like Kyle suggested. I think they were both in on it, and he wanted to lay that joke out.
No, he has to defend himself, and he has to play the role of I'm a cool, sexy guy who doesn't mind you seeing my big dong. Because if he were to play the victim, then he wouldn't be. He can't. He's not allowed to have that role.
Yeah.
I don't think James would have asked the question if it wasn't pre-approved, but maybe I'm naive.
I just don't think that the two are treated the same ever. The sexual assault on a man versus a woman.
Oh, well, they're sure,
not. Yeah.
No, I
or anything like that.
I actually got, when I was younger, like 21, there was a girl that was, I mean, I don't know how else to describe it other than like she was rapey at a party. Like I kept saying like, "No, I'm not interested. And she's like, at one point she like got on my lap at the party, and I'm like, "You better get off or I'm just gonna stand up and you're gonna fall on the floor." And she didn't, so I dumped her in the fucking floor. Like, but yeah, no, that does happen, and it's not not taken seriously because we're stronger.
One of my favorite types of video is the police activity videos where you've got like a privileged lady and she doesn't realize that cops will beat up women and nobody can do anything about it. And it's great. It's great because they just slam these ladies on the concrete and they're like, "You just have a girl." Yes, you are.
Stop resisting.
Yeah.
Stop resisting. Give me your hand. Fucking tasing them, pepper spray. I love when they pepper spray.
I love it when they like the perp, I'll call him, is like, "Don't touch me. Don't keep your hands to yourself," to like a cop. Yeah. And it's like, no, you don't. This isn't the bar. This isn't high school. You can't just tell a cop like you've forbidden him from touching your person.
I am a sea vessel. And you are not my admiral. I will respond only to my.
Excuse me, I'm the sub guy. Like,
that would get out of here. That would be the best cop ever. That like an improv cop who like gets up there and they're like, "I am a seafaring vessel on my way to two distinct points that are not defined as property from the United States," and the cop can just be like, "Sailor, you stand at attention when being addressed by your admiral. You will exit this seafaring vehicle, sir, and you will show me how you have kept it clean. This is not up." He puts on a white glove and he's like touching his cup holder. Like, "This is not what we do in the Navy, sir."
Barnacles.
I'd love to see the cop
to the brig with you.
The cop needs to start rotating. I am a lighthouse.
I am a lighthouse.
You will go in this car, giving out directions.
Yeah. "I am a secret naval police."
The police in my town are so fucking chill. So this is the funniest thing. I swear to God, sounds made up. It's true. I was at a grocery store. I think it was last year around December, and I see a bunch of cop cars, and there's like a group of policemen in the parking lot, and I'm thinking they got somebody, like they got some big drug bust. They're arresting somebody. Something's going down, and I kind of do a little drive by and I pull up on them, just see what they're doing. Swear to fucking God, right hand to God, they're out there playing jacks in the street. Like they're playing jacks in the fucking parking lot of like
That's how safe it is. They're just playing.
Yeah. There's nothing really to do. There's the occasional meth lab, but like,
That happens.
They did a little bit of domestic abuse, but it's the South.
This girl in my high school almost died because 2 houses down from her, I believe it was a meth lab, and it exploded, and it destroyed like the roofs and like part of the houses on both sides of them, and she had to stay in a hotel for like weeks because like pieces of house just like came through her roof.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's a very Midwest.
Every now and then you see a house explode. Those are cool videos, like a gas leak.
Yeah,
and she did not live in an area I thought was a meth threat. Like, so
I think that's maybe why they chose it then, because it's like, they don't.
I think you're right. There must be more of these meth labs out there than we know.
I'm sure there's a meth lab in my neighborhood. I would.
Is meth on the up? Is meth pop? Is it continuing to grow? Is it stagnated?
I don't really keep up with it, but
don't have my finger on the pulse of.
Yeah, I would say it's probably as popular as ever.
Never done meth. I would.
Well, it's basically like the stronger version of crack, right?
There was an edible I took one time that was like a homemade edible by someone that eventually got put into like a rehab thing for meth. And this edible fucked me up. Like my teeth itched after. So that could have been meth. It was
this brownie so crunchy.
Yeah, it was weird. I got home and I'm like, man, I don't feel a fucking thing. Like when I took it, like an hour after, I'm like, I don't feel a fucking thing. Drive home, park my car, and I'm just like, my teeth fucking itch, dude. Like, but how do I scratch my teeth?
I just don't want to be up for that long. Like the thing about meth, I'm sure I used to take Adderall. I don't want to be up all day and all night and not be able to sleep. You see those people who take apart electronics and stuff because they're just looking for something to do and they're all hyped up and shit. It's fuck. Did you take that old tube television apart? That thing's holding a charge.
I gotta fix it. I gotta fix this CRT TV. CRT cathode ray tube. I have to get in there and fix it.
BlameTruth, have you been watching the Ukrainian war like it's Call of Duty like I have?
No, not usually. No, I read about it occasionally. But
he plays regular Call of Duty.
You get on the combat footage subreddit or the Ukraine Video Report 2022 subreddit or the Ukraine Report subreddit or the Ukraine subreddit. Just war. They are going to war over there, and it's every aspect of war. You can see they have these drones in the ocean that are like a jet ski that barely sticks above the water with a camera and a bomb on it, and they drive them into boats. And you've got onboard video, just like a Call of Duty kill streak.
Oh, cool.
They're flying over with drones, dropping all sorts of ordnance right onto people. I saw a sniper. He was on top of a water tower, just like Battlefield. You know how you go prone on those things?
Yeah.
They've got a thermal drone. They drop an explosive and just turn him into bits.
This is on a subreddit.
What happened to the water tower?
All of this is on Reddit and YouTube.
Okay.
It didn't go on long enough, but I would imagine it punched a hole in the top of it. Just, and then recently there was a special forces raid in a Russian trench where they are feet away. They're close enough to stab them if they had a bayonet. And one of the guys they killed was so close that they're like, "Hey, that's the Russian propaganda guy. Here's his Twitter. This is him." Like, they recognize the guy was famous. He went and killed like a Russian YouTuber in the fucking trench. It was insane. Their close range with suppressed guns.
He was terrible at war too.
He was bad at war.
I couldn't get it. So imagine trench in a T shape. This guy was walking past the T and he never checked his left. He just, and there's Ukrainians sitting there. They shot him like a lot, 6-8 times.
Yeah.
And who doesn't look left? I look left if I'm walking like past my daughter's.
I look left and right when I exit my house.
Maybe don't say that.
Yeah, that sounded creepy. She doesn't live here anymore. It's an empty room. But I don't just not check the doors when I walk by.
Yeah.
Shit. I'll tell you where I didn't look left, and it was every time you walk past somebody else's cell. Dude, I had that hardwired. Because when you see movement, you want to turn your head toward it. You just got to look forward and sort of down and know there's going to be movement. Nothing bad necessarily, but it's either side, left and right. You're walking past cells, and it's just like, let's not invade anybody's privacy. This is all they have. This is their house. Don't look in there. Don't look in there, because they could be jerking off. There's a whole procedure to jerk off. I was told. I didn't feel the need. I was a little terrified, not very horny. Yeah. But like, I think you're supposed to turn against the wall and make this like blanket fort that you hang up with clothespins or whatever, and have a whole jerk session where you look into the wall. You can't be looking in there though. You never know what you might see or what they might think you saw. You might have just glanced up and not even seen the thing that they think you saw, but now you gotta go.
Yeah, that's a good point.
With the secret you didn't want to know, perhaps.
Now it's just you and me who know. Yeah. So if anything happens, I know you've told. And you're like, what? No, I don't like this game at all. They could find out any number of ways. You're already talking about telling, huh? No one rats out Stabby McStabberson.
Stabby McStabby Pants is a problem.
Now, the only thing I've seen from the Ukraine war was this recent video of, I think it was Putin just telling a woman to shut the fuck up during the Russian national anthem in a nice way. Yeah. He just went like like that because she was talking during it. And that's all I've seen, really.
That's brazen as fuck. I wouldn't say a word during any anthem in front of the leader of that country. Right?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna maybe you wouldn't even disrespect Justin Trudeau, and he's as milk toast as it gets.
I mean, no country with an army.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Ukrainian war is tricky. I follow it every single day, and the counteroffensive expectations were set so high in the fall. They were rushing forward at like 15-30 miles an hour, and the Russians were retreating as quickly as they could. And every time they stopped retreating, the Ukrainians caught up to them, and they had to run again because they weren't dug in. This time, they are dug in as fuck. And the Ukrainians haven't even reached the really fortified defenses yet, and they're just slowly going forward. And it was pretty neat. If you're pro-Ukrainian like me, they're like, all right, they're losing Bakhmut, but they have like a 10-to-1 KD ratio. This is great. They're just Russians are losing like 100 tanks on a bad day, 30 tanks on a good day, hundreds of soldiers every single day. This is going terrific. Well, it turns out being on defense, they're camping. Of course, their KD is high. Now that they're the ones rushing, their Russian KD is the high one, and it doesn't feel good anymore. That's what I read. So, anyway, they're struggling to get their country back, and they
said the Russians were losing 600 men a day.
I've heard that. Yeah.
The United States.
Yeah, and there's also, I think the British issue like a near daily intelligence report that kind of backs that up.
What's true? The British have their own bone with Russia, clearly. And I like seeing them go like, they don't need Biden to be like, come on, a little more. They're like, how about we just send something real scary? How about that? Oh, you're going to blow up London? 50 more million of rockets. Send it.
Yeah. What is is it a storm shadow? Is that what they gave them? Yeah. It's funny. The Americans are like, I don't know if I approve on these direct attacks towards Russia with the HIMARS we gave you. And British people are like, yeah, well, we absolutely fucking approve. Did you take your storm shadows and hit whatever you think is good?
Yeah,
and they do.
Those things are neat. I read that they so it's like a 1,000-pound stealth cruise missile, but I guess it can vary its speed. So it can come in slower or faster to confuse their defenses. Because I guess if you had a missile that always went 1,000 miles per hour, just for easy math, you could program. All right, anything you see it's 1,000 miles per hour, intercept that. So they could just dial it down if they want. Maybe come in slow, like a pitcher throwing a changeup. But when those things blow up, it's huge, and they're hitting those ammo stashes. I keep seeing them hit recruitment centers and like ammo stashes and barracks behind enemy lines, and the explosions
sometimes
are colossal.
In Russia.
Yeah, sometimes in Russia proper. What even the most staunch Ukrainian would still like that was Russia.
Yeah.
But yeah, when they hit the funny stuff, I guess again, funny if you're pro-Ukrainian. It just seems so weird how they've got these colonels up on the front line giving a pep rally, and they'll have like 200 guys waiting for them to show up, and they'll blow them all up. They'll blow them all, or they'll find out where these guys are sleeping and blow up their barracks.
Can you imagine you're doing some stupid shit? Like they put their barracks next to their ammo depot
in the basement. It was in the basement.
So they blew up the ammo depot and got like 600 kills with it.
You got to be careful with your ammo.
Don't sleep on your dynamite. That's Woody's war advice.
I would want to be so far from the rockets when I slept. That seems like really good sound war planning. It's like, where do the soldiers sleep? Not on the rockets. Not on.
Somebody's got to guard them, Taylor.
Goddamn, General Taylor's a genius. He's going to save us tens of thousands of lives by moving the cots 60 yards that way.
I saw the some footage of the United States Bradley. It's like an infantry fighting vehicle, and it's got this 25 millimeter. I'm pretty sure 25 millimeter cannon, semi-automatic cannon on the top. And when it hits, it explodes. It's a high explosive round. And it's just like, da-doom, 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 da-doom. And they've got thermal in there, so they can see the bot. Anytime anybody peeks up, oh, that's the best part. The thermal sniper videos. Have you seen the thermal sniper videos?
Oh, yeah.
That's cheating. I remember thermal from MW2. And the reason people shit on it was because it was too good.
I saw a double headshot. I saw a double thermal headshot. And he waited for it clearly.
You saw Collat?
Yes. These two Russians are like goofing around, and this guy has the crosshairs on him for 30, 40 seconds until they cross, and he drops them both. It was insane. And again, you see their body heat, so they're glowing white. There's no way to miss them. There's one where Russians are trying to run from one point to another, and he's just tracking them through the darkness. And I'm sure he has can't really tell, but he's got a suppressor, so they can't tell where the fuck he is. They're just running around, and it's just like Tarkov. That he's shooting at anything that glows white, just pink, 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 pink. And they're trying to hide. They don't know how they're getting shot. It's
4 or 5 kills. Does that sound right?
4 or 5 at a time. Yeah.
I may have seen that same footage, and it's crazy. And I didn't put it together that they don't know where the shots are coming from, because I'm like, why are you still there? Why? You saw your friend drop. Like, you need to get out of the line of fire. But as far as he's concerned, he probably can't even like echo
there's no way
where the shot came from.
No way to know.
If you've never heard a gun in the woods, it's hard to do it directionally.
Mm-hmm.
And
with a suppressor, and they're in urban environments a lot when they're doing this. They're all using suppressors when they're sniping, for sure.
That makes
like
sense.
Anybody who's actually been geared and not just grabbed some shit.
So I can imagine why he could make that mistake, because you don't know where he got shot from. And you're probably stressed.
It's a crazy war. I think the makers of Tarkov did a good job staying out of it, because it's got to be so tempting to be looking at this war and drawing from it for their game, because their game is basically the Ukraine war. It's very similar setting, and it's
how many, if the U.S. got in a real deal boots on the ground war with multiple countries, like how many do you think we could win it? Like, I'm going to list countries, and you tell me when this aggregate amount of countries.
So let me go first, because I think the United States can beat the entire planet by themselves.
No, that's not true.
There's a whole YouTube video about it.
Oh, well, never mind.
Go to
some retard on YouTube with like fucking bullshit graphics was like, how the US can win against the whole world. Step 1, be an idiot on YouTube. Like, step 1, be a fucking mouth breathing retard online that uses fucking
battlegrounds. God, someone used us as a source in an argument that they won.
No, it's that Think Ops Battlegrounds channel. That's all
says
they do.
Here Michelle Obama's the hottest first wife.
Hi, welcome to US is the best military on earth channel. And here's 10 reasons why we're the best, and we could beat China, Russia, England, France, Germany, South Africa, Nigeria.
Counting a lot of countries that don't matter because they can't come over.
Every
here
country on earth would butt fuck us, dude. Like, dude, that's laughable. That
you should watch the video.
Well, wait. Are we defensive or offensive?
If we're playing against the whole world, we're going to be on the defensive.
Okay, so how do they get us?
China, land invasion. Russia has nukes.
Land invasion.
The United Kingdom has an air force.
France. Let's start at your first country. China land invasion. So they're going to pile in boats and cross the Pacific Ocean. At no point will the most powerful navy ever will ignore.
Thank God the most powerful navy won't have other things on its plate like Saudi Arabia and Russia and India.
What would Saudi Arabia do? How would the Saudis get here, Taylor?
India, China.
They have no way to get here.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. We are the people who are able to land in another country with an entire army full of tanks and everything that supports them and all those battle groups. No one else does that or can.
Dude, a global war, we straight up don't have goods. We have no manufacturing. We will not win. Like, that's insane to think the U.S. can win.
We can beat the rest of the country.
We want to shift to a wartime economy.
But here's the thing that's true. We have like 11 aircraft carriers, and the rest of the planet combined has what, 3?
Yeah, but they're not as good as ours.
And they're not as good as ours.
And the Russian one and the Chinese one don't count.
That's true.
I think the Russian one's broken or gone.
It's broken. And the Chinese one is a Russian one, and it has a ramp on the end.
Now, do you think that China might make a lot more if they started a war with the U.S.?
They're going to be manufacturing things while they fight us.
Yes, why would we allow a huge amount of manufacturing happening during war?
When the Cold War kind of petered out, they took all those nuclear submarines, the ones that were carrying ICBMs, and they converted like half of them to missile submarines. So each of them carries 140 Tomahawk cruise missiles. They're scattered across the planet in the water. Nobody knows where. Lately, we've been doing this thing where we surface just to freak people out. How would they have any manufacturing? How are they going to be producing new arms? And I keep going back to this. They have to get here. They have to get here.
I mean, as far as manufacturing, they have more manufacturing capability than we do.
I think Kyle's saying we'll quickly reverse that. Like, we have submarines off the coast of China, and we'll take out their whatever.
Their infrastructure, their electricity grid.
Manufacturing.
But now we're like, I don't know. But
we invented the internet. I bet we're capable of some pretty good technological things.
We don't make most of the shit we need.
We make we've shifted to making most of our electronics.
You think that we get total embargoed from every other country and we are able to fight? Like, no, our economy gets destroyed. Our ability to import goods, precious metals, services from other places. That we need to be able to make these electronics. Where are we getting these precious metals now? South Africa, we're at war with them. Russia, we're at war with them. India, we're at war with them. Nigeria, we're at war. Like, we wouldn't have the raw capacity for it. Canada's at war with us. Like, that, everyone's at war with us.
Come on! Oh no! Now we're fucked.
No, I was
just saying that. I was saying more. Even Canada. Like, the Mounties are gonna take Maine when we're distracted.
To me, you just keep coming back to this situation where their missiles won't work. They can't get here because there's no way we allow boats full of people to cross the Pacific Ocean. Hawaii's in the middle. Like the entire Pacific fleet's there.
That's true. Hawaii's never been attacked.
There isn't. If you took all the navies of the world, ours still wins like way easy. They don't get to use the water. We take the water right away. The water's ours.
Manufacturing in wartime works is not you start a war with a net amount of stuff.
It's not World War II, Taylor. We don't need to make new planes. We're not going to be losing that many. We're here defensively. They're coming to us.
We're not gonna win a war against the world defensively. Like, you have to conquer the world. That's what you.
We have to make them. We have to make them surrender.
I feel like lots of people would
like all our wars.
That's how Afghanistan and Iraq.
I guess it comes down to, like, I was in my question. I was meaning, like, if we're taking on the world as the U.S., a win is not the U.S. maintaining itself. The win would be defeating the world.
We would defeat them. They would surrender.
That's not China anymore. That's the 78th state.
I think the United States would defeat the entire world and they would surrender.
Do we own their land afterwards, or do they just say, never mind?
I mean, there'd be a negotiated peace, right? They'd have to make us financially right, and there'd be some trade agreements agreed upon. Whatever we allow.
Oh, shit. So you're not going for just they decide attacking was a bad idea.
Oh, it was a very bad idea.
Well, okay, I guess, but stopping there, like, one way to win the war would be for them to be like, you know what? We're done attacking. This sucked. We have so much deaths. Our economy's terrible. Let's just go back to where we were before. That'd be a win.
Yeah, I don't think we would.
But not in this scenario.
Go with that.
I'm meaning like
you want a more.
This is like at the end of it. China is the United States, and I don't think there's any way the U.S. is strong enough to conquer the world. There's just no way.
Well, the conquering thing, of course, I don't see our army sweeping the globe like a video game and just being over everyone, making a one world government under the American flag. I don't think anybody can do that. What I'm saying is if the world all declared war on us and they had to come here and make us surrender, they couldn't. Maybe with nuclear weapons, we could all die together. But if we take nuclear weapons off the table,
loss.
But
well,
if you
that's
take
a draw, actually. Yeah, that would be a draw.
But if you take nuclear weapons off the table, I just don't think the entire world can get here. You're like, the Saudis. Oh yeah, those guys
economically they can destroy us.
So we go to a wartime economy and establish martial law when it's us versus the planet. There's no more economy or anything like that. The federal government.
Well, there is.
Everything.
You need goods. You need like funds moving around. You need to be
all
like
federalized. Everything would be federalized.
And as soon as we go to war with the world, the dollar is destroyed because no.
Why
one is
would we care what the
anymore.
dollar does? The dollar would be very stable because it's traded in one place, right here in the homeland.
No,
all those dollars out there
and
that
Venezuela and all these countries took oil
because most of them exist outside this country wouldn't be in play anymore. I'm telling you, it's a different scenario if you're talking about the United States being defensive against the whole world. The economy is not going to matter. There isn't an economy. It's martial law. We're working to live. We're fighting for our lives.
No, but there is an economy. It's about being able to import sufficient goods to keep the everyday maintenance of complex systems moving. And when that fails, you have infrastructure problems in the homeland. Like it would not take that long for the U.S. if we're waging war across the world to be fucked.
We're not waging war across the world again. We're fighting this defensive war where they're dropping like flies as our border getting swatted like a bug zapper.
Even so, like we
what do we need to make? Like, what do we need? Semiconductors?
Guns, bullets, fucking food.
All right. Now you've lost. Now we're gonna run out of guns and bullets.
We're gonna run out of materials because we don't
number one importer
everything
of those things.
Here.
What do we need? Like specifically, not oil. We're one of the biggest.
The chips that are currently made in Taiwan.
We need the chips that are made in Taiwan. We need the metals to make the chips that are not mined in the U.S. We need huge amounts of goods.
We need lithium for our electric cars.
We need the lithium. We need that lithium. The Sudan mine or whatever.
I'm just not buying it, and I don't see a scenario in which we couldn't go get the things we wanted by force if we wanted to. That's what you. That'd
be fun. You see a shipment of lithium and you just make it come here.
Yeah, you
just take it. Meanwhile, the rest of the world, where you're not invading at the time, their economy's fine.
We're not
they're
invading
able
anywhere.
To produce and manufacture.
No, they're not. I think you're underestimating how scary the United States military is and the power that we would have economically if we disappeared from the planet and the dollar disappeared from the planet. And I don't know what we could do as far as the cyber attacks, but you would imagine that we're pretty crucial to the world internet system. And I think we win. I don't think they can get us. I don't think they can get here.
I think defensively we win. Yeah.
I'm not afraid of the Canadians. There's not enough.
There's something about. I watched a YouTube video again, Taylor.
Everybody gives back.
But I think even Taylor would agree with it. It talked about how hard the U.S. is to invade, and part of it, in fairness, was that Canada and Mexico are allies. Mm-hmm. But then another part of it was like, man, the way that the Mississippi River splits it makes it hard to cross. It makes it easy for us to transport goods and materials up and down, like as a waterway. Apparently, the Rocky Mountains and the coast. It just we have
the interstate highway system is built for this purpose. It is
geographically we present a bigger problem than many countries get. Like Russia, for example, one of the reasons they're doing this whole Ukraine thing is they're very easy to invade from the west, and they feel vulnerable from that side. Yeah, they feel vulnerable from that side. Whereas America, assuming Mexico and Canada are our friends, very hard to invade.
You're right. Yeah, like there are some countries that just are difficult to invade. Like Iran is a good example. They're entirely surrounded by mountains. I was reading the U.S. did like a war game, like prediction of what a boots on the ground war would look like in Iran, and they stopped the war game prediction after like 2 days because of how many losses America would have. They're like, oh, this is not doable. No, we cannot have a land war in fucking Iran.
Yeah,
because Iran see the papers? Did Trump wave them around, or Iran attack planes?
Yeah, to be fair, he had added some Sharpie to it, and he had made the Americans much taller.
Dude, a lot of people think like Iran is like Iraq, or like what Iraq is now. It's like no, Iran's much more real deal a country than modern Iraq.
Yeah, I don't really know. I see both sides of it. I see like they're much more like westernized than you think, and they've got a great economy and they're educated and all that stuff. And then you see like it's Sharia law, how do you pronounce Sharia law, and a religious government, and they're kind of backwards and they hate women. And I'm like, I don't know what the truth is.
I don't think they hate women over there in Iran.
I think it's like a little bit of, I think both. I think
there's a little bit of misogyny going on there.
Yeah, Saudi
are
Arabia,
they a burqa country?
Oh,
like,
they're definitely a hijab.
Saudi Arabia has a lot of issues with I think women just
and
got
no
the
Saudi
right
Arabia burqa company. Yeah,
not burqa either. And they're not. You're thinking a hijab, not burqa. Burqa's the full outfit where you like can't even see out.
No, I think that's Saudi Arabia.
We've been having
Afghanistan. Saudi Arabia is fine with a hijab. Where you just have the head covering.
I've been watching Philip DeFranco's videos on it, but on the Saudi-U.S. relations are very poor right now. We're apparently warming up to the Venezuelans, and I see that the Saudis are cutting the oil production again. Right? They're not happy with the Western countries using their strategic reserves to manipulate the price, and also we're making a lot of oil. I'm sure, despite what Biden has done. And they're cutting production again by, I don't know, another 1 billion barrels or something like that.
Are they still threatening to sell it on the ruble and the Chinese fucking dollar, whatever, the yuan?
Oh, I wouldn't be surprised. I know we've threatened them a lot. With their military, because most of their planes are our planes. So if we cut off that part supply, part of the whole thing, this whole Ukraine thing is interesting is because there's it's like Android and Apple, right? That's how the arms are in the world right now, more analogy. Or less. There's France and Korea, but it's Android and Apple. And
there's Windows phones that come from France, but who gives a fuck? They're not a real player.
Fuck that. That's not compatible with either of them.
Linux.
So the Western guys, the United States, we make these Apple phones. The Russians, they've got this fucking Androids. And if you're Saudi Arabia or India or Pakistan, you have to pick. Because you want all your shit to work together. Yeah.
And the US stuff tends to be really technologically advanced, but maybe fragile by comparison. It takes a little more expertise to maintain them. Yeah. And the Russian stuff tends to be just sort of simple, strong, and durable and tough. And if you were to ask me 3 years ago which one's better, I'd shrug. But now they've been tested.
Russian stuff's like the flip phone, man. Yeah. I had a flip phone that just I said I would upgrade when it broke. I didn't upgrade that fucking phone until like 2013 and it never broke is the fucking thing. Like it died one time and came back to life, actually.
Sorry, Kyle, I think I threw you off your groove.
No, you're perfect. But like one of the things one of the ways that the United States exerts its powers on countries is, hey, wouldn't you like a bunch of F-16s? That could be your Air Force. Our shit is good. You've seen them in action. You're like, we can afford 200 million of them. Then a few years pass, and
here's both.
A few years pass, and they do something we don't like. Oh, did you stop that oil vessel? Are you cutting down on your production of oil? Are you supporting this religious group that secretly funds Hamas? No more carburetors for you. No more carburetors for those F-16. Or F-16s don't have carburetors, but
I'm working with it.
No more F-16 carburetors for you. And they're like, whoa. These things go through a carburetor every fucking week. What are you talking about? We won't have an Air Force. I'm sure you can get some new carburetors somewhere. No, you're the only people who make carburetors for F-16s. I'll let that vessel go. Stop funding Hamas.
Our military does like the HP Inc. strategy. Where it's like, oh, I'm sorry. Does your tank not work, dummy? Because
now there's another part. Now we know which one's better. Now we know these Russian things. They're getting butt fucked by Ukraine. Like that, dude, that's not supposed to happen. When your tanks are so bad that they're losing to Ukraine, against our tanks or our javelins or whatever. That's a bad look. Now, if I'm India, I don't want to buy the Russian stuff. It's been tested. It's not the good stuff.
Yeah, I saw a lot of. It seems like American weapons manufacturers round down. I love that.
Yeah.
Like what's the range on your missile? Call it 50 miles. It's 180.
Yeah. We saw that with so the Russians had these supersonic missiles and we had the Patriot system. And the Russians are like, it goes like Mach 5. And it goes like Mach 1. And we're like, the Patriot? Yeah, we could probably never take out one of those, but it can. And then it gets tested. And we start shooting down these supersonic missiles. And the Russian scientist, did he get executed or what the fuck happened to that guy?
There were 2 or 3 of them that they snatched up. And right after, there was a night where half a dozen of those hypersonic missiles got shot down. And then immediately 2 or 3 Russian scientists who were on that program got locked up. They said they were getting locked up because they had sold secrets to China, but that might have, my guess, and this is just me, my Tom Clancy brain is, they were like, what the fuck? Dimitri said the missiles worked right. Look into him. And they found out that, oh, you've been talking to Chang over there, huh? Well, you were on my list anyway. And now he's gone.
Was that I think you mentioned this before, where that was the story where like the scientists were lying about the capabilities of it, of like, oh, this can do this fast. It can take out this in the air. And then they test it and it can't do any of that shit.
Presumably,
we round down.
Putin is the guy who was out there. He's been doing it for like years now, maybe 10 years when they first came out with that missile. And he's like, in a word, it is the perfect weapon. It cannot be intercepted.
Perfect. It is as good a weapon as I am at ice hockey. Have you not seen clip? I dangle right past Alex Ovechkin. Alex Ovechkin, best player in the world. He says, I can't guard Putin. Like that would be. Is there a clip of that? I would love to see a clip of like Alex Ovechkin like pretending like, what do I do? Oh fuck! I tripped. Dude, there's that. I love that clip of Vladimir Putin going in, and even if you do not know hockey, he does not have dangles. He does not have hands. He's not toe dragging that puck. He's not whipping it about. And I watched the goalie because as a goalie, like I know like, why they're moving the way they do. And like it was hilarious because you watch the goalie shoot so way too far over to the right for no reason at all, and only only even put his blade down to move backwards after the puck is like beyond saving. Yeah. So he basically is like an automatic door, like, zzz, zzz, like just allowing the puck.
That's just another one of those examples of why the West really is the good guys, and the West really are like the more respectable team, despite the atrocities we've committed. I'll give you a parallel. The president,
I don't know about that.
The president goes out there and throws that first pitch. We all see it live. He could eat shit right there, and he does it right in front of us. He does this athletic achievement. He doesn't pretend like he's fucking bested anybody because we know he can't, but he does the thing. Going out there and having these guys, these clear professional athletes, and look, the crowd knows. This is what they enjoy. Whenever you're an expert on something, you hear somebody else talk about it poorly, you immediately go, what are you talking? You're wrong. These are the subject matter experts in the crowd watching Vladimir Putin like outskate or outshoot or out anything.
I have another one.
It literally has the same vibe.
I saw him fall.
In between periods, like in professional hockey games, sometimes they'll have like youth kids come out and like do a little scrimmage. And that is what it feels like when you see Putin skating on the ice. It's like, if that were my skating ability and that were my puck handling and shooting ability, you could not fucking pay me to go out there and make an ass of myself that way. Like, he's not even vaguely good at hockey. Not even a little good. Not even
skate.
Kind of.
You know
good.
what he should do?
Skate, but his ankles are bent
Honorary
out.
ref
He's not even
or
skating correctly.
Oh, I didn't.
He should be wearing a ref's jersey, and he should come out. He should drop the puck, and then that should be his thing. That's what I do.
Yes,
like,
that's a better way to do it.
And like do that good, athletic, aggressive, pushy skate off the ice, and the new ref jumps in and refs the game. That should be your moment. That's the equivalent of throwing 100%. That first pitch. But no, let me go in there and fuck them up because it's so silly.
Yeah. I saw Obama play basketball against the UNC basketball team. And people don't know, if maybe you're not American, UNC is one of the better basketball programs in college. And anyway, Obama got just abused, right? Like, he's like, well, they're younger, and I remembered myself being better at
more
this.
Talented.
Yeah.
At least it wasn't some Putin thing where they let him dunk on him or whatever. Like,
they like are literally
Let me ask you.
like not hitting the ball out of Obama's hands so he can lay it up.
Obama got a hard time for some weird shit like the tan suit and stuff like that.
In the smoking, remember? We can't have a cigarette who smokes cigarettes.
That's where I was heading. That's where I was heading. So how would you have felt if he openly smoked? And like he kept a pack in his lapel.
I'm in.
He pulls a cigarette case out, like fucking pops it open.
I think it makes it more relatable. Yeah, I think it makes it more relatable.
It in, closes her up, and then the Secret Service agent comes over.
Dude, this version of Obama rules.
And
this is getting pretty cool.
And this is all after he makes that walk to the podium to address the nation. You know, like when we kill a terrorist, he like he walks down the long hallway, comes to the podium, goes through the whole thing, lighting the cigarette, tapping it. Tonight, I approved a raid on Osama bin Laden's palace. Like that would be great.
I would. The PKA version of me wants him to flick his butt at a Fox News reporter.
You heard what I said, bitch.
People of America
said, he's such a good talker that he could easily do that.
But the real version of me doesn't like it. I remember when
like a streamer.
Bill Clinton got the blowjob, and the national dialogue became this like, is oral sex cheating? I don't know. Clinton says it's not, and it's this is a discussion we're all having.
Sex. That was the discussion.
I'm sorry.
Is it sex?
Is it sex? Yes.
Yeah. But it's in the name.
Clinton supposedly told Lewinsky that he only wanted her to blow him because that's not cheating. So that question was put out there in the public space, and the whole. Yeah. This was a thing that we never even wondered about before. It obviously was. Mm-hmm. And now we're like, well, I don't know, this guy. So the president does kind of set the national morality. So for that reason, I don't want him smoking, but it does sound cool.
I'd love it.
I would love him to smoke. It'd be cooler. He would look better. I wasn't 100% in on it until, Kyle, you mentioned the part about having like a sterling silver cigarette case where he taps it twice every time. That's honest, and it's filterless. It says POTUS, and it's a no filter Lucky Strike.
He got me when the Secret Service agent lit it for him. That was the dope part.
And he only smokes off matches. If someone comes with him a lighter, he says no.
It would be like he doesn't. It would be like the Twilight Zone or something where
I refuse to.
That.
Rod Sterling always with like a fucking
and like when he was introducing the story, I'm like that's fucking cool, man. Like,
it is cool.
That's fucking
darkness, where up is down, and night is day.
Hey, I'm just gonna sit down here and rap with you for a bit. Talk with you about war in Ukraine. Everybody, light up your cigarettes. Everybody, pull out your cigarettes. Pull out your Barack Obama brand cigarettes, people.
Smoke them if you got.
Pull out your Barack Obama brand cigarettes, your menthols, and smoke up.
I would be more accepting of an old timey Sherlock Holmes pipe, like an old white man pipe.
Oh, you'd need like Taft or something to do that one, like or like Roosevelt.
Yeah. Even if it were just like how about this? This is tasteful as fuck. It's the Oval Office address. This is the bigger one where the country's making a new direction kind of shit. Or the meteor just struck. The pipe is sitting there tastefully smoldering. You don't see him puff it.
There you go.
I like that a lot. One thing I don't want to see is I do not want to see a cigar. Really? I don't want to see a cigar because anytime people smoke cigars, it's got spit all over it. It looks gross.
It looks phallic. It's a little phallic as well.
Yeah, Clinton had cigars.
A little phallic. I gotta say, it's mostly the gummy spit fucking pile at the base of their lip. That's like, how are you not bothered by that?
Yeah.
Clinton's such a horn dog. He would fuck Monica Lewinsky with those cigars and then smoke them during the day.
That's disgusting.
That's
my president. That's my. I still consider Bill Clinton my president.
Can you imagine being that horny, right? Like when you take testosterone, you go through like a second puberty. Still, I don't want pussy cigars. I'm not gonna be like 1 in the afternoon. God, I'd love to smoke.
Honestly, now that I already busted, this is disgusting.
Did you guys do
as soon as I came, I had to throw it out.
I could totally see that being a good idea, like during the act of sex and like the foreplay and whatever, and then afterwards being like, what was I thinking?
Here's what nobody ever mentions.
My Cuban cigar tastes like trout.
Here's what nobody ever mentions, though. A cigar is wrapped in tobacco, so she'd been getting nicotine straight into her vagina, so it'd be all tingly and like weird feeling down there, and she'd get a nicotine high from the cigar bang.
I didn't think about that.
Yeah,
I guess
from skin contact with it.
Yeah, just like when you put a cigar in your mouth, you're absorbing it straight.
I was actually going to ask that. So if you just chew on a cigar, you get a high from it.
Yeah, Arnold doesn't light his anymore. He hasn't lit them for like 20 years.
He just eats them,
chews on
disgusting.
them. Yeah.
It's so gross.
What happens? Does he chew it away and then spit out the slime?
Yeah,
I think he's rich enough that he like gets a new one every time they start getting a little weird. But back in the, you go through his movies, like he's smoking. He's like, I light my stogie wherever I am. People try to tell me I can light my stogie. Ha ha! I'm Arnold. and he's like lighting it inside a fucking TGI fry.
I wish I had some impressions in my back pocket.
I'm in the
Someone
ICU.
told me in the parking lot to put it out, and so I tore his arms off.
I'm in the ICU of St.
Chewbacca's
Mary's.
a
He's
nigger.
chewing on death's door. I light my stogie anyway.
Apparently,
Bill
Clinton's
doing that.
apparently Bill Clinton's IQ is like 160. So I'm gonna go with him, and I'm gonna go with him and say that it wasn't sex.
Hey, Monica, I've got a good idea, and I'm smart.
You're
You're gonna blow me, and I'm
It's
not.
probably
gonna
not
get in trouble.
160 anymore from seeing him walk around, but you know,
Yeah, could lower as you get older.
yeah.
Clinton was
you
a
hit
cool
that
president.
senility.
I remember snippets, and then I'm such a fan of like early 90s
Hillary,
early 90s media that I get tastes of what it was like to have a Clinton presidency, get exposed to that era. He would jog to be health conscious and actually stop at a McDonald's for a cheeseburger and fries.
Yeah.
There's video of him doing it. He's in
short
sweats,
shorts. He had
and
these
he's
shortest
sweaty.
jogging shorts.
and
That's an
he's
American.
like, yeah,
Yeah.
double cheeseburger. There's a great SNL skit, or it might be Mad TV, where it's SNL because it's Phil Hartman, I think. Phil Hart, he's the one who did
R.I.P.
Clinton, right? He runs into the McDonald's and people are asking him serious political questions about the economy and the military or whatever, and he goes from table to table just devouring their lunches, just eating their entire lunch in front of them quickly, and half-assed answering their questions. Great.
That's good.
Yeah, R.I.P. Phil Hartman. I'm watching a lot of old Simpsons, and he's just like, he's the man. He's often the funniest character in the show.
Oh yeah. Any episode that has Lionel Hutz or Troy McClure, which are both Phil Hartman characters, he is the funniest character in them. Like that, he was murdered by his wife.
Yeah.
And then
I
his
think he was
wife
asleep
killed.
and
It was
she
like a
just
murder
walked in and
suicide.
shot him.
I think. Yeah. And that led to a whole bunch of shit with
I think
like,
drugs were involved, maybe, and he was leaving her.
I think it was that had something to do with like Andy Dick giving her cocaine or something. Maybe I'm.
I think that's
misremembering
why
the
Andy
video
Dick
I
is
watched.
hated, because he was. I can't remember who it is, but there's somebody that everybody gives a hard time because he was giving cocaine to Belushi or Farley or something. I don't know if it's the same for Hartman's situation, but what are you going to do? You got this super powerful person hitting you up for drugs because they're going to get them one way or the other.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hartman was great. Those old Simpsons are really good. I think I started at season 1. I'm almost to season 8, so I'm almost to the point where I'm gonna pull her up and turn right to something else because
You got 2 more seasons and then you're out.
I haven't been watching From or Silo. I've been busy this week with a bunch of shit, but I'm going to catch up this weekend if I'm not playing Diablo too much.
I'm caught up on both.
Yeah.
Silo,
3 Body
I'm
Problem.
Ooh, yeah.
Dude, did you see the meme I sent you? It's D&D from Game of Thrones are making the show.
Oh no, I didn't see.
To a lot of people's point, they made the first 4 seasons of that show,
Yeah,
and they had a book to go off of.
Oh, okay, yeah, they're
And
good at
we have the books. I guess we'll give them a shot.
that. What is 3 Body Problem going to be? Is it a 10-episode thing? Is it multi-seasons? Is it a movie?
I assumed it would be a 10-episode multi-season thing. Probably try to do 3 to 5 seasons or something like that, because the books are very dense and very long. And there are 3 books. Is that right?
There's 3, and then there's another one that wasn't written by the author but has been adopted as canon.
Understood. Yeah. I'm about to start, whenever I have started already to some extent on the Silo books. That's going to be my next book series to read. But yeah, it won't get me to buy Netflix again, but I will I will watch the show one way or another.
I canceled Netflix after that new season of You. I did not really like it, and I'm like, this is like all I really watch on here. So
maybe I haven't. How many seasons of You are there? Is there more than 3?
4 now, I think.
Then I'm one behind.
Yeah.
I like Netflix. I have started to realize it's expensive. Is Netflix? I think I pay like $16 a month for it, and I signed up for Apple recently, and I think it's 6 or 4, something like that.
Yeah.
Well, you got
Netflix
Plex for
just isn't
Silo.
worth it.
It's not worth it anymore. I don't think.
My Plex was buffering so much, I just buckled down and bought the Apple TV.
Oh, really? I didn't have any.
Oh, that stinks.
I haven't
Do you
really
watch
had
at
any-
night?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I suppose like odd hours. Okay, I don't know.
I only have problems from like 9 to 11 or so, but those are my core hours.
Gotcha. Yeah. No, I like Plex. It's so funny. Every time we discuss a series or a movie or something, he's got it up there really quick. I saw he added Luther.
So
it's the
good.
Idris Elba TV show where he's a gangster or something.
Yeah.
Dude, but it's on Showtime or Encore or wherever the fuck, and I'm not getting a whole nother streaming service to watch a TV show. So there it is.
You don't need a streaming service. The next content you should consume is the Stormlight Archive. You should read those books. You will really enjoy it. You love fantasy shit. I know you. You would really enjoy it once you got into it. You would have so much fun with it.
It's for your own good. Now read it.
You
like
didn't
rubbing
even
his
like it.
nose in the
They're such good books. I love them. I'm about to start the reread and read all 4 of them again. Yeah.
Kyle, rip out a page.
Yeah. Rip out a page and eat it.
What if I opened it up and I had blacked out every word?
Just big X's.
Just like a psychopath. There's no reason to even do that.
No, there's no reason to just spitefully be like, I'll never read this book.
Does your grandma's Bible have like highlighted passages and stuff? Is she that level Christian?
Yeah.
I remember some of them as a
everybody.
kid.
Woody, how about your parents? Does their Bible have highlighted passages and
Ooh, I would bet. So growing up, they weren't that religious, so we didn't have a Bible. But now, I guarantee you, because they go to many Bible studies. They were telling me about one of their recent vacations, and he's like, it was a nice little balance of like religious and secular. And they rewalked the footsteps of like Moses or something. I don't know.
What was the secular part? Did they see a baseball
game?
Wow. So they're very religious now, but they weren't when I was a kid.
I'm so glad my dad's not. I mean, I guess we haven't really talked about it in great length, but occasionally I've expounded some of my thoughts about organized religion, especially, and he's just like, "Yep." And it was always my mother who would drag us to church. Oh, yeah. It was when I see those Simpsons episodes where Homer wants to stay home from church, but he's getting drugged by Marge. That was my childhood.
Yeah, dude. Every so often, I want to thank my father-in-law for the training that my wife has had, because he basically was like, the good don't have to go. And then like the wife and the 3 daughters would go to church and dad would stay home. Like it was just not part of his obligation. Yeah. And I like that rule.
Dude, it took me until I was a full-on adult to realize my dad was just faking it. Like I was like a real deal adult, and I was like, damn, like after my parents got divorced, dad just doesn't give a fuck about any of this stuff anymore. And it was like, he's like, yeah, I just kind of whatever, who cares? Like it's just like, yeah, I mean, some of my friends I play golf with were there, and but then you have to sit there. And I remember like all the times my dad would just be, my mom would be like, this pastor's so good, he's so good, and my dad would be like, yep.
Your dad sounds like the dad from Stranger Things. That's just like, hey, don't curse at the table, but like, super monotone. Like, hey, don't do that.
Yeah. We're going to church, and you know what? Sometimes like, my dad would surprise us sometimes and be like, hey, we're not going to church. We're going to Taco Bell and then go-karting. And he'd be like, yeah. Like the only way that like I got excited for church was that I knew my dad incentivized us. Like he's like, if you can get Taco Bell after church if you like behave and everything. And so we would go by and we got Taco Bell after church. And I remember once we pulled up to the Taco Bell, and it's probably 11:40 in the morning or something because church is just out. And my dad was like, yeah, we'll have blah blah blah, this, that, and the other thing. Nobody says anything. It's like, hello? I'm like, yeah. It's like, I'll have, and he goes, the meat's not ready. My dad was like, what? He's like, meat's not ready yet. Gonna be like 20 minutes. And so it was like, the meat isn't ready. And I remember even at the time, like I'm like 9, and my dad's like looking befuddled, like at my mom, like, what the meat's not ready yet. And so we just left. And we got chicken wings instead, which was a better trade-off. Honestly, we got to go get better chicken wings.
It's so funny that you say that, because it's like a fucking tradition after church to go to some fast food place or something. My dad would go to Hardee's. I found this interesting because he would get so fucking pissed at how shitty this Hardee's was that he would just like curse them out right after church. Like, this isn't the fucking chicken I ordered, like that. Like every Sunday they'd fuck something up. He's like, I didn't want fucking thighs. Like, what the hell? And he'd say,
that's like risky business. Shit talking a fast food worker and expecting your food to not be fucked with.
To be fair, this Hardee's is like cursed. It still exists, but it's just like it's basically a decrepit tomb for 70-year-old plus people to go sit at. So
unsalted fries.
Yeah, it's gonna close soon.
Every now and then I'd go with like a girlfriend to church and really enjoy it though. I like the singing part. I like the singing. I enjoy singing. Yeah. Well, I mean, everybody sings. Like everybody in the church is singing and clapping.
Yeah, everybody sings and like.
I'm not a good singer. I feel self-conscious.
Yeah, but you blend right in with everybody.
Nobody cares if you're terrible. Yeah.
Yeah, but I feel like by me adding to it, I'm making it worse.
You could be like the papa Mau Mau guy. You know the papa papa that guy.
Dude, when I beatbox in church, they kick me out, and I say I'm beating in tongues right now.
You do the corn. You do the corn like.
Yeah.
Good Lord. I think the organ is a cool instrument.
Now, there are many of us in this congregation who are, in fact, down with the sickness. The sickness of sin, the sickness of selfishness, folks. The sickness
do that, too. I don't know. I went to church when I was young, and they always seem to try to like make themselves the thing that you think is cool.
Yeah. Lots of people talking about being down with this sickness. It's true, folks. The world will try to bring you down. It will try to open your books to Matthew 16.
Some priest whipping out his acoustic guitar to a version of like "Down with the Jesus."
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. This legit fucking happened. My buddy, his brother is like a pastor. He literally started covering "Personal Jesus," the song, because he thought it was like about the actual Jesus.
I think it's about
heroin. He had his congregation covering "Personal Jesus" with like an organ and shit in church.
Oh my god!
And I'm like,
you remember the Simpsons episode where Bart sneaks in a Gata Davida, the Iron Butterfly song?
Yeah,
and Reverend Lovejoy's like, and now join us for In the Garden of Eden by Iron Butterfly. Because that song is like 25 minutes long.
Everybody's sweating.
And it's the fucking organ player, old lady. Like, everybody's holding up lighters and candles. Won't you come with me?
He's so fucking stoned singing that song and the actual song that
Marge,
it's coming
do you
out.
Remember making out to this hymn? Like
that's what he says. It's something like that, yeah. Or fucking. Yeah. Like he's supposed to be saying in the Garden of Eden, but if you listen, it's in the Garden of Eden, because he's stoned as fuck. He's so high singing that song.
No, in the Garden of Eden
is
the name of the song. It's not in the Garden of Eden.
It is.
YouTube said so.
YouTube said so. I watched that right after
that was my
US
personal show
video.
highlight when Kyle was like, "No, I saw it on YouTube," and Taylor's like, "I quit."
Sometimes you have to recognize when you've been bested. Wait, an asocial autistic retard already weighed in. Okay,
ran a simulation.
Taylor, you should get a little flag, a little white flag, and just wave it whenever somebody says like,
it's on surrender flag when I've been bested.
Oh, I want that.
It'll just be a French flag. You need to stop taking so much hate for that. The French won so many wars throughout history.
I know.
They genuinely are really good at war overall, but they just phoned it in two, and so they have a bad rap now.
At least in America, that's our favorite war. That's the one where they were all struggling until we went in there and saved everybody from the Nazis. That's how I learned it in school.
It's hilarious how, as Americans, we learn history. We're like, World War II began when the first Americans stepped on the shores of Europe. And it's like, I'm almost positive this isn't true.
They greeted us like saviors and threw flowers and panties at the soldiers as we liberated city by city.
There's videos of that. What happened?
No, I'm saying that like we didn't learn much at all about the beginning of the war. Like we learned like the America part.
It's just all our friends were getting their asses kicked, so they called in daddy.
Basically, yes, that's how Americans.
And then the
World
war starts.
That's what happened.
I don't know.
Look, I don't want to downplay what the Soviets did, because they beat they came in and lost 10 million fucking men grinding their way across fucking Poland, Ukraine, Europe, all that shit. They did a lot of killing. But the Brits were starving, had no resources, had no nothing, and the French had capitulated. They had to.
They got straight up blitzkrieged and conquered. Like the French didn't give up because they gave up because they got fucked badly. Like they lost. They couldn't they lost.
Wouldn't have happened in Ukraine.
Wouldn't have happened.
They tried it.
Wouldn't happen if
they
Donald
tried
Trump
to take the capital.
It's not what actually happened was that the Treaty of Versailles after World War I designated the Rhineland as a no-go for militarization, but France ignored the buildup in the Rhineland, leading up to the inevitable invasion of their country. They appeased, they allowed it to build up over and over. Oh, they're not going to invade. They're not going to invade. And Hitler just was allowed to build a giant army in front of the world. The Treaty of Versailles is why World War II happened. It was such a slap in the face, it crippled their economy in every single regard. Germany. Yeah, that's what Hitler's so angry about.
Everybody
talks about that art shit, but he was a World War I fighter who got gassed. That's what Taylor's always saying.
Art school thing.
It's true. That's how I learned the fun fact about the mustache.
Yes,
is the gas mask thing, and we have discussed before. Just lose the mustache entirely. Like, you look ridiculous, or make a bigger gas mask.
If Hitler got into art school, he wouldn't be so mad. I saw a YouTuber say it.
Yeah, YouTubers say that. And his art, if we're being honest, it was fine, but it's not like he wouldn't have been super famous.
No, it's like motel art.
Like I saw some posts online that was like, this picture's really good, isn't it? And it's like, yeah, I guess that is pretty good. And it's like, it was done by Hitler. And it's like,
okay.
Like in the world of if a friend of mine showed me that picture he painted and it was like, I painted this, I'd be like, holy shit, my friend painted this? That's really impressive. If someone came to me and was like, I'm a professional painter, here's my painting, I'd be like, nah,
I actually can't tell the difference. I'm looking at some Hitler art now.
Yeah, show me a little Hitler.
Show me an original Hitler.
Here.
If there's an example of a really good one and a really bad one. I know he liked dogs a lot.
This isn't
see this here.
Like cherry picked or anything.
That's nice. That's good.
You know what? I could see that being a puzzle.
I would like that as a puzzle. I would like to do this.
Okay, honestly, that one's pretty good.
Look, if this was in some,
this is better than the one I saw.
And keep in mind, he wasn't an artist necessarily.
It's not insane.
It's nothing. He was a student at an art
school. Zach, can you show mine too, just so people see more than one?
Yeah.
That one's also not mine.
Yeah, this looks like it could be in a fisherman's lodge.
See, but it's good, but not great. Like this would blend in on like a motel mass print.
You know what I would do with this? I'd make it art on a box of bullets.
Yeah,
there's the puzzle.
It does look like hotel art. I
really like this one. Yeah.
Having said that, I can't tell you why the Scream is so amazing. I can't tell you why. Is it Van Gogh painted the one with the vase? Is like outrageously good. Mona Lisa. Why is that better than this? I don't know. They all seem roughly good to me.
Yeah, I feel like painting like a big landscape would be harder than a person. But then again, you have to get a person so accurate because people's ability to parse facial information is so thorough.
This one I don't like, actually.
This one sucks. This is
that's
the worst Hitler. This is the worst thing he ever did.
Not enough contrast. Yeah, I don't like this one. That's a bit. That's a good one, actually.
Reichstag?
You know what? We need statues on top of buildings again. That looks tremendous.
You're right. Oh my gosh. Especially
I like
government
gargoyles.
Buildings. I don't want budget-oriented government buildings. I want them to be ornate and fabulous and a thing a town is proud of.
I could not agree
like
more
a Roman,
with you. This brutalism style that's ugly and just like angular. We need like pretty stuff. Like
I don't want it to just be a rectangular cube of bricks or whatever. Yeah. Like I'm sure. No. Yeah. Give me some fucking pillars and gargoyles.
If I wanted 100%. To buy a Hitler, what would that run me? That's what I should decorate my entire house with Hitler replicas. Like just the entire house is in the Hitler motif.
I bet an original Hitler is unbelievably. I bet there's no more.
No, there's no more.
Or there's like one guy who has a couple original Hitlers and he's not going to tell anyone.
I don't need
until
an original, I suppose. I just get a print.
Cheap as fuck. I don't know. It says prices of Hitler's work has been offered at auction multiple times, with realized prices ranging from 210 to 12,000 USD.
What?
That just seems so
Dude, there's
cheap.
no way they're available because
here's another article that says one went for 450,000.
Yeah. There's so people collect everything in like about war. They collect guns, helmets, like they would absolutely collect a painting from fucking Hitler. Just like if like there was a crossword puzzle that Churchill did like on D-Day morning, like people would want to collect that. What if he like sucked at it? He's a retard. he's like not even kind of good at it. He's like scribbling out boxes to change the length of the word.
Well, here's a guy sold a bundle of 13 of them for 130 grand. So 10 grand each. That's just cheaper than I expected.
It is way cheaper.
If he actually succeeded at art, you're right. Because like Manson, he started that whole shit because he didn't make it as a musician. So would that have happened if he made it as, fucking...
Yeah, the CIA did that to him.
The CIA did that to Manson.
MK Ultra, yeah.
Little MK Ultra. Him and Ted Kaczynski were in the same class.
Don't get me started on the fucking Oklahoma City bomber.
Little Timothy McVeigh action.
There's a whole conspiracy about that. If you want to see a fun conspiracy later, just search on YouTube the Timothy McVeigh OKC conspiracy about
it's on YouTube.
Everybody,
it's on YouTube. There we go.
Is it like MK Ultra adjacent again?
I think I don't know why YouTube is thought of as any less of an authority than the fucking Library of Alexandria. It is where we put our treasure trove of information.
If they cite their sources, man, it's legit.
Dude, that's right? Where this show goes.
Well, it's playing like news clips, right? Yes, it's where this show is. Right up there with the greats, fucking Aristotle, Euclid, us,
and a bunch of assholes who go by gamer tags.
It's like, we're just like those guys. Hold on, I'm gonna do gay Indian.
Y'all
guy
two are the ones
all right, is it time to wrap?
I think it's time to wrap.
BlameTruth, anything you don't want to pimp on your way out?
Nah, man, you guys know how to find me, for better or for worse.
PKA 653.
You have an OnlyFans?
Not anymore.
Yes.